missing, so that's the treasure.
And that's the story.
The NBC University of the Air presents We Came This Way, a new historical series for our listeners at home and overseas. With John W. Vandercook as the narrator, we present Chapter 6, a story of the struggle for the freedom of men's minds in We Came This Way.
This is a story of men who have no statues or memorials built in their native land. For the heritage of freedom that they left behind has been betrayed. The time is the year of our Lord, 1509. Europa stands upon the threshold of a modern age. The shadowy shape of the world to come looms large. Men's minds question the cowled Gothic universe of the Middle Ages, and their senses, like an astonished caress, discover the beauties of Greek civilization. A wind blows across Europe, up from the Italian south, bright and vigorous, up from the rich silken cities of Florence, Genoa, and Venice. Up from fabulous Rome it comes, a reawakening, a blossoming, an emancipation of men's reason. The wind brings a new learning, a new philosophy, humanism, a new expectancy, a renaissance. Europa stirs like Lazarus come from the dead.
Only 16 years ago in 1492, an obscure sea captain discovered a new barbaric world.
Out of marble and division, Michelangelo fashions his Moses in Rome.
Galileo's machine brings the heavens closer to the earth.
Look, there goes Vesalius, the anatomist.
In Rotterdam, Erasmus argues for the translating of the scriptures into the people's tongue.
Copernicus, Holbein, Albrecht Dürer, Sebastian Brand, Siegingen.
The year is 1509, and the place, Germany. 16th century Germany, a crazy quilt of a land, an idiot Tom of tatters of armed and suspicious cities under the sovereignty of the Holy Roman Empire and its Emperor Maximilian I, who, by the grace of God and powerful feudal princes, rules this land. But the wind blowing from the south is blowing strong here, driving the darkness from the minds of men, raising the enormous question of man's relationship to man. And throughout this fragmentary patchwork empire, scholars arise, seekers after truth. And foremost among them stands John Reuchlin, scholar, teacher, and humanist, whose life was peaceful and filled with quiet study until his 54th year.
Yes, I repeat, you, my students, are more fortunate than I. For before you, in all its promise, lies the immense discovery of the world. As the unknown sailor Columbus did, you approach a new and varied shore. Behind you, like a cathedral built to the universality of God, rises the wisdom of the past. Take that wisdom, and with it, widen the possibilities and hopes of man. Treasure the holy languages of Greek and Hebrew, through which God first spoke to us. Spread the learning we have won from them. Treat it as the heritage of man. Until we meet again, my students, God bless you all.
Said that God is love, man is hope, and the bond between them, yes, combined in an indescribable way.
What a time to be alive
You
in.
loan me a gulden, Damon, I promise I'll pay you back next.
Pfefferkorn.
Eh? Oh, it's you, Von Houten.
What brings you to the enemy, Pfefferkorn? A love of the new learning, my brother? No, wait, don't go.
I have no time to waste with poets and scriveners. I have things to do.
So have we all. Some for honesty, Pfefferkorn, and some for treachery.
I would watch my tongue, Ulrich von Houten.
It speaks its own mind, my friend. For the life of me, I can't make a gentleman out of it. Wait.
What is it?
How did you like good Reuchlin's letter, Pfefferkorn?
He speaks well.
Is that the sum of your applause, Peppercorn?
I've no talent for flattery.
But fairness, Peppercorn, fairness in God's name. His words reveal a whole world to come, and all you can find to say is that he speaks well. There must be more.
There is.
Huh?
Instead of Holy Greek and Hebrew, I'd rather he spoke of Holy German. My Lord Prince, the danger is very great.
That I could discern myself, Peppercorn.
This new learning is like a plague in the universities. At Erfurt and Freiburg.
In providing myself an informer, I could have done better with an ass. I know all these things, Peppercorn.
Patience, my lord. It will shortly come together.
You come by a long and dull route, man. Well?
The peasant's yoke is a heavy one, my lord.
They still stand.
But they are restless, though without confidence or courage to do more than groan. These humanists will give them what they lack, my lord. For their nonsense about the freedom of men's reason and potentialities will sift and diffuse down to the mass. And a time will come when, on the strength of it, a peasant who used this scythe to cut his hay will use it for a bloodier cutting.
So?
So, my lord, I've found a way to cut down the tree before it blooms.
How?
We will discredit them.
Discredit whom? The peasants?
No, my lord, the bookworms.
How?
We will drive a wedge against their new learning by attacking their Holy Greek and Hebrew.
Holy Greek and Hebrew?
Their Holy Hebrew first, my lord. We will get more support for that.
Will you speak sense, man?
In the name of winning the Jews to Christianity, we will confiscate and burn all their books, my lord. And the fire we light will burn the humanists. But I will not be surprised, my lord, if in this we find them to be enemies of the church.
Peppercorn, your pardon. I have maligned your intelligence. What would you have me do?
A mandate, my lord Prince. Get me a mandate from the Emperor.
Sire, let us not permit sentimentality to rob us of our values.
But these scholars are men of prestige, my lord.
They are firebrands, sire. They sow the sparks of our destruction.
But this way, my lord.
Sire, let us be frank. We princes of the realm elected you to your throne. If our strength is slowly sapped by this present danger, when the time comes, you and your throne may have no more protection than a common beggar in a public stocks. Will you sign the mandate, sire?
Yes. Yes, I'll sign. I, Maximilian, Emperor of the Holy Roman Empire, after solemn conclave with my princes of the realm, do hereby command Albert, Arch, to gather evidence on the subject of Hebrew books, whether it would be praiseworthy and beneficial to our holy religion to destroy such books. Further, do I command that the Archbishop secure the suggestions of Jakob von Hochstraten, Victor von Carbon, and Dr. John Reuchlin upon this matter. Such suggestions to be set in writing
And given to John Peppercorn, my ambassador in this matter. Signed this day of our Lord by my hand.
You make more of it than is there, Ulrich.
Do I, Dr. Reuchlin? It's my suspicious nature, Dr. Reuchlin.
And your cynicism.
I find nothing ideal about Peppercorn.
What does the mandate actually command, Ulrich? An opinion, a suggestion. And it leaves the gathering of evidence in the Archbishop's hand. A friend to the new learning.
In 1,500 years, we've failed to convert them. Doctor, I think it's a trap.
Perhaps.
I think that the princes are striking out at us, and through you. Why don't you leave Cologne, Doctor?
Go away, Ulrich. Truth has but a handful of champions as it is. No, Ulrich. If it is a trap, I shall try to be the only one to fall in it.
Aye, like the cornerstone of a great wall.
And on a bright November morning, Dr. John Reuchlin went to the Archbishop's palace to give his opinion. And in the great hall of the palace were crowded barons and knights and priests. The giant tapestries on the walls stirred with their motion.
Go on, Doctor. A serpent sitting amongst grown men.
Ulrich.
Truly, this is a momentous event, Doctor. I see ambassadors of all the prince-electors. The Inquisitor of Cologne. A monk or two I don't trust. The hall has more the look of opinion.
Quiet, Ulrich. The Archbishop is...
My lords, please, my lord. His Highness, the Emperor Maximilian, sends his good wishes, my lords, and begs that no malice guide us in our deliberations here this day.
Pfeffercorn smiled.
I will
Ulrich,
add my
please.
hopes to his majesties, my lord. For we are here in the sight of God, and upon his work. Let us not in manner of thought, or deed, or word profane it, nor cast a single shadow upon the light of his divine justice. Amen. Before me lies the imperial mandate, my lords, upon the subject whether it be praiseworthy and beneficial to our holy religion to destroy such books as the Jews use, and commanding the opinions of 3 learned men. Victor von Carbon, is such an opinion prepared?
It is, Your Reverence.
Jakob von Hochstraten,
I am ready, Your Reverence.
and you, Dr. John Reuchlin.
I am prepared.
Then Victor von Carbon, read us yours.
I never liked his face, Doctor. It formed his opinion before his brains.
My lords, if you please, my lord.
Your Reverence, my noble lords, my opinion is brief and to the point. I say the books of the Jews be burnt. We cannot hope to win them to our religion unless we destroy the root of theirs. Burn each one. The Old Testament, the Talmud, the Kabbalah. Destroy them not only for the good of our church, but for the good of Germany.
For Germany. Doctor, I see the fine,
that
unsubtle
all,
hand of our
Victor von
princes in
Carbon?
this.
Yes, Your Reverence, that is all.
The Emperor's thanks, my lord. Now, Jakob von Hochstraten.
Your Reverence, I find no need to read my lengthy opinion, for the sum of it meets with Brother von Carbon's thoughts. I, too, say, burn their books. I am through, Your Reverence.
The Emperor's thanks, my lord. That makes 2 opinions, my lords, both for burning. We have one more, Dr. John Reuchlin.
Do not worry, Ulrich.
They eye you like a starved, unpaid executioner.
Dr. Reuchlin,
I am ready. My lords, I speak not here in hasty judgment. For a man's opinion is an uncertain thing. Time, the ultimate critic, often has proved him wrong. And not alone time, my lords, but ignorance and the power of self-interest often colors the conclusions of men. In this matter, I have tried to be impartial, to come to it not like an honest scholar. What are these books that you would burn? Commentaries, books on ceremonies, on arts and sciences, poetry and fables. Before a judgment can be rendered on these, they must be subject to a careful examination, not piecemeal, not by hearsay, not by hostility. It is true, my lords, there is much that is contrary to our holy religion in these books, but that is the nature of their belief, a belief which is protected by law. Yet there is also much of great value to our religion in these same books. For example, the Kabbalah. It is my opinion that this work assures us, as none other, of the divinity of Christ. Their commentaries, my lord, are invaluable, for they help scholars understand the Old and New Testaments more fully. My lords, it would not be beneficial or praiseworthy to destroy these books. I stand against this burning.
My lord! My lord!
Your Reverence! A word, Your Reverence.
What is it, John Peppercorn?
I have a word to say, if it please Your Reverence.
Well?
My lords, for 30 years I have fought as a warrior of our church. But never, my lords, have I heard the anti-Christian like of this.
Yes, quite true.
What have we heard from the lips of this learned man, this advocate of humanism? Is treason to the Mother Church. Sitting amongst us is the Inquisitor of Cologne, our guardian in such matters. I demand that Dr. Jean Reuchlin be seized and tried before the Inquisitor's court as an enemy of the Church.
And thus did the feudal princes strike their first blow against the humanist scholars of the land. And the enormity of the plan, the realization of what and who was the real victim, slowly seeped into the consciousness of the teachers, the poets, and the painters. And for the first time in history, men of goodwill came together to fight back.
Quiet. Quiet. Let Holbein the painter speak.
Yes, Holbein.
I say that von Houten is right. The princes are perverting the office of the Inquisition. They use it against us. They threaten the whole development of culture in this land.
Reuchlin's not the whole culture.
No, but what free inquiry after truth? The right to explore his world and widen it with knowledge and with art.
If they burn Reuchlin, they burn our prestige. They bring back an eternal night for the bright day we've found. They'll plunge mankind into a pit.
If he can't see it yet, Holbein, draw a picture for him.
Let Albrecht Dürer draw. I'll paint.
You'll paint, Holbein, and Dürer will draw, but for Reuchlin.
Eh?
And I'll sweat poems out of this pen of mine. And Melanchthon will give us tracts. I say the pen is mightier than the sword, brothers. I say truth will batter down the strongest fortress in this land.
The words have a fine poetic ring, Ulrich. But what's the meaning?
This. We'll fight for Reuchlin, each in his own way, but together. And we will defend what is most sacred to us all. Our ideals and hopes for the coming world. The freedom of men's minds for the unhampered search for truth. This we will fight for by defending Reuchlin. Our skill with words, with pencil and brush, will be fighting for ourselves. Well?
I'll paint.
Good.
I'll draw.
And I'll write tracts.
Brothers, we'll fight until the sound of our rallying reaches Rome and they hear what's been done in this land.
Witness against the Dr. John Reuchlin, Sebastian Baum of Strasbourg, student of the accused.
My Lord Prince.
What is it, Peppercorn?
May I see you privately, my lord? It cannot wait.
Come this way.
Sebastian Baum.
It has only just come to my attention, my lord.
What is it?
This, my lord. Look at it.
A drawing.
By Albrecht Dürer.
Why, this is you, Peppercorn. In chains.
And you, my lord, behind me, also in chains.
What?
Descending into the mouth of hell while Christ commands us down.
How dare he?
Not only he, my lord. Here, a tract by Melanchthon, a poem by Ulrich von Hutten, all attacking us.
I'll have them flogged.
It's not as simple as that, my lord. They are all fighting back.
These bookworms?
Aye, it is the miracle of the age. The bookworms, marching as one.
I'll have them buried as one.
Yes, my lord. But meanwhile, there are questions being asked in Rome.
The Pope?
And the cardinals. These bookworms' voices seem to have carried across the Alps.
Will they act? In Rome, I mean?
I do not know, my lord.
Then we must move swiftly, Peppercorn. Reuchlin must be a corpse before they do.
Will Rome act, Your Reverence?
I cannot tell, Ulrich, my son.
Will they permit such perversion of the Inquisitor's office?
God's justice moves in inscrutable ways, Ulrich.
But the princes move as clear as air.
Ulrich.
Forgive my heat, Your Reverence, but I see not Reuchlin and an honored natural death, but Reuchlin at the stake.
I have received questions from Rome. They are not asleep, my son.
But time, Your Reverence. Time's running out.
What would you have me do? The Inquisitor is not of my diocese. I am aware of how monstrous is this thing the princes are doing. My anger is as sincere as yours, Ulrich.
I know that, Your Reverence. You've done much for us.
But you would have me do more.
Yes.
What?
Send the Pope another appeal.
And the clamor and protest of the enlightened men of 16th Germany, 16th century Germany rose and gained strength. And as the feudal princes of the realm drove on the murderous persecution with a renewed vigor, the surprised questions in Rome became angry answers.
This is a monstrous act.
They pervert the offices of the Mother Church. The prosecutors are the true enemies of the Church.
Like a sword in battle, the issue grew bright and sharp. Would a massive door be clanged shut upon men's minds, trapping them in the narrow medieval world? The question hung like a headsman's axe over the future of Germany. And upon a spring day when enlightenment in this land stood like a criminal before the Inquisitor's court, Rome acted. The Pope reserved judgment to himself.
My Lord Emperor, His Holiness Pope Leo X, has in his wisdom seen Dr. John Reuchlin as an enemy of the Church. He appoints as his ambassador in this matter myself, Bishop of Speyer, who alone is authorized either to free or condemn said John Reuchlin.
The prince-electors are here, Your Reverence.
Let them come in.
The bishop will see you, my lords.
Good day to you, Your Reverence.
Good day to you, my lords. I am honored by your visit.
You know why we are here, Your Reverence.
My judgment on Reuchlin?
Yes.
I have not reached any as yet.
He is guilty.
That remains to be seen, my lord.
The evidence is conclusive, Your Reverence. What he said regarding the Hebrew book...
I have not read it all.
Your Reverence, let us cease this playing. The issue and the guilt are clear in our eyes, and immediate action is necessary. Our peasants grow restless about the potentiality of man. We are good Christians, Your Reverence, but we are also princes of an empire. We will defend our land and rights with all the strength we can command. And, Your Reverence, we will defend yours, the churches. Be with us in this matter, and we will build you the finest cathedral in all Germany.
It is as I have said, my lords. As yet, I have not read all the evidence.
A gentleman to see you, Your Reverence. A von Herten.
Let him come in.
The bishop will see you, sir.
You are Ulrich von Hutten?
Yes, Your Reverence.
Now is the time to strike the blow for freedom. God would have it so. Take heart, whose heart for freedom still can beat. No longer bend your will to those whose lies have wrought us ill.
My poem, Your Reverence.
Yes, And a very good poem, too, my son.
Thanks, Your Reverence.
But have I reached a decision?
Yes, Your Reverence.
What will you build for me, you scholars, poets, and painters?
Build?
The princes of the empire have promised me the finest cathedral in all Germany, if I see this matter their way. What will you promise if I see it yours, my son?
A poem, Your Reverence. My feelings and those of hundreds of others poured into a paltry poem.
I think God's justice, my son, likes the style of your architecture best of all.
And in a few days, the papal legate, the Bishop of Speyer, rendered judgment.
I, Bishop of Speyer, with full authorization from His Holiness, Pope Leo X, find that the writings and teachings of John Reuchlin, in reference to such books as the Jews use, as not being harmful to our Mother Church. And further do I find John Peppercorn, instigator of these charges, guilty of slander, and find him a son.
And the fight was won. The attack upon the emancipation of men's mind, upon the freedom of their reason, was foiled, but only for a little while. What began as a great promise was wiped out in the blood of countless peasants, as Germany from 1518 to 1648 plunged into a century of civil wars. And after the final struggle, the 30 Years' War, the nation was devastated and impoverished. The peasants in brutal servitude, great provinces razed by fire and sword. Science and art had fled, and the great hopeful learning of the universities was replaced by narrow, pedantic ignorance. It was the dream of the feudal princes that ultimately won the land. And because that dream is still murderously alive in Germany today, we comprehend how enormous is the betrayal of those early years. That heritage of freedom left by the scholars, the poets, and the painters stands like forgotten ruins in a lost land. Yet, because the fight for liberty belongs to the whole history of man, of all peoples, it belongs to us. On the way we came, these were the initial battles. These laid the pattern for our democratic world. Thus, we, citizens and soldiers of this republic, claim that heritage as ours.
The NBC University of the Air has brought you Chapter 6 of the new historical series, We Came This Way. Next week, We Came This Way will present a story of the Netherlands in the days of William the Silent. Tonight's script was written by Rayful Hayes and directed by Ira Avery. The original music is composed by Leo Kempinski and conducted by Milton Cadams. The members of the cast were Alexander Scooby, Joe DeSantis, Martin Wolfson, Don Morrison, Maurice Torplin, John Martin, David Kerman, John Archer, and Gregory Morton. Your narrator was John W. Vandercook. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Kraft Foods Company presents Willard Waterman as the Great Gildersleeve. The Great Gildersleeve is brought to you, partially transcribed, by the Kraft Foods Company. Kraft, makers of the one and only Miracle Whip salad dressing. We say one and only because there just isn't any other salad dressing like Miracle Whip. Miracle Whip is different, and it tastes different. Miracle Whip tastes so good it's become the most popular salad dressing ever created. More Miracle Whip is sold than the next 20 leading brands of salad dressing combined. Try it. Make your salads better tasting with the one and only Miracle Whip. The great Gildersleeve has never plunged into the sea of matrimony, but he does like to dangle his toes in the water once in a while. A few days ago, he met a Miss Gloria McKinley, manager of the complaint department at Hogan Brothers. He hasn't had a date with her yet, but this afternoon, he has persuaded her to let him drive her home from work. Accordingly, we find him parked in front of the store with his motor running.
That policeman in the corner has his eye on me, and I'm parked in a loading zone. Well, I'm waiting to pick up a pretty little package. Right, George, I want to make a good impression on her. Should have washed the car. I didn't notice Leroy written in the dust in the hood. Oh, well.
You, Gildy.
Uh-oh, Judge Hooker. He would have to show up.
Gildy, you're in a loading zone.
I know it, Judge.
And your motor's running.
I know that, too.
Why don't you turn it off before it boils over?
Well, it is beginning to steam.
You better start it up again, Gildy. You're too close to the fire plug.
Oh, my goodness. The only backseat driver I ever saw who stands on the curb.
Are you waiting for somebody?
Judge, I'm not just sitting here trying to run out of gas.
Oh, I know. It's closing time, and I'll bet you're waiting for Miss McKinley. Do you have a date?
You bet. She's letting me drive her home.
Well, I guess she figures that's better than taking the bus.
Yes.
She can save a dime and make fewer stops, unless you're heading behind the reservoir.
Judge, will you please go away?
As it happens, Gildy, I must. I'm going home and read my 4th of July speech. I'm orating at Kraft Park.
Well, I thought Congressman Greenhall was going to speak.
Well, he's leaving for the convention, and I'm reading the speech that he prepared.
Oh?
I suppose you'll be there to hear me?
To an old goat.
Gildy, I don't exactly relish the assignment. Miss Matterhorn is vacationing at Virginia Lakes, and I'd planned to go up there for the 4th.
Judge, I don't envy you reading somebody else's speech.
Well, if I don't like what the congressman has written, I can always preface it by saying the views expressed in the speech do not necessarily represent the views of the speaker.
Step aside, Judge.
What?
Here comes Miss McKinley.
Oh, I'll open the door.
Judge, let me open it.
It's already open.
Busybody. Hello, Miss McKinley.
Sorry if I've kept you waiting, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Not at all. I've kept him entertained.
Judge, hop in, Miss McKinley.
Oh, thank you.
Judge, you may now close the door.
Well, aren't you going to introduce me?
Oh, all right. Miss McKinley, may I present Judge Hooker?
How do you do, Judge?
This is a rare pleasure, Miss McKinley.
Look at him bow. If he isn't careful, he'll bump his head on the running board. Goodbye, Judge.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, Judge.
I told you goodbye, Gildy. Why don't you go?
Yes. Come on, car.
Could your car be out of gas?
Oh, the water commissioner doesn't burn gas. He burns water.
Oh, Judge.
The darn car would have to embarrass me at a time like this.
My, what a noisy car.
Goodbye, Judge.
Why don't you bring it to the park on the 4th and we'll use it instead of firecrackers?
Courtroom comedian.
Is Judge Hooker a friend of yours?
He poses as one.
Well, all in one afternoon, I've met a distinguished judge, and I'm being driven home by the city water commissioner.
Well, Miss McKinley, you'd be riding in a new car if this wasn't election year. You've heard the cracks about freezers and fur coats and stuff like that, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. You men in the public eye have so many things to think about.
Well, scarcely a day goes by that I don't think about something.
I've always wondered what important men talk about.
So have I. Oh! You mean the judge and me?
Of course. Oh, you don't have to be so modest, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Well, thank you.
Well, now, what problems were you two men wrestling with?
Oh, nothing important, really. When you came up, we were just discussing the 4th of July speech.
Oh, are you going to deliver the speech at the 4th of July celebration?
Me?
Oh, thrilling.
Well, anyway, that's what the judge and I were discussing.
And he was asking you to deliver...
Not exactly, Miss McKinley. Originally, our congressman was supposed to make the speech. But he couldn't be here, so he had to ask somebody else.
So the congressman himself asked you. Are you a close friend of his, too?
Well, I voted for him. He helped put him in office, I mean.
How wonderful that he asked you to take his place. What are you going to say in front of all those people, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Well, frankly, I haven't given it much thought.
I don't suppose that surprised you.
Well, you can be sure I'll come up with something. I wonder what I will come up with. So that's how it happened.
Unky, why did you lead her to believe you were going to make the speech?
I didn't. When a woman wants to believe something, she just believes it.
How come you can't make the speech because you have laryngitis?
But I don't have laryngitis.
Go get your feet wet and catch it.
Leroy, don't be ridiculous.
I'm not even supposed to give the speech. That's Judge Hooker's job.
Why didn't you just tell her Judge Hooker was supposed to do it?
Well, she made it sound like such a big thing, I couldn't say no. She'll probably be sitting in the front row, and if I don't appear, she'll think I'm a braggart.
Yeah.
She'll think I'm just trying to attract attention to myself.
Yeah.
She'll lose respect for me.
Yeah.
She'll think I'm just a big...
Windbag?
Yeah.
Well, just helping you out.
Yeah, well, don't put words in my mouth.
Okay.
What are you going to do, Unky?
Well, now that I'm in this deep, there's only one thing to do. Call her and tell her she made a mistake about the whole thing.
She made a mistake.
Well, she got the wrong impression. I'll tell her Judge Hooker is making the speech.
Oh, I think that's very wise, Unky.
You bet. She'll like me better if I tell her the truth. Yeah, I'll drive over and see her right now and clear up the situation. I'm just leaving.
Yes, sir. It's Gilsey, President. One moment, please. It's you, Miss Gilsey.
Bertie, I said I was leaving.
Yes, sir, but this is a lady. And when there's a lady on the phone, I know you ain't going nowhere.
Oh, well. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Gildersleeve. This is Gloria McKinley.
Miss McKinley? Oh, yes, Miss McKinley. Well, I was just thinking about you. There's something I want to talk to you about.
Oh, I hope you don't think it's terrible of me to phone you, but there's something I must talk to you about, too.
Good. Glad you called, but first let me clear up something about that 4th of July speech.
Speech of yours is what has me so excited. I've just had the most marvelous idea.
Oh?
Hogan Brothers is having a special 4th of July window display.
Yeah, fine. Now, about the speech.
I'm coming to that. I'm so thrilled about your making the speech. I'm having our art department put a sign in the store window.
The sign in the window?
Telling people not to miss the important address to be delivered in Craft Park by Commissioner Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve.
Zeke.
What?
Miss McKinley, you shouldn't have done that.
Oh, it was nothing.
Yes, it was. You don't understand. Suppose I don't even make the speech.
But you said you were going to.
Now, wait a minute, Miss McKinley.
Mr. Gildersleeve, you weren't just leading me on, were you?
Miss McKinley, I'd never do that.
Oh, I'm sure you wouldn't. Now then, what did you want to talk to me about? You said there was something that needed clearing up.
Clearing up? Oh, yes. Well, it's a little cloudy. I hope the weather clears up so I can give that speech.
The sun is shining at my house.
It isn't shining over here.
You look a little better this morning, Unc. You don't look so worried and wrinkled.
Leroy, I'm not wrinkled. And I do feel better this morning.
I don't get it. You meet a new girl, and the first time you take her out, you get yourself in a big hassle.
Yeah, I'm not in a hassle. I figured the whole thing out.
Yeah?
Judge Hooker doesn't want to make the 4th of July speech anyway. All I have to do is offer to make it for him. He'll be delighted. Then he can go to Virginia Lakes and see Miss Matterhorn.
He'd rather look at Miss Matterhorn than make a speech?
Well, there's no accounting for tastes. Yeah, I'm stopping here in the judge's office, my boy. See you later.
So long, Unc.
judge's door is open. Look at him wave his arms. I wonder if he's practicing.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to preface my remarks by relating an amusing little anecdote.
He's working on his speech, all right.
On my way to Craft Park this afternoon, I met two gentlemen named Pat and Mike.
Pat and Mike. Judge!
Pat said to Mike...
Judge, do you mind if I interrupt?
Oh, hello, Gildy. I was just rehearsing the opening of my 4th of July address.
Well, Judge, you can forget the speech.
What?
Yeah, I know your heart isn't in it. You'd rather go up and join Miss Matterhorn.
Well, the speech is knocking me out of the trip.
It doesn't have to. I've come to do you a big favor, old friend.
Oh?
I've decided to make the speech for you.
You have? Why?
Why? Well, Judge, don't ask silly questions. Just take advantage of my generous offer and hit the road.
Gildy, why are you so anxious to get me out of town? You must have a reason.
Well, I'm only thinking of you and Miss Matterhorn. You know you want to be with her, and she wants to be with you.
Well, yes, she does. I had a card from her this morning saying, having wonderful time, wish you were here.
You see, Judge? Now get going and forget about the speech. Just hand it to me.
No, I'd better make the speech. The congressman asked me.
Well, you can ask me. Go ahead, ask me. I'll do it.
I won't do that to our congressman.
Oop. You know I'm a better speaker than you are.
Is that so? I heard you speak at the Elks Club once, and even the stuffed elk got up and walked out.
The Great Gildersleeve will be back in just a minute. The time is early evening. The place is your dining room. The table is set with your best linen and china and silver because you're expecting guests. And you, the hostess and star of this drama, are proudly bringing in the most beautiful and elegant-looking salad you've ever fixed. You're relaxed, too, sure that this salad will taste just as delicious as it looks because you've used the salad dressing you know flavor, Miracle Whip. Miracle Whip salad dressing has a flavor millions of folks call just exactly right. It's a lively, teasing flavor. Distinctive, too, one you won't find in any other salad dressing. That's because Miracle Whip is a different kind of salad dressing. It's made from a secret craft recipe and gives you the best qualities of old-fashioned boiled dressing and fine, rich mayonnaise. Miracle Whip has a creamy thick and smooth as satin because this salad dressing is beaters. No wonder it's America's favorite salad dressing, the most popular salad dressing ever created. So whether you're fixing fancy company salads or the simplest salad in the world, extra delicious, make it with Miracle Whip. Well, the great Gildersleeve was so anxious to impress his new let her believe he was making the important 4th of July address in Craft Park. Now, the water commissioner is in hot water.
The judge certainly did surprise me, Marjorie. He didn't care a thing about making the speech until he found out somebody else wanted to do it.
Well, that's a very human reaction, Unky.
Yeah, that's the trouble with the old goat. He's too human. He immediately suspected that I was up to something.
Weren't you?
Well, naturally. But what sort of a friend is he to accuse me of it?
Ain't you giving the speech, Miss Gilsleeve?
Apparently not, Bertie.
Yes, sir. But there's a sign in Hogan Brothers' window that says you are.
I know, Bertie.
It says here, Commissioner Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve speak on the 4th of July.
I saw that sign, Bertie, but it's misleading.
Then you're not reading the congressman's speech?
No, the congressman really asked the judge.
Because the congressman didn't want to?
Well, he wanted to, but he couldn't, Bertie.
Yes, ma'am.
And the judge didn't want to, but I do, so now he wants to.
Oh, yes, sir. I wonder if that speech knows who's going to make it.
What do you mean, Bertie?
Well, the congressman wanted to make it, but he couldn't, and the judge could and would, but he didn't want to. Then you come along and want to, but couldn't, because when you wanted the judge to give it up, he wouldn't.
Bertie, it isn't funny.
No, sir.
Unky, don't you think you should call Miss McKinley and tell her to take that sign out of the window?
Well, I'm going to phone the judge and give him one more chance to change his mind. I hate to crawl back to him and beg him, but beggars can't be choosers.
Hello?
Judge, About that speech you don't want to give.
What about it, Gildy?
Well, I just wondered if you wouldn't reconsider.
I have reconsidered.
You have?
My answer is still no.
Oh, my goodness.
I saw that sign in Hogan Brothers' window.
Well, then you see, I have to make the speech or I'll be the laughing stock of the town.
Good. May I be the first to laugh?
But
I have to study my lines, go to the barber shop, stop by the cleaners from a blue suit. The only one that I can wear for the speech.
Oh? You don't have another suit?
When I thought I was going to rough it at Virginia Lakes, I sent all my suits to the cleaners. They're rushing my blue serge for me.
Well, Judge. Horace. Old friend. If you're so busy, why don't I stop by and pick up your suit for you?
Would you do that for me, Gildy?
You bet. Naturally, I want to do anything I can to help make the 4th of July a success.
Well, Gildy, be sure to pick it up before 5. The cleaners are closed over the 4th.
Don't worry, Judge. You'll have something to wear.
Thank you, Gildy, old friend. I have to hang up now and get...
Goodbye, Judge.
Goodbye.
You don't seem the least bit upset about not getting to make the speech.
Oh, not a bit, my dear. Just imagine. The judge doesn't have a thing to wear tomorrow.
What's so funny? Unky, you are going to pick up the judge's suit, aren't you?
Sure. But there could be many a slip between the cleaners and Judge Hooker's house. Bertie!
Yes, sir?
Is Leroy's little blue suit up in the closet? Yeah, Gildersleeve, you're pretty clever. Pretty clever the way you outfoxed the judge. Yeah, I had quite a time explaining why I didn't bring the suit by last night. Ooh, wait until he tries to put on Leroy's suit. And lucky for the old judge, I can step into the breach, though. Yeah, I can see Miss McKinley now, sitting in the front row in something summery, listening to me give the speech.
Well, Gildy, it's about time you got here.
Hello, Judge. Here's the suit in the bag.
All right, give it to me.
Don't be so impatient, Judge.
If you'll excuse me, I'll slip into the next room. I want to dress and rehearse my speech in front of the mirror.
Oh, brother. Wait until he sees himself in that suit.
If you hadn't shown up with this suit, I'd have had to leave for Virginia Lakes. I certainly couldn't make the speech in my bathing suit.
Well, your barber pole swimsuit covers you pretty well, Judge.
I can't see very well in here. Gildy, are you sure this is my suit?
It's blue serge.
That's funny. Feels awfully small.
And maybe you've gained weight, Judge.
I might have gained a couple of pounds, but I know I haven't grown this much. Why, the pants cuffs come clear up to my knees.
They do?
Yeah, everything shrunk. Gildy, come in here and look at this.
I'd like to.
This is ridiculous.
Oh, my goodness. Judge, you can't stand up in public like that.
Stand up? I can't even sit down.
Judge, don't try it.
I can't bend. See?
Oh, Leroy's suit. Bertie, how's my new suit? I'm going to need it.
It's pressed and in the closet. Are you making a speech?
You bet. The judge is on his way to Virginia Lakes.
Yes, sir.
Leroy's pants.
Yes, sir. Where's Leroy's suit now?
Well, I'll have to buy him a new one. But it was worth it. I sure tricked the old judge.
Yes, sir, but this ain't April Fool's Day, you know.
What's this, Bertie?
This is the 4th of July, and that's Independence Day. It ain't April Fool's Day.
Now, Bertie.
The judge don't get to speak, and Leroy lost his pants, but that don't make it April Fool's Day. This is Independence Day, and you don't fool around with independence.
Yeah, all right.
Mr. Gildersleeve, 4th of July?
Yes,
That's
Bertie.
right, 'cause it's Independence Day, and you don't fool around with independence.
Good old Bertie. She takes Independence Day pretty serious. I do, too. That's why I want to be with Miss McKinley. She seems to like big shots, and by George, that's exactly what I am. I'll mesmerize her with my speech, and then take her to the hot dog stand. Never mind, Bertie. I'm right here. Wonder who that is. Hope the judge didn't decide to come back and speak in his bathing suit.
Hello, Throckmorton.
Miss McKinley, I didn't expect to see you. Come in.
Oh, I haven't time. I just stopped by on my way out of town.
Out of town?
But I just couldn't leave without wishing you luck with your speech today.
Miss McKinley, you're not going to be there?
Oh, didn't I tell you? I'm going to Hogan Brothers' 4th of July picnic with the assistant manager.
Assistant manager? But I thought you wanted to hear me speak.
Oh, I do, but I can't afford to offend the assistant manager.
You can't?
Mr. Gildersleeve, he's an important man.
But what about me?
Oh, you can read me the speech some other time. Goodbye now, and I'll be thinking about you every minute.
Big help.
When are you leaving for the park, Unc?
Oh, I don't care whether I go or not, Leroy. Somehow my heart isn't in reading the speech.
Well, gosh, you sure worked enough angles to get the chance.
Oh, Leroy, all this is Judge Hooker's doings.
What?
What a sneaky thing to do. Run off to Virginia Lakes and have the time of his life, toss his old speech in my lap.
Get him. Oh, brother.
I don't have to make this speech. I'm not trying to impress anybody.
Oh, that's right. She ran out on you, didn't she?
Leroy.
Mr. Gildersleeve, aren't you putting on your new suit?
Oh, I don't know, Bertie.
It's getting late. I see people heading for Craft Park.
I'm going to parade with the Boy Scouts, Unc.
Good for you, my boy.
I just saw a man in a uniform pass here with a bass drum. There's going to be big doings today.
Great. I think I'll let you take the speech down and give it to somebody on the committee.
Yeah? Who?
Well, give it to Mr. Sprague. He likes to be in the limelight.
Is this a speech here on the table?
What's the speech about?
It says freedom.
And you ain't going to read it, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Bertie, it isn't my job. Congressman Greenhall wrote the speech. It was his job to give it.
Yes, sir.
And then it was the judge's job. And then they wished the job onto me.
Yes, sir.
Hey, Unc, says here that freedom is everybody's job.
What's that?
The speech says the survival of our freedom depends on everybody.
Oh?
And listen to this. If we want to preserve the liberties we commemorate on this 4th of July, each of us must conscientiously work at being good citizens.
Yes, sir. If you want to do anything right, you got to work at it. If you want to be a good cook, you got to work at it. If you want to be a good citizen, you got to work at it.
That's true, Bertie.
Hey, get a load of this, Unc. Being a good citizen means voting in elections, keeping informed and making our opinions known to our representatives, serving on juries and school boards, and... Unc, how about that time you wiggled out of jury duty?
Well, I did get off the jury, but I was serving on the school board at the time. Let me see that speech, Leroy.
Sure.
Freedom. Represented. This makes a lot of sense. Our American heritage, the rights and liberties which we cherish, must be made an increasingly vital part of our everyday life. We must work together to keep our freedom, not just take it for granted.
That's right.
We could lose some of those liberties before we know it. Come on, Leroy. We're going down to Craft Park and tell them a thing or two.
The great Gildersleeve will be with us again in just 30 seconds. Too hot to cook? Make a cool, easy salad main dish and make it really delicious with Miracle Whip salad dressing. And I mean really delicious, because Miracle Whip has such a wonderful flavor, a peppy flavor, a flavor that folks everywhere call just right. It's a different flavor, too, one no other salad dressing has. Try Miracle Whip on the very next salad you make. See how much better tasting your salads are when you make them with the one and only Miracle Whip salad dressing.
You got the speech, Unc?
You bet. Right here in my inside pocket.
Boy, if you lost that, you'd be sunk.
Oh, I don't know.
Well, you gotta have something to read. You haven't got it memorized.
Well, I know a few things, my boy. I've got quite a bit of history right at my fingertips.
Yeah?
Yes, indeed. Did you know, my boy, that yesterday was the 85th birthday of one of our closest neighbors?
Oh, Mr. Bullard?
Mr. Bullard, no. It was the 85th birthday of our country's good neighbor to the north, Canada.
No kidding.
That's right. The United States and Canada have been good neighbors for more years than you could count, working together, each contributing to the prosperity of the other. We have the kind of working friendship that should be a lesson and an inspiration to other countries all over the world. All right, George, let's all wish Canada a happy birthday. Good night, folks.
The Great Gildersleeve is played by Willard Waterman. The show is written by John Elliott and Andy White and is partially transcribed. Included in the cast are Walter Tetley, Mary Lee Robb, Lillian Randolph, Earl Ross, and Gloria Blondell. Musical compositions by Jack Meakin. This is John Heaston saying goodnight for the Kraft Foods Company, makers of the famous line of Kraft quality food products. Be sure to listen in next Wednesday and every Wednesday throughout the summer for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve.
Who likes sandwiches? Just about everyone, when they're made with Miracle Sandwich Spread. Miracle Sandwich Spread gives sandwiches a wonderfully different, delicious flavor. Created by Kraft, Miracle Sandwich Spread is made from America's favorite salad dressing, Miracle Whip, and spicy relishes. For quick, easy, thrifty sandwiches, use Miracle Sandwich Spread alone between slices of bread, or use it along with the meat or cheese sandwich filling you like best. Get it tomorrow. Miracle Sandwich Spread.
Tonight, hear the best of Groucho Marx on NBC.
The bell of the city of Bruges in Flanders, the voice of the city, the voice of the people. For what is the city but people? Today, not only in Bruges, but all over Flanders, bells are ringing, and the voice of the people speaks out after a long silence. That is why we tell this story of another time in Flanders, a time more than 6 centuries ago, when the bell of Bruges rang, and the people spoke for the first time.
Here presents We Came This Way, a new historical series for our listeners at home and overseas. With John W. Vandercook as the narrator, we present Chapter 3, a story of freedom in Flanders in We Came This Way.
At the turn of the 14th century, after Granada and the reopening, Europe saw a boom in cities. Traders with the smell of the world about them, and peddlers spreading out their packs at the great fairs, became the first promoters of cities, boasting of the places they had been, the things they had seen.
In the city of Bruges, I have seen cloth woven out of golden thread, cloth of gold. And in the cities of the Moselle, I've tasted wine such as we could never make under this cold and misty sky. I've seen in Venice silks that shift.
Serfs who followed their lords to war on the Crusades returned to whisper in the ears of other serfs who had remained behind in landlocked villages.
It is a fact. I have been there and seen it. In cities, all men are free men. They have a saying, the air of the city is free air. Once a man has lived for a year and a day in the city, serf or slave though he was before, he is a free man under the law, and his master cannot reclaim.
Little wonder that by the thousands men began breaking their feudal chains and flocking to the cities. And in those days no cities drew greater numbers than those of the Low Countries, where the two streams of European traffic met, where industry flourished and men's strength and skill were in demand. Runaway serfs and men who had felt cramped in the narrow confines of the medieval village swelled the cities of Bruges, Gand, Liège, Ypres, Dinan, and Antwerp. They learned trades, became the makers of cloth that was worn in all the courts of Europe, the makers of coin that supplanted the old barter system of the feudal world, the makers of stone baptismal fonts found today in the villages of England, the makers of shoes and the makers of bread. And more than any of these things, the new men of the new cities became the makers of the democratic idea, the makers of social progress.
My name is Anders. I was one of the new men you have spoken of, but I knew nothing of social progress. I never even heard the word democracy. I was a weaver in a village in Flanders, peasant, and when I wished to marry her and take her off the manor, her lord refused. He said that way he would lose her litter. So Joanna and I ran away, stole away in the dark of the night like thieves. We wanted to get to the city where we could be free, to get to Bruges.
Ask that old man, Anders.
Tell me, sir, does this road go to Bruges?
The roads in Flanders go no place, stranger. They stand still. It is the people of Flanders who go places.
I see. You make sport of me because of my country dress and manner.
I meant no harm. What I said is true. Are not you and your young woman a walking proof that the people of Flanders do go places? Do you come from a way off, stranger?
No, Anders, no. Tell him nothing.
Oh, you have nothing to fear from me, my pretty one. If you have chosen to shake the dust of the manor from your feet, that is your own business. I am a poor man like yourselves, and poor men tell no tales.
But you will tell us the way to Bruges, eh, grandfather?
Half a league, straight ahead. Listen, you can hear the bell. You'd better hurry if you want to get there before they close the gates at sundown.
Hurry, Anders. Do hurry. I won't feel safe until we're inside Bruges.
You're right, Joanna. For people like us, only the air of the city is free air. So Joanna and I sought the free air of the city. The year was 1300. You won't find our names in the history books. You won't even find much about the master weaver whom I went to work for, though he made history in Bruges during the next few years. He was a one-eyed man with a habit of saying what he thought. His name was Peter Koenig, and he was dean of the Weavers' Guild in Bruges. I learned much about weaving from Peter Koenig, and I learned much else, too. As our feet worked the treadles and our shuttles flew back and forth, we used to talk.
So you come to the city to be free, eh, Anders?
Yes, Master Koenig. I want to be my own man.
Man, open your eyes, boy. How can a man be free who has no voice in his government? Who do you think makes the laws here in Bruges?
Why, the men of the city council.
And who is that council? A few families of cloth merchants and exporters calling themselves patricians. Call yourself on the council.
Is it a law that I can't?
It's written in gold on parchment that no weaver, fuller, shearer, carpenter, or any who works with the awl, or any dyer who has blue nails,
wool beater or tinker who cries through the streets, cheesemonger, beer seller, dealer in salt and bread, worker in lambskin.
I had no idea there were so many of us plain people.
None of these or any who sells by the pound can become a member of the council. That is, unless he renounces craft and give a mark of gold, or as much more as shall be thought good by the councilmen. Beat that if you can, Anders.
But if there are so many of us, so many more than there are of them.
Aye, go ahead. Say it.
Then why shouldn't we have some say-so about things, about the wages we get, the taxes we pay?
Why, indeed. Men have asked that before you. Up and question the power of the council. We had the Count of Flanders on our side, too.
So what happened?
The patricians appealed to the King of France, and he sent an army against us.
Well, what did he have to do with it?
Huh? France was just to assert authority over us. You see, the Count had renounced his allegiance to France and made an alliance with England. Had promised his daughter Philippine to the Prince of Wales in marriage.
And the King of France didn't like that.
Like it? He decoyed the Count's daughter to Paris and strangled her.
I see. I remember now. We heard in the village about the fighting in the cities. So that's what the fighting was about.
Aye. It came to nothing. The French soon won. The Count and his sons were taken to Paris to jail. That's why the banner of the Lily now flies from the bell tower of Bruges.
And that's why the King and Queen of France are coming here on a visit.
Exactly. This very cloth we're working on is for a cloak that the merchant Van Gelders and the other councilmen will present to the king for the favor he did them in putting down weavers like us. How do you like that, Anders?
Every merchant's wife in Bruges had a silk dress for the king's coming. And when they bowed low before his royal majesty Philip called the fair and his queen Isabel, there was a great rustling sound. But when the king and queen stood on the balcony with the councilmen and were presented to the people, there was no sound at all.
Fools. Fools, why don't they cheer? Why do they just stand there like oxen? What will His Majesty think?
Perhaps he will think, Van Gelders, that though we merchants were able to force a king upon the people, we cannot force them to like him.
And they'll like even less what is to follow.
Anders, I thought I'd find you still at your loom. I got the money from Van Gelders for the cloth. Here are your wages.
Well, to tell the truth, I was waiting for my wages, sir. Joanna put the last of our flour in this morning's dough cake. Thank you, sir.
Don't thank me. A weaver earns every penny he gets and more, and it's little enough. I tell you, Anders, you'll see men falling dead of hunger in the streets when the new levy is put through.
Levy, Master Koenig?
I had it from Van Gelders. The people are going to pay for the king's visit. Wining and dining and the banners and the music. Even that cloak they gave him, we'll pay for in the end.
But it's unfair. We didn't ask him here. We didn't want him.
We ate none of the roast capon nor drank any of the fine wines, but we'll pay for them, too. The council has decided.
Master Koenig, my wages now barely pay for the hovel we live in and buy us food. And Joanna's with child. I can't meet the levy.
I know. You're not the only one.
Then what are we to do? Pay it and starve like sheep? You're the dean of the Weavers' Guild. You tell me.
Anders, alone, the weavers can do nothing. But there are 51 other guilds in Bruges. If we all stand together...
What would our stand be?
I must have time to think it through. Wait. I'll call a meeting of all the guilds at the marketplace tomorrow. Be there as the bell is rung for sundown. Men of Bruges, I say to you that the new levy is outrageous and must not be stomached. If you are men, you will not take food out of the mouths of your children to pay for the pleasuring of a foreign king.
Silence, Peter Koenig, silence.
If you are men, you will not let one groat of your meager wages go toward the support of a municipality in which you have no voice.
I forbid you to speak further, Peter
A
Koning.
municipality which cares no more for us than for the sheep that grow the wool we weave.
How dare you stir up the people against their rightful ruler?
Our rightful ruler is the Count of Flanders.
And the Count of Flanders is for the people, eh? Silence! Silence, all of you! Sergeant, arrest this man, Peter Koning. Go to your homes, all of you. There shall be no more public meetings. Our new governor, His Majesty's Lieutenant Jacques de Chatillon, will arrive in Bruges within the week. He will see that we have order. Meanwhile, the council will decide, Peter Koning, whether to have you drawn and quartered as a traitor or banished as a fool.
The council was shrewd. It's dangerous to make martyrs of men. So though in days gone by, weavers who had set themselves against authority had been drawn and quartered or broken on the wheel, Master Konig's sentence was to be banished forever from the city of Bruges. 5,000 of us would have gone with him, but he would not have it. He left alone except for myself, who walked with him to the city gates.
We're coming to the gates now, Anders.
Say the word and I go with you, sir.
No, Anders. Your work is here.
I have lost my master.
You work not for bread alone now, Anders, but for justice.
Justice is a dangerous trade, sir. I have a child on the way to think of.
You work for him, too. Better he be stillborn, Anders, than come into the world to be as voiceless and driven as the weavers of Bruges are today.
What is it you want me to do?
Stand with the other artisans. John Bridell of the Butchers' Guild will take my place. He will tell you what to do.
Listen. Drums. It's Chatillon with a French garrison riding into the city.
Aye.
What can we do against that? They say, Master Peter, that Chatillon is bringing rope with him to hang any who resists his rule, even women and children.
I think that instead of hanging women and children, Jacques de Chatillon will hang himself with his rope.
Hang himself?
Like every tyrant swollen with power, he will go too far. And then the people will rise up and slay him.
But we have no leader. Without a leader, we're nothing but a mob pulled this way and that way.
When the hour comes and the people are sick of Jacques de Chatillon, they will send for Peter the Weaver. Then I will come back.
God go with you, Master Konig.
God keep Bruges.
Jacques de Chatillon rode into Bruges on horseback, surrounded by his knights, and Peter the Weaver walked out, alone. But in the days that followed, it was the Weaver we listened to, not Chatillon. We listened to him, though he was many miles away in the city of Dam. He sent messages to John Bridell, and John Bridell told us what to do.
Stand together. Resist the council. Refuse to pay the levy. Every guildsman must stand with the others.
We stood together and resisted, and Chatillon forced collections with his soldiers. Children died of hunger and men cursed. But I remembered what Master Konig had said, and I waited and watched Chatillon draw the rope tighter and tighter around his own neck.
Chatillon has said the people will be punished for refusing to pay.
He has ordered the levy raised.
The deans and second deans of the guilds must make a public apology for inciting the people to resist.
They must be dressed in black and fall upon their knees and confess sorrow for their disloyal conduct.
And last of all, the bell of Bruges is to be silenced.
Have you heard?
Down with
Curse
foreign
Chatillon,
agents.
curse the king, curse Chatillon.
The bell of Bruges is to be silenced.
Is it you, Anders?
Yes, Joanna.
Oh, I'm glad. You're away so much. Every night it's lonely. I miss the bell striking the hour. Oh, Anders, I'm afraid sometimes. Perhaps we should not have come to Bruges. Perhaps we should go back.
Would you want our child to be born a serf, Joanna?
Oh, no, Anders, no.
Then never talk of going back. It's hard, this waiting, but it will end soon.
You mean the child will soon be born?
A child, yes. And something more. Joanna, the men of Bruges have sent for Peter Koenig.
Alms for the poor. Give a penny for the poor and the blessing of St. Francis. Alms for the poor.
Here, old friar, I'll give you a penny. Though who is poorer than a weaver of Bruges, Master Koenig.
Be quiet, Anders, you fool. Why do you think I've gone to the trouble of disguising myself? The market is full of people.
And not a one of them would lay hands on Peter the Weaver. It's like you said. The people only wait for a signal from you to rise.
Listen, Anders. 1 week from tonight, on Friday the 13th, the moon will be down. That is the night.
We're ready. The smiths and carpenters have set boar spears and plowshares in long clubs, as you sent word for them to do.
And there is one for every artisan?
Every artisan in Bruges will be armed.
Here comes a soldier of the king. I'll give you a psalm, brother, that we friars sings at matins. Deposuit potentes de sede et exaltavit humines.
I know no Latin, old friar.
Then you shall have it in the language of the people. He will put down the mighty from their seats, and he will exalt the humble.
The soldier's gone now. What will be the signal for the rising?
The ringing of the bell.
It's forbidden. There's a guard at the bell tower.
You will go to the tower at midnight, kill the guard, and ring the bell.
I am to kill a man? I am to give the signal for men to rise up and kill other men?
Killing is bad, Anders. But there are other things that are worse. There is no other way. Blood must be... If I had a son, if you were that son, I would say the same. This is what you must do.
I'll ring the bell, Master Koenig. Loud and strong.
We'll be waiting. I must go now, Anders, and see Brydell and the others.
One last thing. What is the watchword for the night?
Buckler and friend. And woe betide any man who says it with a French accent. Arms for the poor, arms for the poor. Give a penny.
It's time for me to go, Joanna.
You must go.
Yes, Joanna. I must go.
Anders,
Yes.
when you ring the bell, our men will rise up against Chatillon's men, and men will die.
Yes. Men will die.
On both sides.
Yes, Joanna.
Anders, I must say this to you. We plain people seldom speak of things like this. We have so little time for it. The words come hard, but... Anders, I have loved you so very much.
I love you too, Joanna.
Oh, Anders, must you leave me?
I must. I wish it were a time, Joanna, when men could sit and watch the firelight on their wives' faces. Oh, God, how I wish it. It was black as pitch in the streets. I stole along in the shadows, and once when I heard the watch coming, I pressed myself against a doorway, and I was afraid he would hear my heart. It beat so loud. It was May, and the night was chilly, but my jerkin was wet with sweat. At the bell tower, the guard was half asleep, and I sprang on him like a cat. And killed him. Then I searched him, found the key, unlocked the iron gate to the belfry, and felt my way up the narrow, twisting steps. The bell rope was heavy, and I pulled and pulled, and not a sound came. And then I thought of Master Koenig and the others waiting, and I pulled harder, and the bell began to ring. And after that, I wasn't afraid anymore. I heard screams in the streets below and men running. And I heard a little sound, a creak on the stairs. And I shouted the password, Buckler and friend!
Buckler and friend!
I knew by the accent it was one of Chatillon's men. So I let go the rope and ran at him with the boar spear, which was the only weapon I had. I killed him before he had time to cry out. And then I joined our men in the streets. And after that, I don't remember how many men I killed. It was over very quick, by dawn. The dawn looked very real and natural, and the bodies in the streets were like a nightmare. I remember I stumbled over one that was my friend, Derek, and another. But there were more of them than of us. We had won. What was left of Chatillon's men had fled the city with him. I was too tired that day for rejoicing. The rejoicing came later. There were parades and music, and the banner of the Lily came down, and the Lion of Flanders went up in its place, and Master Konig spoke to us in the square below the bell.
Men of Bruges, we have fought, and we have won. But we fought for justice, not for vengeance. Besides, vengeance will not go long unavenged. Let us bury our hates with the dead. Let us not live in civil strife. Let us not exchange a tyranny of patricians for a tyranny of weavers. I say to you, let us have a government of the people.
Some of us listened to Master Konig, and some would not. It was only human that men who had been kept down so long would want to use the power that had been used against them. The old magistrates were thrown out, and our captains appointed to rule instead. Yes, we made mistakes, for we had no pattern, but had to cut our government out of whole cloth. But for all its faults and weaknesses, it was more a government of the people than any Bruges had ever seen before. The towns Ypres and Damme and Courtrai and eventually Gand all followed our lead, and all over Flanders the people ruled, and the air of the cities was in truth free air. Then the King of France, angry at what we'd done, began to raise an army to send against us. Robert of Artois was at its head, and following him was all the chivalry of France and Navarre, and even knights from Spain and Italy. The army wore golden spurs that glinted in the sun, and the number of chariots and horsemen was so great they hid the ground they passed over. By July, they'd passed Lee, and word came to us that they had left a trail of blood and destruction behind them. So we put up our looms and our tools, and with pikes and halberts went out on foot to meet them. At our heads were Peter the Weaver and John Bridel the Butcher and the Count of Flanders' sons, who had escaped from jail in Paris and come back to help us. At Courtrai, Robert of Artois halted, pitched his silken tent, and heard the reports of his scouts.
Your Highness, the enemy is spread out in a single phalanx on the plain.
How are they armed?
They have no arms except pikes and halberts. Some even carry their artisans' tools. They go half naked and are bareheaded.
Rabble, we'll cut them to pieces. I want to end this and go home. Flanders is a dreary country, uncivilized. I've had indigestion from the horrid food ever since we came.
Your Highness, I'm afraid the enemy is well situated. On the west, they are protected by the entrenchments of Courtrai, and on the south and east...
Do you dare tell me that this rabble army can stand against the chivalry of Europe? Give the order to...
And as the army of the king marched against us, every man took up a handful of Flemish earth and pressed it to his... followed us to battle, held the host high above our heads, and gave us a last blessing.
In nomine Patris et Filii et Spiritus Sancti. Amen.
And that was the way we went into battle.
The Weaver Anders fell in the first onrush of France's army. So the rest of our story we must get from history books. It is written that Robert of Artois' men never once broke through the close array opposing them, the solid wall of men, of ragged, barefoot men, whose only weapons were their pikes and halberts. By nightfall, Robert of Artois and Chatillon were dead, along with 75 nobles, 1,000 knights, 3,000 squires, and 20,000 men. The victory was a people's victory. 700 golden spurs were gathered from the field of battle and hung up in the church of St. Mary's at Courtrai. Peter the Weaver and John Bridell the Butcher were knighted on the field of battle. And beneath the shadow of the belfry of Bruges, a statue was erected to these two who had made the people rule in Flanders. After the battle, the plain people marched home again to their plain jobs, and there was much joy in all the cities. In Bruges, the weaver Anders' wife, Joanna, pale and shaking from her lying in, took her newborn son to the public square and held him up to hear the bell of Bruges rung in triumph. Today, not only the bell of Bruges, but bells all over Flanders ring, and the voice of the people speaks out again after a long silence.
The NBC University of the Air has brought you Chapter 3 of the new historical series, We Came This Way. Next week, We Came This Way will present the story of Andreas with Katina Paxenu. A handbook containing background information with suggestions for further reading is now in publication. We shall be happy to send you, at cost of mailing, this valuable We Came This Way handbook, especially written for the current series. Send 25 cents to cover the cost of printing and mailing to We Came This Way, Post Office 30, Station J, New York 27, New York. Tonight's script was written by Frank Wells and directed by Ira Avery. The music was conducted by Milton Catons. Members of the cast were James Monks, Joe DeSantis, Mary Patton, Bernard Lenrow, Lamport Hill, Walter Appler. John W. Vandercook was the narrator. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Columbia Broadcasting System presents The Free Company.
For what avail, or land, or life, if freedom fail? This is Burgess Meredith in Hollywood speaking for the Free Company. Today we hear Francho Tone and Gail Patrick in a new radio play by Robert E. Sherwood, author of Abe Lincoln in Illinois and There Shall Be No Night. The Free Company is a group of leading writers, actors, and radio workers who have joined together on their own initiative to present a series of dramas illustrating and explaining our basic American liberties. All members contribute their services as a free expression of their faith in American democracy and in the basic civil rights which make that way of living together possible. The list of writers for the Free Company includes some of the most distinguished names in American letters. 9 Free Company members have won Pulitzer Prize awards. Our dramatists include Maxwell Anderson, Sherwood Anderson, Stephen Vincent Benet, James Boyd, George M. Cohan, Norman Corwin, Paul Green, Ernest Hemingway, Archibald MacLeish, Orson Welles, Elmer Rice, and John Stein. Today, Robert E. Sherwood's play, An American Crusader, seeks to honor the memory of a man who fought against cruel odds for freedom of speech and for freedom of the press. His name was Elijah Parrish Lovejoy. He lived more than 100 years ago when our country was in a period of growing uncertainty and fear, increasing doubt of the permanence of our institutions. Americans in Lovejoy's time could be heard saying many of the same things that we hear today.
People are hollering about the need for national unity, but there ain't no such thing. Got to abolish slavery. There can be no compromise with evil.
If we keep on the way we're going, we'll be in war, and that'll mean the end of democracy.
What this country needs is sound money.
To
new doctrine of President Monroe sounds good on paper, but it won't work. The trouble with this country is we're getting mixed up in the politics of Europe. The trouble with this country is...
One of the greatest American voices was raised in an expression of faith at the dedication of the Bunker Hill Monument in Boston. It was the voice of Daniel Webster.
If the true spark of religious and civil liberty be kindled, it will burn. Human agency cannot extinguish it. Like the earth's central fire, it may be smothered for a time. The ocean may overwhelm it. Mountains may press it down. But its inherent and unconquerable force will heave both the ocean and the land, and at some time or other, in some place or other, the volcano will break out and flame up to heaven.
So spoke Daniel Webster, and his words burned into the soul of young Elijah Lovejoy, who had gone from his native Maine to the Theological Seminary in Princeton. The day before his graduation, he is called to the office of Dr. Guthrie, the Dean of the Saints.
Oh, Mr. Lovejoy, I'm glad to see you. Do sit down.
Thank you, sir.
I wanted to have a word with you before you leave us. I knew there would be no time in the midst of tomorrow's ceremonies. Of course, like all the others, you'll be glad to be out of this stuffy, scholastic atmosphere.
I'll never stop being grateful to you, sir, for your kindness, your understanding.
I hope you really mean that, Mr. Lovejoy.
I shouldn't say it if I didn't mean it, Dr. Guthrie.
No, I'm sure you wouldn't. I've observed that you're one who isn't afraid to speak his mind. I believe you'll make a great name for yourself as a minister of the gospel.
Dr. Guthrie, I have a confession to make.
I'm eager to hear it, Mr. Lovejoy.
I'm not going to preach the gospel. At least not from the pulpit.
But tomorrow you'll be ordained as a minister. You've been working hard for years to reach that goal.
I know it, but there's a great battle going on. A battle which will decide whether freedom and slavery can continue to exist side by side in the same country, in the same world. I want to join in that fight.
And how do you propose to fight, and where?
I have an opportunity to become editor of a newspaper in St. Louis, Missouri. That's where the fight's strongest. You feel I'm making a mistake?
Naturally, I'm disappointed. I've been a minister of the gospel all my life. For the past 30 years and more, I've been instructing young men like yourself in the Word of God.
And you taught it well, Dr. Guthrie. So well that you filled me with a desire to preach it. Not only from the pulpit, but in the marketplace, in the streets, on the farms, and across the great waters. For the Word of God is the promise of justice to all men, equality for all men, freedom for all men by God's will. I know I can say these things in the church to pious people, but I believe I can say them more strongly through the press, the free press. More people will hear them.
You realize, don't you, that in following this course you'll be risking your life? This war you're entering, it's a bitter war. A war to the death.
I realize that, Dr. Guthrie, but if I am risking my life, it could not be in a better cause.
That is no more than the truth, Mr. Lovejoy. May God give you strength in the battle that is ahead.
Thank you, sir.
Elijah Lovejoy went to St. Louis. He gained recognition as a young man of high promise, of courage, of intelligence, and integrity, and there was no one more appreciative of his good qualities than a certain young lady named Cecilia Ann French.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, miss. What can I do for you?
We want a marriage license.
Well, I suspected as much, seeing as this is the Marriage License Bureau. Name, please.
Elijah Parrish Lovejoy.
Date and place of birth.
Albion, Maine, November 9th, 1802.
And the lovely bride.
Celia Ann French, born right here in St. Louis.
You don't have to say when. Your occupation, Mr. Lovejoy?
I'm a minister of the gospel. And I'm editor of the...
I thought I'd seen your name somewhere. Been having a mite of trouble, haven't you, Mr. Lovejoy?
Yes, a little.
Well, I guess everybody is these days. Here's your license. Wish you both luck.
Thank you.
Thank you. Elijah.
Yes.
What did he mean, trouble?
Oh, nothing in particular. All newspaper editors have trouble as part of our job.
Elijah, don't lie to me. You have been having a particular kind of trouble, for my father says.
I know what your father says. He thinks I'm one of those crazy reformers who'd better keep their ideas to themselves.
And maybe he's right, Elijah. If you endanger yourself by expressing those ideas.
Celia, listen to me. Your father's a dear old gentleman who has a fine, big plantation and many slaves. And a beautiful daughter. And ideas and beliefs that are not the same as mine. He doesn't think anything should ever be changed.
And you think everything should be changed?
Not quite everything, but many things. Oh, I don't say your father isn't justified in his convictions. But he doesn't realize that times have changed. That what was true in his time is no longer true in yours and mine. He helped shape and build his world, as you and I must shape and build our world, Celia.
But if it means danger and trouble.
There is always danger and trouble when men battle for truth. Celia, darling, I love you more than anything in the world except one thing.
And that one thing?
Man's liberty.
But that's only an idea.
Not an idea, Celia. An ideal. An ideal for which men have fought and died since the beginning of history. It's a never-ending battle, for in every generation there's a new threat, a new menace. And it must be met, no matter what the cost.
I'm not sure that I understand. And I'm a little frightened, too. Oh, Elijah, promise me. Promise me you'll keep out of danger for my sake.
I promise to love you for as long as I shall live. Be content with that, darling. And right now, let's forget everything except the one important fact that we're going to be married.
Each state must mind its own business and leave its neighbors alone. And Lovejoy was forced to move his printing press across the Mississippi River to Alton in Illinois. There he and his bride set up housekeeping anew, and he started another...
Darling, the first issue of the Alton Observer. Aren't you proud? Here, read it.
Slavery is a crime against God and man. It is poison in the very lifeblood of human society. But Elijah... You're saying the very same things that you said in St. Louis.
Of course I am. They're the truth.
But people don't want to hear the truth.
Nonsense, Celia. Illinois is a free territory. It was the truth that set us free. It'll keep us free.
It's all very well to fight for the truth. But not at the risk of losing your home and happiness and maybe your own life.
I wish I could make you understand, Celia, that the truth for which I fight is worth all that risk. Once you see that, once you understand, then you'll not fear any longer.
In a way, I understand. But it all seems so hopeless. You're only one man against a city. What good does it do to raise your voice? Who listens?
When I was still in college, I heard Daniel Webster. I've never forgotten his words. They burned into my very soul. He said, "If the true spark of religious and civil liberty be kindled, it will burn. Like the Earth's central fire, it may be smothered for a time. The ocean may overwhelm it. Mountains may press it down. But its inherent and unconquerable force will heave both the ocean and the land, and at some time or other, in some place or other, the volcano will break out and flame up to heaven. Those were his words, Celia. I don't want to have it said they were spoken in vain. That's why, even though mine's the only voice in all this territory, it must be raised to keep alive that spark of liberty.
At the risk, Elijah.
I'm going to fight them to the end, Celia. I'm determined.
Where's Jake? What is it? The new newspaper. Read that. Slavery is a crime against God and man.
Well, who's printing that disgraceful
It's
inflammatory...
that young preacher that just moved in. Name of Lovejoy. I say, he's the fellow they threw out of St. Louis. Sure he is.
He ain't got no right to print such stuff. That's war talk. That's precisely what it is. Trying to stir up trouble. As Judge Douglas says, he's trying to inflame the passions of men.
If you let printing their opinions, why, we'll end up in war, civil war. Well, since we seem to be agreed, the next question is, what do we do about it?
Elijah, look. There's a mob of men coming up to the house. Men with torches. Oh, darling, I'm frightened.
There's no need to be, Celia.
What are you going to do?
I'll go out to talk to them.
Oh, Elijah.
I'll be all right, my dear. Well, gentlemen,
You just come to call, Mr. Lovejoy. To tell you won't be needing to go down to your newspaper office tomorrow. Because the newspaper ain't any good without a printing press. And your printing press ain't there any longer.
You've stolen it?
Oh, no, we ain't stole it. We just heaved it in the Mississippi River. Yes, you'll find it in the mud, Mr. Lovejoy. And it won't be in very good condition for printing any more of your firebrand war talk.
Have you got anything to say to us before we bid you good night, Mr. Lovejoy?
Just this. The Mississippi's a mighty big river, but it isn't big enough to drown all the words that are going to be spoken before this issue's settled. Good night.
You're all right, Elijah?
Yes, dear, I'm all right. But I'm silenced. Oh, you should have listened to your father, Celia. Never married a crazy reformer with no gift for anything but antagonizing people.
Will we have to leave Alton now?
I don't know. I don't know where we could go or what we could do. We haven't any money left.
Does it matter, darling?
Yes, it does matter. We can't let them beat us this way.
But what's the use of going on, Elijah? Yours is only one voice crying in the wilderness.
All the more reason why my voice must be heard then. For surely somewhere, somehow, somebody will hear. The ocean may overwhelm it. Mountains may press it down. But its inherent and unconquerable force will heave the ocean and land.
And there were some who heard, even in Alton. Some who knew Lovejoy was fighting the good fight. And some, too, who knew that he could not fight alone.
Mr. Lovejoy?
Yes, Dr. Mack.
I believe you know these gentlemen, Mr. Struther, Mr. Callahan, Mr. Enton.
How do you do, gentlemen? How do you do, sir?
We've come to you on behalf of certain citizens of this town. Citizens who've come here from all parts of the country, north and south. We represent all sorts of political opinion. But we are united in our devotion to the principles of our Constitution, including freedom of speech.
Well, I'm glad to hear those principles have not been totally forgotten by all Americans.
I'm from South Carolina, sir. My family have been slaveholders for generations. But I believe in the words of Voltaire. I disagree with what you say, but I will defend with my...
You're a real patriot.
As we all are, I hope. We've taken up a collection sufficient to buy you a new printing press, Mr. Lovejoy. We wish you to resume publication of your paper.
And if that scalawag mob comes around again, call on us. We'll help you fight them.
Are you ready to fight for freedom, Mr. Callahan?
I'm an American of Irish descent, Mr. Lovejoy. Need I say more?
No, let me say no more for any of you. Gentlemen, this is an act of great generosity and great faith. I shall do my best to justify it.
So, once more, the Alton Observer printed its attacks on slavery and intolerance. But the mob was strong, and again the Crusader Lovejoy was attacked and his press destroyed. He set up a new press in a warehouse in Alton. An armed guard of volunteers assembled to defend the building on the night of November 7th.
I suppose it's useless for me to ask you, beg you, please don't go down there.
Oh, I have to go, my darling. I've got to get the paper out.
They'll try to kill you, you know that.
Yes, I know it. But I also know that they can't kill what I stand for. All over the country, the Friends of Freedom are interested in this fight. We can't surrender now.
What satisfaction will there be for me knowing that your ideals live on while you...
Darling, there are certain things that are more important than our own lives. The things which make our own lives worth living. I'm no hero. I'm just an ordinary person who believes that there's no point in being an American. There's no point in being a man unless this country lives in freedom. If I denied that belief, I wouldn't deserve to be your husband. You know it. There'd be no happiness, no peace for either of us.
All right, Elijah. If that's what you believe, then I can't change you. But I'm going with you.
No, Celia, you can't.
Wherever you are, I want to be.
I've made this fight against your wishes, against your better judgment, yet you've stood by me no matter what you felt or what you believed. But I can't let you do this. The risk's too great, Celia.
No matter what the risk, no matter what I believe, a wife's place is by her husband's side, and that's where I intend to be. I'm going with you, Elijah, and nothing you can say can stop me. I'm determined too, Elijah.
We've got to stop Lovejoy from printing that filthy sheet of his, and we've got to stop him now.
That's right. We can't let him get away with his radical talk any longer.
Destroy his press. Burn his warehouse. They've got the warehouse gone. Yeah, but there's only 5 or 6 men at most. We got 30.
And we got guns and we can shoot them.
We gotta get that Lovejoy. We gotta prove to him that guns know what talk. They talk louder than words. Guns that'll stop his words. Yeah, that's it.
Kill Lovejoy. That's the only way to stop him.
Kill Lovejoy. And you're with me, men. Show him what we're doing. His war talk is being heard all over the country. He's getting people inflamed and excited everywhere.
There's only one way.
Kill him and silence him once and for all.
All right.
Do we do it now, or do we let Lovejoy go on printing his rotten paper? We'll do it now.
Here's the headline, Joe. Free men arise, death to slavery. And the subhead, our forefathers fought for liberty, so must we.
If we print that, Mr. Lovejoy, this press will go into the river like all the others.
Just the same. Go ahead and print it. Where's the rest of that copy, Celia?
Right here, darling.
Ready, Joe?
Sure, Mr. Lovejoy.
All right, let's get on with the editorial. The Declaration of Independence.
Elijah.
Lovejoy. Yes, Lovejoy. There's a mob of men out there. They're armed and they're surrounding the warehouse. What should we do?
Lovejoy, we want you to come out of there. We're holding our fire for 1 minute. If you ain't out by then, we're coming in.
Elijah.
Oh, Celia, I should never have let you come. Now I've no choice but to yield.
Not because of me.
Yes, Celia, those men out there are desperate men. They have guns. They mean to use them. Your life's in danger here. That's all my fault. I won't let you take the risk. I'll go out.
Elijah, once you said you were not afraid to die. Then neither am I.
Celia.
If those men out there are the ones you're fighting, if mob violence and hate and destruction are your enemies, then I understand at last what you've been fighting for. Elijah, go on with your editorial.
I'm giving you one last warning, Lovejoy. You better come out.
You're not going out, Elijah. You're going to show them that not even guns can stop you.
Celia, you're wonderful.
Callahan, return that fire. But shoot over their heads. We don't want any bloodshed.
I'll tell the boys.
All right, Joe, once again. The Declaration of Independence said to the people of this nation, the whole world, we hold these truths to be self-evident. All men are created equal. They are endowed by their Creator. Life, liberty.
They can't shoot. They haven't hit one of us yet. Hey, you, Gus, Bill, Lem, get around there behind that warehouse and heave in some of them flaming faggots. Set it afire. You bet, Jake. And the rest of you keep shooting tight.
The final word of that declaration, with a firm reliance in the protection of divine providence, we mutually pledge to each other our lives, our fortunes, and our sacred honor. And where is our sacred honor today if we submit meekly and timorously to evil?
Lovejoy! Macklin's been killed.
Oh, how terrible.
What about the others?
Two are bad hurt. We can't hold out much longer.
There's no use going on.
There's every use in going on. That's just what that mob out there wants to stop you, but they can't.
I'm thinking of you, see, of your safety.
Please, if you love me, Elijah, go on.
You're very brave. All right, Callahan, keep firing.
All right.
Let's go on, Joe. Ready?
Yes.
In the preamble to the Constitution of the United States, it is written, we, the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish...
No use, Lovejoy. We can't go on. They fired the warehouse. There's nothing to do but surrender. It's suicide to go on. Suicide for all of us.
We've got to fight on.
No, Celia. Callahan's right. There's no use going on. They've trapped us. I've got to go out with them.
No, you mustn't.
It's my fight, but I've got to finish it my way.
Come on out, Lovejoy. We've got to finish up. Come on out.
Elijah, I can't bear to have him.
Are you coming out, Lovejoy, or is you?
You've been very brave, Celia.
It's you that's made me brave, darling. Without you.
And we've got to go on being brave, both of us. The fight didn't begin with us. It won't end with us.
This is your last chance, Lovejoy.
I'm going out to them, darling.
Yes.
I love you. I love you so very much. Remember that. Always.
It's about time, Lovejoy.
There's no use continuing your useless murder, gentlemen. You succeeded?
You bet we've succeeded, and that ain't all.
Once again, you've succeeded in suppressing freedom of speech.
Oh, what's that? We thought you'd learned your lesson, Lovejoy, but I guess you're slow to learn. Big bullets to learn here. How many times we've gone on and on with you, once and for all.
Do you really believe that guns can suppress freedom of speech?
We can certainly suppress you, and that's all we're after.
If you believe that in suppressing me, you suppress the beliefs and the ideals for which I stand, then I pity your ignorance.
What's the use of letting him go on talking? Why don't we get it over?
Let me say this one thing. If preaching the gospel of freedom is a crime in this land, then I'm a criminal and I'm ready to die. Other men have died for that same gospel. And God willing, there'll be men who come after me, willing to die.
Let him have it, Jake. As long as you're ready, Mr. Lovejoy.
I'm ready.
So be it.
So died the Reverend Elijah Parrish Lovejoy. In the halls of Congress, an ex-president of the United States, John Quincy Adams, rises to speak.
Elijah Lovejoy is the first American martyr to the freedom of the press and the freedom of the slave.
And in the years that went by, the gospel of freedom that Lovejoy had preached would spread through the land. And in that same state of Illinois, an obscure small-town lawyer arose and spoke that he was a future president of the United States, and his name was Abraham Lincoln, and he fired the imaginations of men with these immortal words.
If we could first know where we are and whither we are tending, we could better judge what to do and how to do it. A policy has been initiated with the avowed object and confident promise of putting an end to slavery agitation. Under that policy, that agitation has not only not ceased, but has constantly augmented. In my opinion, it will not cease until a crisis shall have been reached and passed. A house divided against itself cannot stand. I believe this government cannot endure permanently, half slave and half free.
As Elijah Lovejoy gave his life for freedom, so did Abraham Lincoln give his life for freedom. The Union was saved, and this nation did endure, all free. Today, the freedom Lovejoy fought for, freedom of the press, is increasingly denied as the enemies of all human liberty march to victory after victory. And under the threat of a world half slave and half free, let us renew again the pledge of Lincoln, and let us once more highly resolve that government of the people, by the people, and for the people shall not perish from the earth. Franchot Tone and Gail Patrick, soon to be seen in MGM's Love Crazy, as well as the author of today's drama, Robert E. Sherwood, joined the Free Company under chairmanship of James Boyd, contributing their services without payment. Lee Stevens composed and conducted an original musical score. The Free Company producer is Charles Vanda. To the Screen Actors Guild and to the American Federation of Radio Artists and to the Columbia Network, all of whom have combined to make this series possible, to all these people, with a word of a special thanks to Irving Reese, who directed. This is Burgess Meredith offering the sincere thanks of the Free Company.
All those who enjoyed Mr. Sherwood's play this afternoon will be glad to know that a complete copy of the broadcast has been printed for distribution to listeners. For 10 cents, the cost of printing and mailing, you may receive your copy. Write to the Free Company in care of the Columbia Broadcasting System, New York City. Copies of subsequent Free Company plays will be made available each week as the series goes on. Next week at this time, the Free Company presents One More Free Man by James Boyd, with an all-star cast including Alan Dinehart, Betty Field, Elia Kazan, Margot, Dorothy McGuire, and Lionel Stander, and will be directed by Norman Corwin, with music by Bernard Herrmann. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is the story. Stories of people, of nations, of the world, of yesterday and today, and the meaning they hold for tomorrow.
Now, I'm an ordinary guy, any American you want to name. The fact that I'm a radio announcer doesn't matter for the moment. I've got a story I want you to hear, a story that I think is important to both of us, to you overseas and to me on the home front. Here's why I think it's important. Here are my reasons. Now, you know that in the United States, you can walk to the corner newspaper stand and take your own choice of various newspapers. You know, too, they're likely to disagree with each other in their views, and some of them are likely to disagree with the administration in power. We take that for granted. Still, you don't get arrested for buying the paper you want, and no publisher gets arrested for printing it. Even in the midst of a tough war, we allow so much freedom of criticism that sometimes it worries people from other countries. But we know it's our strength. Better allow this freedom, better even have it abused at times, than to let one group of people decide what's to be printed and what we should think. We've seen where that can land, in Germany and Japan. Now, this particular freedom wasn't won in America without some pretty hard fights, and that's what our story is about today. This is the story of one of the most crucial and important of those struggles.
The Freedom of the Press, with Raymond Edward Johnson as Andrew Hamilton. On the village green in Eastchester, near New York City, an election is held. A printer, John Peter Zenger, publishes the truth about the election. He keeps on publishing the truth The authorities don't like it. They clamp him in jail. There is the beginning of a battle. A long battle that won for America freedom of the press. For in the words of Governor Morris,
Andrew Hamilton's defense of Zenger in 1735 was the germ of American freedom, the morning star of that liberty which later revolutionized America.
It was good of you to accept this case, Mr. Hamilton.
In view of the fact that I'd retired from practice to nurse this infernal gout.
Others were closed. It was good of you to accept this case, Mr. Hamilton.
In view of the fact that I'd retired from practice to nurse this infernal gout. There's more of it. However, there's a saying that when a neighbor's house is on fire, we must look to our own. Certainly the fact that you and Smith were disbarred for taking the case of this man Zenger is enough to whip every advocate in the colonies into action.
Yours was the only door that opened to us. The others were closed by the influence of Governor Cosby.
I understand that Zenger is being represented by Councilor Chambers.
Cosby's man.
And the justices, Delancey and Phillips?
Cosby's.
And I dare say the jury has been well intimidated to make it a pretty thorough travesty on justice.
The jury has been instructed to find a verdict agreeable with the opinions of the court.
What a farce. Pretty a mess of legal mud as ever smeared a court. Oh, we're almost there. Give me the details quickly.
Well, when Governor Cosby took office in 1732, he immediately dismissed the People's Court and established his own. With the law in his own pocket, he was able to cheat, swindle, and rob at leisure. We lawyers banded together against him and financed Peter Zenger's newspaper.
Aye.
We wrote articles. Now, here's one quoted in the indictment which had the whole city of New York laughing at Cosby. Listen. We see men's deeds destroyed, judges arbitrarily displaced, new courts erected without consent of the legislature, by which it
seems to me that trials by jury are taken away when the governor pleases. Men of known estate denied their votes and altogether put upon and tyrannized. Aye, friends, that's a tidy bit, but there's more yet. Listen. Removing to New Jersey as a means of escaping these complaints would be leaping from the frying pan into the fire. For both provinces
The people of the city of New York think, as matters now stand, that their liberties and properties are precarious, and that slavery is like to be forced upon them and their posterity if past injustices are not corrected and future injustices avoided. Hear, hear! Let Governor Cosby swallow that as easily as he swallowed up our freedom. Here's more stuff to choke our esteemed governor. A supreme governmental authority injures the whole of his people if he evades or suffers the law to be evaded. In such a suppression and evasion, that supreme authority does attack the government and bring in an arbitrary power and is an enemy and a traitor to his country. Right, that's right.
By His Excellency William Cosby, Captain General and Governor-in-Chief of the Province of New York, a proclamation. Hear ye, hear ye. Whereas, by the contrivance of some evil persons in the printed newspaper entitled the New York Weekly Journal, containing the freshest advices, foreign and domestic, have been caused to print and publish divers scandalous, virulent, false, and seditious reflection upon His Majesty's government by John Peter Zenger as printer, this proclamation is issued, promising a reward of £50 to such persons as shall discover the author or
Reward.
authors
Proclamation.
of the said
By
scandalous,
my
virulent,
blood,
and
Delancey, what
seditious
good are these
reflections
rewards and proclamations?
under my hand
No one claims the first or listens to the latter.
I beg you, sir, be patient. Soon we will act against Zenger.
God save the king.
God save me from stupid blunderers like you, Delancey. I told you a month ago to arrest Zenger.
The man is innocent. He has merely printed these things. It was not his hand that penned them.
No, but by heaven, if Zenger is jailed, there'll be no one to publish these outrageous stories. I want Zenger thrown into the deepest, darkest dungeon in the city.
You're under arrest for treason by order of the governor.
I want his presses broken up and thrown into the Hudson. Tear his place apart.
His lawyers, James Alexander and William Smith.
Disbar them. Keep them away from Zenger at any
James
price.
Alexander and William Smith, for having signed exceptions in the name of John Peter Zenger, are excluded from any further practice in this court, and their names are struck out off the rolls of attorneys of this court. Signed, the Honorable James Delancey, Chief Justice.
Well, that's the complete story, Mr. Hamilton. Zenger was kept in jail for 6 months without being allowed to consult the law. However, I've prepared this brief for you. Ah, here, we're stopping.
Aye. And there's a goodly crowd about. I can see that the people realize the importance of this trial.
Oh, they do. Zenger wrote articles on the subject during his imprisonment and smuggled them out to his wife, who printed them.
Ah, that's a grand thing. Open the door to me, Mr. Alexander, and mind my foot.
Here you are.
Hey, look. Aye, it's Hamilton, and I've come to defend Peter Zenger.
Process of the law against him the same ought to be done to answer
Which
to
of the
our
wigs is the
said law
so-called
the king,
defense attorney Chambers?
outlined in the premises, etc.
That's he over there.
To this information, the defendant has pleaded not guilty, and we are ready to prove it.
Will the counsel for the defense answer?
He's going to answer the information.
May it please your honors, a great allowance should be made for what men speak or write. In all libels, there must be some person so clearly pointed out that no doubt remains as to who is meant.
There speaks Cosby himself.
I am in the hopes that the prosecuting attorney will fail in his proof as to this point.
Bah!
Who is that? Come before the court.
I? With the greatest of pleasure.
Did you wish to address the court, Mr. Hamilton?
May it please your honors, I'm concerned in this cause on the part of Mr. Zenger, the defendant, and I do
You
wish...
cannot interest yourself in the cause here being reviewed without the consent of the defendant. Mr. Zenger has already engaged Mr. Chambers as advocate.
Sirs, I'm of the opinion that Mr. Zenger will offer no objection to my interest when I say that I came here from Philadelphia at the request of James Alexander. No objection, I presume? Then I can proceed. I do, for my client, confess and admit that he both printed and published the 2 newspapers set forth in the charges.
Did the court clerk enter that admission?
Yes, Your Honors.
Then, if Your Honor pleases, since Mr. Hamilton has admitted the guilt of his client in printing and publishing these libels, I think the jury must be directed to find a verdict for the king.
Not so, Mr. Attorney. There are 2 sides to that bargain. I have pleaded guilty to the publishing and printing. I plead not guilty to the charge of libel. The mere publishing and printing of a paper does not make libel. You have to do more in order to prove your case. You must prove that the statements printed were libelous. That is, false, seditious, and scandalous as charged.
If these statements in these papers are not libels, I don't know what a libel is. Listen. Trials by jury are taken. Men of known estate denied their votes and altogether put upon and tyrannized. And here is more. That supreme authority does attack the government and bring in an arbitrary power and is an enemy and traitor to his country. The government of His Excellency is too sacred to be subjected to these gross libels.
May it please your honors, I'm ready to affirm that the government is a sacred thing. But I differ from the attorney when he insinuates that the just complaints of a number of men suffering from misrule are a libel against the offending government. Had I believed that to be the law, I should not have given the court the trouble of hearing anything I might say in this cause.
The case before the court is whether Mr. Zenger is guilty of libeling His Excellency the Governor of New York and indeed the whole administration of the government. Mr. Hamilton has confessed the printing and the publishing, and I think the words used are plainly scandalous and seditious. Tyranny, arbitrary power, enemy, traitor. And if such papers are not libel, I think it may be said that there is no such thing as libel.
I cannot agree with Mr. Attorney, for although I freely admit the existence of such a thing as libel, I insist that my client has committed none. I noticed just now that Mr. Attorney, in defining libel, made use of the words scandalous and seditious. But whether by design or oversight, he omitted the word false.
I don't think I omitted the word false. But regardless of that, a libel is a libel, whether true or not.
Again, I must differ with Mr. Attorney. The information to which we have pleaded not guilty is the printing of a certain false, malicious, seditious, and scandalous libel. The word false must have some meaning, or else how came it there? I hope Mr. Attorney will not say he put it there by chance, because I intend to prove that without the word false, this cause is not valid.
May it... Continue.
It is a falsehood that makes a scandal, and both together make the libel. To show the court that I am in good earnest and to save the court's time and Mr. Attorney's trouble, I will agree that if he can prove the words to be false, I'll admit them to be scandalous, seditious, and a libel. So the work seems to be somewhat shortened, and Mr. Attorney has only to prove the words false in order to make us guilty.
We have nothing. We have nothing to prove. You have confessed the printing and publishing. But if it were necessary to prove, and I insist it is not, how can we prove a negative?
I did not expect to hear in an experienced court of law that a negative cannot be proved. If a man is charged with murder and proves the victim to be alive and happy, he has proved a negative. However, we will save the attorney this trouble also. And we'll prove that those very papers that are called libels are true in every word.
You cannot be admitted, Mr. Hamilton, to give the truth of a libel in evidence. A libel cannot be justified, for it is a libel whether true or not.
I am sorry that the court has so soon decided the point. I had expected to be heard on the subject. I have not in all my life met with an authority which says we cannot give the truth in evidence during a libel cause.
The law is clear that you cannot justify a libel.
I know that. May it please Your Honor to be so. But we have a plain authority in the judgment on the case of John de Northampton, in which it was said, et quia praedictus Johannes cognovit dictam litteram per se scriptam Roberto de Ferrer, cui este consilio regis, qua littera continet in se nullum veritate, etc. Now, sir, by this judgment it appears the libelous words were utterly false, which made it a crime. The falsehood made the crime. And is that not what we contend in this case? Do not we insist that the falsehood makes the scandal and both make the libel? How can it be known whether Zenger's printing was libelous, that is, false or true, unless we are allowed to prove them true, since the attorney will not undertake to prove them false? In the case of Fuller against the Crown, that great man, Lord Chief Justice Holt, laid down the rule that he who will take upon himself to write things, it lies upon him to prove them at his peril. Now, sir, we have acknowledged the printing and publishing of those papers set forth in the charges, and we are ready to prove them true at our peril.
There will be a short adjournment. Mr. Attorney, will you come to my chambers, please? Mr. Attorney, before adjournment of the court, you heard what Mr. Hamilton said concerning the validity of false or true statements as pertaining to libel. What do you say to it?
The law, in my opinion, is very clear. The defendant cannot be permitted to justify a libel. The matter seems very plain, and I submit it to judgment.
Mr. Hamilton, the court is of the opinion you ought not to be permitted to prove the truth of the statements called libelous.
May it please Your Honor.
Mr. Hamilton, the court have delivered their opinion, and we expect you will use us with good manners. You are not to be permitted an argument against the opinion of the court.
With submission, sir, I have seen the practice in very great courts and never heard it on manner.
After the court have declared their opinion, it is not good manners to insist upon a point in which you've been overruled.
I will say no more at this time. It is easily seen that the court is against us in this point.
Use the court with good manners, and you shall be allowed all the liberty you can reasonably desire.
I thank Your Honor. Then, gentlemen of the jury, it is to you we must now appeal. We are to prove. You are honest and lawful men. The fact you have liberty of giving evidence is the strongest evidence of guilt.
Mr. Hamilton!
So it follows that you 12 men must understand the words used in these newspapers to be false, or else we are not guilty of libel.
No, Mr. Hamilton, no. The jury must find that Zenger printed and published those papers and leave it to the court to decide whether they are libelous.
But, and it please Your Honor...
You know this procedure is common. It is in the nature of a special verdict where the jury may leave the matter of the law to the court.
Aye, sir. I know that the jury may do so, but I likewise know that they may do otherwise. That they may do otherwise. The judgment of the court renders juries useless. It is true that in times past it was a crime to speak truth, and many brave and worthy men suffered for so doing. Yet even in those bad times, a great and good man durst say what I hope will not be taken amiss of me to say in this place. To wit, the practice of information for libels is a sword in the hands of a wicked king and an errant coward to cut down and destroy the innocent.
Pray, Mr. Hamilton, have a care what you say. Don't go too far. I don't like the liberties you take.
All men agree that we are governed by the best of kings, and I cannot see the meaning of Mr. Attorney's caution. We know His Majesty's gracious intention towards his subjects. He desires no more than that his people in the colonies be kept to their duty and allegiance to the crown of Great Britain. But will anyone say that this aim is effected by a governor setting his people by the ears, plaguing and plundering the rich and poor alike? The commission which governors bear deserves reverence and submission. But when a governor departs from duty and acts as though his were the powers and honors of a royal hand, the people must inquire into that power.
Another outburst of this unseemly disturbance, and I shall clear the court.
Sirs, power alone will not make a man beloved. And I have heard it said that the man who was neither good nor wise before his being made a governor never mended upon reaching that exalted rank, but generally has been observed to become worse. And the more such men consider themselves out of reach of that law, the more wicked and cruel they are. I wish I could say there are no illustrations of that this day. It must be agreed to by all men that while they keep within the bounds of truth, they should with safety speak and write their sentiments of the men in power, whose conduct affects the liberty or property of the people. Were this denied, the next step is slavery. Mr. Attorney has insisted that the government is a sacred thing. Still a more sacred thing. Every day I see men delving into the Bible. So we may, but must take care what he says of the governor. The danger is great if we put too much credulity into this court. A proper confidence is commendable, but the verdict must be yours and not referred to the discretion of others. Much depends upon this. A loss of liberty to a generous mind is far more deadly than death. Loves his country, prefers its liberty to all other considerations, knowing that without liberty, life is misery. The question before the court and before you, gentlemen of the jury, is not of small or private concern. It is not the cause of a poor printer, nor of New York alone, or printer, nor of New York alone, or printer, nor of New York alone, or printer, nor of New York. It is the cause of liberty. Your upright conduct and just verdict this day will entitle you to the love and esteem of your fellow citizens.
And every man who prefers freedom to a life of slavery will bless and honor you as men who have baffled an attempt of tyranny and secured for us and our posterity that to which nature and the laws of our country have given us a right. The liberty both of exposing and opposing arbitrary power by speaking and writing truth.
Order! Quiet! Bailiff, get order in this court. Gentlemen of the jury, the great pains Mr. Hamilton has taken to show how little regard juries are to pay to the opinions of the judges is done, no doubt, with the design that you should take but little notice of what I say on this occasion. I shall therefore only observe to you that, as the deed is confessed, the only thing that can come before you is whether the act makes a libel. And that is a matter of law, which you may leave to the court. You may withdraw to consider your verdict.
Is the jury agreed upon a verdict?
We are.
Have you found John Peter Zenger guilty of printing and publishing?
We find the defendant, John Peter Zenger, not guilty.
Raymond Edward Johnson, whom you've just heard is Andrew Hamilton, recently finished a long run on Broadway as Thomas Jefferson, so he's well up on his civil liberties. Ray, I certainly did enjoy your performance in this story we've just heard.
Thank you very much. I liked the role.
I understand that the play was based on actual court records, Ray.
Yes, that's right. All the words have been preserved, and they're mighty important for us right now. Not just in a domestic way, but also in an international way.
Just what do you mean by that, Ray?
Well, we all know now that one of the first steps of a would-be dictator is to seize control of the press and radio. We saw it with Mussolini and Hitler, and we saw it in Japan. We saw it in Japan. We saw it in Japan. We saw it in Japan, an old country that he can whip the minds of his people into fanaticism and brutal aggression. There was a time when the press and radio seemed like domestic problems that every country had a right to settle in its own way. Many felt that if Hitler wanted to shackle the German press, it was Germany's worry and not ours. Well, we know now that it can't ever again be thought of as a purely internal matter. It's everybody's problem because it affects the peace of the world. I know that in the United States, people are beginning to talk a good deal now about worldwide freedom of news. And I'm sure many of you in the armed forces are talking about it, too. It's one of those things that we're pretty sure we ought to have, only we're not sure just how to get it. It's one thing to say we want people everywhere to have access to the facts, but putting it into effect is quite a different matter. Well, certainly I don't know the answer, but I know many are trying to find it, and that's the first step. Here's another of those crucial problems in international relations that is going to call for an awful lot of hard thought and patient work. It's another of those problems we'll have to think through if we're to meet the challenge we face of making a world where peace is secure.
Thank you, Raymond Edward Johnson. You've been listening to The Freedom of the Press, another program in the important radio series, This is the Story, broadcast for men and women in the American Armed Forces in every class for men and women in the American Armed Forces in every class for men and women in the American Armed Forces. Tune in next week to This is the Week to This is the Week to This is the Week to. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service. Radio Service.
Human Adventure.
Presented by the Mutual Broadcasting System with the University of Chicago for America's radio audience.
These evenings, through science and scholarship, enter with us upon a new search toward the fuller understanding of our universe, ourselves, and our society.
Our host is Meredith Wilson of the Department of History of the University of Chicago.
Our story is the story of man's search for knowledge, which is science, his search for wisdom, which is scholarship, the adventure in ideas, which is the human adventure. This day, from a recent work of historical scholarship, new light on the economic and political beginnings of a new nation.
This hour, a study of revolution.
Seems a bit unfair to me.
I suppose one could say so, but we're part of a great empire. Really, it's not so serious as you would have me believe.
No, perhaps not. Yet I feel imposed upon.
Come now, you mustn't grumble so, or we'll put you down for a crank.
I'm no crank. I'm a perfectly good, law-abiding subject of the British Empire.
So help me, my friend. I don't question your loyalty.
I should hope not. No one knows better than I do. Here in the colonies, we draw our strength from Britain. Yet I do feel we are being treated rather shabbily. Crank or no crank, I say it seems a bit unfair.
How long are we to bear such injustice? It rankles my very soul to think about it.
Easily, my friend, easily. Would you have us take you for a radical?
Take me for what you will. I've had my fill, and I intend to speak my mind. This is no longer the Dark Ages. This is 1762.
Be calm now. Be calm. We are all linked together in a profitable chain of dependence. The colonies, with our parent England, form a beautiful whole, and together we shall all make our fortune.
If fortunes are to be made, let them be made for us and not for England. Let us have our independence.
Independence? You are a radical.
Burn it down! Burn the house down! Give the scoundrel a taste of our independence!
Listen to me, men! Listen to me! This is the house of an honorable agent of the king.
This is the house of a sneaking tax collector. This is the house of a nation of tyranny. Burn it down! Burn it down, I say!
Hear me! Hear me! Are you without respect for the law? Are you without respect for the crown? Have you no respect for your own mother country?
Show your mettle, men. You afraid of your shadows? Let them know what it is to be an American. Burn the house! Burn it down!
Burn it down! Burn the house down!
Burn!
Burn!
Burn! Burn! Burn! Burn!
They tell us, sir, that we are weak, unable to cope with so formidable an adversary. But when shall we be stronger?
Will it be the next week or the next year? Will it be when we are totally disarmed and when a British guard shall be stationed in every house? Shall we gather strength by irresolution and inaction? The battle, sir, is not to the strong alone. It is to the vigilant, the active, and the brave. Besides, we have no choice. There is no retreat but in submission and slavery. Our chains are forged. Their clanking may be heard on the plains of Boston. The war is inevitable, and let it come. I repeat it, sir. Let it come.
Patrick Henry made that speech in 1775. But many of his countrymen considered him a Virginia hothead and failed to share his joy in the prospect of conflict. Why, then, should the bloody struggle be welcomed? What are the causes of the American Revolution? Tonight, we dramatize the struggle of the 13 American colonies for independence from the British Empire, as told by John C. Miller in his study of the origins of the American Revolution.
And now, our host for the human adventure, Meredith Wilson of the Department of History of the University of Chicago.
World War II is ended, and we have victory without peace. The cries for independence are heard from colonial peoples around the world. The dictators may be dead, but tyranny lives wherever men are taxed without consent or forced to yield obedience to alien peoples. In such a crisis, this country, as the world's strongest power, must face the persisting question of empire and colonial peoples. A university is concerned with the problems of history, problems which involved revolution and empire. Tonight we turn to the story of our fathers, who fought for the principle that all governments derive their just powers from the consent of the governed. Our struggle for freedom in 1776 is the timeless struggle between despotism and democracy. For when men are moved to revolt, mere economic concessions do not satisfy them. Our unhappy generation must learn that freedom is not something to be owned, but something to be lived. We can have it only when we insist that others share it. The quest for freedom is our great human adventure.
In the year 1764, the tiny island kingdom of Great Britain has reached a new height in empire. She has secured Canada and India, and numbers among her possessions 13 colonies strung along the Atlantic seaboard of North America. Thus, the fashionable aristocracy in London, basking in the victories won in the Treaty of Paris in 1763, looks to the government of its empire, dances the newest minuet.
Egad, sir, I told him. Who is to be the master, England or the colonies?
My dear Lord Ratcliffe, I feel sure no colonial could properly answer that, eh, what?
You may feel so, Sir Henry, but you have no idea what unreasonable scoundrels these colonials may be.
Is that so? More wine for you, Lord Ratcliffe.
If you don't mind. A fine bottle, this.
You, other gentlemen, will you have some? You, sir. You've drunk precious little. Won't you join us, sir?
Thank you, no. I'm not used to such quantities of good wine.
But my word, I believe you speak with an American accent, sir.
It is not surprising, my lord, inasmuch as I am an American.
Oh, how very embarrassing.
Please understand, sir, that my comments upon the character of our colonials were not personal ones.
Am I to understand, then, Lord Ratcliffe, that you do not consider me quite so boorish as my brother colonial?
Oh, indeed not, indeed not. Not nearly so boorish. Isn't that so, Ratcliffe?
My dear fellow, some of my best friends are colonials.
You are very generous, Lord Ratcliffe.
Not at all, not at all. But come now, sir. You will agree that the American colonies are making a great deal of sound and fury about nothing.
Yes. What in the world has gotten into you chaps? You spout grievances like so many naughty school children.
Some of us feel, Sir Henry, that the schoolmaster is unjust.
Unjust? An Englishman unjust? Please, sir, be more specific or be more courteous.
Oh, very well. For a full century, the English Parliament has been channeling American trade into British coffers.
So help me, I see nothing unjust in that.
Naturally not, sir. The coffers are yours. But we are bound to resent it when you pass laws making it virtually impossible for us to trade with other nations.
Oh, upon my soul, pish tush.
By your laws, we must supply your manufacturers with raw materials.
And why not, my good fellow? It's always been so.
Moreover, your laws dictate that the American colonies purchase the fruit of Britain's factories while making it most difficult for us to establish our own.
Sound business policy. Surely you'll admit that.
Some of my countrymen are not so certain of Tory business policy.
But how perfectly impractical of them. The very size and wealth of the empire contradicts them.
The empire, sir, has been won partly by wars.
A time-honored method, I should say.
Quite so, but wars are expensive. The 7 Years' War is just now exacting its fee.
We shall devise means of paying for that. Never worry.
I do not doubt it.
Gracious man, what are taxes for?
Exactly. And whom will you tax?
You imply, sir, that there would be a large colonial tax. And I quite agree. Why should there not be? We have fought a war to save the Americans from the French and Indians. Now they must pay for that defense.
Hear, hear. What do you say to that?
I say, gentlemen, that you will be adding one more hot coal to an already smoldering fire. It's possible that you cannot now find a revolution in the colonies, but I am certain you can make one. Well, gentlemen, this is a party, and I shall make no more dreary political conversation. You will excuse me, I'm sure.
Perfectly astonishing, fellow.
Most unreasonable. Radical, perhaps. Possibly a Whig.
Quite typical of the American colonials, I should say. I didn't catch the fellow's name. Did you?
Oh, my wife mentioned it earlier this evening. I believe it was, oh, dear. He is the agent of Pennsylvania, as I remember. Franklin. Yes, that's it. Mr. Benjamin Franklin.
Revolution? No, not in the polite conversation of a London drawing room. But Mr. Franklin is a wise man, and he has detected a source of resentment. A resentment uttered later in the same year of 1764 by a shocked Virginia planter and soldier, George Washington. He says,
I've learned on good authority that Britain plans to tax us for the support of her troops among us. It is said we'll be taxed £60,000 per year.
Washington's authority is good indeed. 10,000 redcoats are sent to America. British soldiers whose presence in the colonies must be paid for. And Parliament, for the first time in its history, turns to the pockets of the colonists for revenue. In 1764, George Grenville, penny-pinching Chancellor of the Exchequer, pilots 2 laws through England's Parliament. First, the Sugar Act.
For improving the revenue of this kingdom, a duty of 3d a gallon shall be imposed on foreign molasses and on refined sugar.
That's not just another tax. By taxing molasses from which rum is made, Grenville threatens New England with ruin, strikes a blow at the economic foundations of the Middle Atlantic colonies, and at the same time opens the way for British West Indians to get rich at the expense of the American colonials. Then in 1765, another Grenville law, the Stamp Act.
To secure revenues toward the expense of defending, protecting, and securing the colonies, stamps sold by His Majesty's government must be affixed to all deeds, mortgages, inventories, college diplomas, playing cards, pamphlets, newspapers, and calendars.
Just how bad is that? Is it something to get excited about? What do the colonists think of it? They cluster in drawing rooms and taverns and on street corners and on the town commons, in Massachusetts, in Virginia, in Rhode Island, and South Carolina. Farmers, merchants, printers, mechanics, planters, the crowds gather.
Quiet! Quiet! I have something to say. I'll tell you what this Stamp Act is. A hateful project to transfer the whole property of the king's subjects in America to his subjects in Great Britain.
Take it easy, Thomas Todd. It ain't no such thing.
You defend the Stamp Act, friend? Then tell us how.
I ain't defending no one. I'm saying Thomas Todd is a hothead, and this Stamp Act ain't no more serious than a fly on a horse's today, that all it meant was 1 shilling per man in all these colonies for a whole year. Now, that's but a third of an honest day's work, and it won't hurt none of you to pay it.
Aye, my friend, but by the same power by which England can make us pay 1 shilling, In time, they can make us pay our last shilling.
We are Englishmen. We must let the Parliament lay what burdens they please on us. It is our duty to patiently bear them till they shall be pleased to relieve us.
Then why don't they tax themselves, too? Why must we colonists be the only ones?
There's a man with brains in his skull.
Brains? Is it brains to speak disloyally of king and country? Is it brains to utter treason?
Call it what you will, friend. I tell you that the Stamp Act not only threatens to fleece us of our money, it does something worse than that.
Nothing could be worse than that for you,
Stokes. But remember, I warn you now that this Stamp Act threatens more than our money. It threatens our liberty.
Big words, friend. Explain yourself.
Answer me now. Who is being taxed?
We are.
And who asked us if we wanted to be taxed? Eh? Who asked us? No one asked us, that's who. And tell me this now. Who passed this Stamp Act that taxes our money? The British Parliament did. And is there anyone in the British Parliament to stand up for us and say our say for us there? There is not. Are we properly represented in our own government? No! So what have we got? I'll tell you. Taxation without representation. And for one, I won't stand for it. We've got to protest. Is that right? We've got to protest! Protest! Protest!
Protest, they say. Is that revolution? Not yet, but closer, always closer. The colonists refuse to buy British. Patriots swear they will fight up to their knees in blood against the Stamp Act. Hatred surges into riot. Crown officers and stamp masters are chased through back alleys of America and hanged in effigy. But it is not yet revolution. And in 1766, as the American boycott takes effect and British merchants look to their pockets, Parliament repeals the obnoxious Stamp Act. A clerk in the British Treasury Office makes a notation.
Debit, £631 9 shillings, representing administration and printing expenses for revenue stamps unused.
The Stamp Act is gone. The British are making concessions. The British are appeasing the colonists. But the seeds of revolution are still there. Each man with a grievance is one more such seed. Each man like this merchant.
At first, I didn't complain about the navigation acts that forced me to trade with Britain and Britain only. You could always get around them with a little smuggling. But now, Grenville has clamped down on smuggling. He has made paper money illegal and tried to drain us of hard money. I wonder now, why should our trade be restricted? Why should I let a British merchant profit from my work?
Each man with a grievance is a seed of revolution.
I'd like to have been an iron worker like my father. But in 1750, Britain prohibited erection of any new mills in the colonies. So I can't get the job I want.
Each man with a grievance, one more seed.
Parliament is restricting our trade and ruining our manufacturing. And now the last straw, they're robbing us of our political liberty. I say that all men have a natural right to life, liberty, and property.
Each man, one more seed.
To me, the absurdity of absurdities is that these paltry fellows who have jockeyed, fought, and pandered their ways in the House of Commons should regard themselves as representatives of Virginians or Pennsylvanians whom they have never seen. And our taxes support them.
In that discontent, there is enough ill will and enough malice to start a fight. But it takes two to make a fight. Where American colonies grumble their grievances against the British protest against the colonies. For every American who said no taxation without representation, there was an Englishman who said,
"A country which we cannot tax is a country not subject to us. You colonials are English subjects. It is therefore perfectly within the rights and duties of Parliament to demand taxes from you."
For every American who complained of a domineering British Parliament, there was an Englishman who said,
"The supremacy of the British legislator must be complete, entire, and unconditional. To allow otherwise would weaken us all, including the colonies."
For every American who called upon the principle of natural law and natural rights to defend his views, There was an Englishman who said,
An American rioter and rebel thinks he can perjure himself at the customs house to tar and feather government customs officers. But the laws of nature, which give these surprising rights to American rioters, give no such right to the king's officers to strike back.
For every American who cursed the British and shouted for blood, there was an Englishman who said,
Patriots, sons of liberty, poppycock, merely a few self-seeking rabble-rousers. Catch and hang those few and all will be quiet over there.
Is it revolution then? Not yet. Not just yet. But gradually, year by year, the kindling is piled higher. In 1767, Parliament imposes the townshend duties on window glass, on lead, on paints, on paper, and on tea. Tea is a short word. Tea is a common, harmless drink. But in 1773, tea becomes a bigger word. It becomes a great issue. And here is how it happens. In 1773 in London, Lord North, the British Tory leader, calls his advisers to a meeting.
Gentlemen, I have called you this night to discuss the question of tea.
Tea. I wish I'd never heard the word.
You forget, sir, that the tax on tea is the source of great revenue to His Majesty's government.
Let me, sir, I forget nothing of the sort. I only wish to know why these accursed Americans object so to the tea tax. It's not they who are taxed, it's the East India Company.
You are naive, Raycliffe. The Americans are entirely aware that the revenue derived from the tax on tea is used to support our troops and civil service in the colonies. The colonists unjustly, I feel, regard this as an infringement of their liberty.
Scurvy pack of troublemakers.
Be that as it may, Sir Henry, I believe I have hit upon a solution.
I should be amazed if that be true, Lord North.
Hear me out. First, you're aware that the East India Company has again fallen on evil days. Millions of pounds of tea stand unsold in their warehouses in India. Now, this is an unhappy state of affairs for the government. An obvious danger to our treasury.
Of course the tea rots unsold. The Dutch are smuggling tea into the colonies and underselling the East India Company.
Then our only recourse is to reduce the tea tax in order that our tea may be sold more cheaply.
Not at all, my dear Sir Henry. I have a better means. I simply propose that we allow the East India Company to sell its tea directly to the Americans. I propose that we no longer require that company to sell the tea to merchants here in England who have always then resold it to the Americans. I propose simply that we eliminate the middleman.
Lord North, I congratulate you, sir. You are a wizard, sir.
Clever, most clever. Even the Dutch smugglers will be undersold. Deucedly clever.
Still, however, there is a question unsolved. The Americans will continue to object to the tax for the same reason they have objected before.
The Americans object to the tax on the ground that it interferes with their liberty. And liberty, sir, bothers a man less when his purse is enlarged.
I have heard that 1 million Americans drink tea twice a day. Make it easier and cheaper for them to have their tea, and patriotism will wither.
Very good. Right.
Who would have thought that tea would be the key to domestic peace? Astonishing, wouldn't you say?
No, very sorry, Tory gentlemen. Peace is not the word. True, the colonists now actually pay less for tea than do the English themselves, but fear of monopoly, fear of stolen liberty, these things are not killed by low prices. Patriotism does not wither. Cheap tea does not sweeten colonial bitterness. Instead, in America, men talk like this.
Americans, do not suffer yourself to sip the accursed duty tea. For if you do, the devil will enter you, and you will instantly become a traitor to your country.
Beware the East India Company.
It's a trick, that's what it is. What the Parliament couldn't fleece from us by taxes, the Crown will take from us by monopoly. I'll buy no British tea, not I.
There are 3 shiploads of their foul tea in Boston Harbor. And you know what I say? I say let them go back to India with him. Let them take it back where it came from.
Is that what you say? I say differently. Of their tea tax and their tricks. I say, let's throw the tea overboard. Let's dump the stuff into the salt water.
On the night of December 16th, 150 Bostonians disguised as Indians creep quietly to the sides of the tea ships in the harbor.
Who goes there?
Indians!
Then be gone. You can't come aboard this ship. Here, what's going on here? I tell you, you can't board this ship.
Board the ships, men. Board the ships.
Here, you! There's British goods aboard this ship. You can't do this. What do you think you're doing? Get off here! Get off!
To the tea, men. Find the tea. Into the water with it. Dump it all. Down with the Tories, men. Down with the king. Show your spirit. Find every chest of tea aboard. That's the boys. There's the first one.
You can't do this. This is treason. It's treason.
Get it all, men. Every last chest of it. Every last chest of it.
This is treason. You'll all hang. This is treason, I
say. Treason is a bigger word than tea. He who commits treason is disloyal. He who is disloyal is a rebel. He may not be a rebel with a gun. The guns come later. But there is still time for the worried British General Gage to write to his superiors in London.
If you think 10,000 soldiers sufficient here, send 20. If 1 million is thought enough, send 2. You will save both blood and treasure in the end.
There's barely time for Patrick Henry to say,
"The next gale from the north will bring to our ears the clash of resounding arms. I am of the opinion, sirs, that we must fight."
Britain girds for revenge and mastery, but when she attempts to punish Boston, the other colonies unite in alarm. At a Continental Congress in Philadelphia, they pledge aid in case of an unprovoked armed clash of Bostonian and Redcoat. It's closer now, much closer. Then on the night of April 18th, 1775, a farmer sits reading in his house near Lexington, Massachusetts. His wife interrupts him.
John, I'm afraid.
Afraid of what, wife?
This wild talk, these angry men. These men who've stored the powder in the big house in town.
I helped store that powder, Elizabeth.
I know it well. You've caught the fever, too.
'Tis no fever. If a man must fight, he needs the tools to do it.
Must you fight? There is no war.
Not yet.
Not yet. Then you think there will be war?
You believe it as much as I.
Say you'll not fight, John. Please say it.
I have not fought. Yet.
John, I've hid your musket.
Hid? Foolish woman. 'Tis no time to play such pranks.
I'm afraid for you, John.
The rumor has it General Gage may march his redcoats on our town to take our powder from us.
Here? To Lexington?
Aye, here to Lexington. Wait. Quiet.
What's the matter? What do you hear?
Listen, Elizabeth. You hear? A horse. Listen.
A galloping horse.
Give me my musket, Elizabeth.
Why? Why, John?
You will hear. Listen now.
The redcoats are coming!
You hear, Elizabeth?
The war has come now. The war has come.
Where is my musket, Elizabeth? I must go now. Have faith, my wife. The time has come. Where is my musket?
Your musket is behind the chimney, John.
Now it has come. Now there is revolution. Now the 13 colonies along the Atlantic seaboard of the continent band together, call themselves the 13 United States of America. It is inevitable now that a year later a new nation shall announce to the world,
"We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, that whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or to abolish it, and to institute new government, laying its foundation on such principles and organizing its powers in such form as to them shall seem most likely to affect their safety and happiness."
The Human Adventure is jointly presented by the Mutual Broadcasting System and the University of Chicago. Selected programs are transcribed for rebroadcast by the overseas network of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Music was by Kenneth Churchill, the conductor, Robert Trendler. The script editor, in cooperation with the University of Chicago, Francis Coughlin. The writers, Velma Burke and John D. Hess. The director, Morrison Wood. 1 week from tonight, The Human Adventure will present Tyrants, A Guide to Practical Evil.
That's next week, Machiavelli.
This program has come to you from Chicago. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
The National Broadcasting Company, in conjunction with the Fund for Adult Education, presents Democracy in America by Alexis de Tocqueville.
In America, the press constitutes a singular power, so strangely composed of mingled good and evil that liberty could not live without it, and public order can hardly be maintained against it. It causes political life to circulate through all parts of the vast territory. Its eye is constantly open to detect the secret springs of political designs and to summon the leaders of all parties in turn to the bar of public opinion. It around certain principles and draws up the creed of every party. In the United States, each separate newspaper exercises but little authority, but the power of the press is second only to that of the people.
The Chief Instrument of Freedom, a study in the American press. Item 11 in the series Democracy in America, General Education of New York University, under the direction of George Probst, American historian. A series designed to bring to life the America of the 1830s, as recorded by Alexis de Tocqueville, and so to illuminate the image of democracy itself. A study in the American press, the chief instrument of freedom.
When Beaumont and I left America in 1832, the American press was on the verge of a great transition. While we were in America, daily newspapers cost 6 cents as a rule. This was too much for the working man. This sixpenny press, as it was called, was edited in the main by and for business institutions and politicians. No one of the 55 newspapers in New York had more than a circulation of 2,000 copies.
Then, suddenly, a year after we left, the great change took place. The penny press was started by the New York Sun in 1833. And what interested the 6-cent public, it did not interest the penny public. Soon there was a newspaper in the hands of every man in the city, and even of every boy old enough to read. These papers are to be found in every hotel, tavern, counting house, shop, etc. Almost every porter and drayman, while not engaged in his occupation, may be seen with a paper in his hands.
Even after we left America, we were able to follow the American press and to discover the inflated and bombastic claims of the self-confident editors of the penny press. Editors who collected all their own news and wrote the entire paper themselves, such as the celebrated Scottish-born James Gordon Bennett.
May 6, 1835. My first declaration of policy for the New York Herald, price 1 penny. In debuts of this kind, many talk of principle, political principle, party principle, as a sort of steel trap to catch the public. We openly disdain all steel traps, all principle, as it is called, all party, all politics. Our only guide shall be good, sound, practical common sense, applicable to the business and bosoms of men engaged in everyday life. We shall endeavor to record facts on every public and proper subject, stripped of verbiage and coloring, with comments, when suitable, just, independent, fearless, and good-tempered. The editors of many of the other daily newspapers are heavy speculators in Wall Street and are truly unfit by nature to come to a right conclusion upon any subject. They pervert every public event from its proper hue and coloring to raise one stock and depress another. There is no truth in them.
Every profession, of course, has its class spirit. The characteristics of the American journalist often consist in an open and coarse appeal to the passions of his readers. He abandons principles to assail the characters of individuals, to track them into private life and disclose all their weaknesses and vices. The first American newspaper over which we cast our eyes contained the following article on the President of the United States, Andrew Jackson.
In all this affair, the language of Jackson, the President, has been that of a heartless despot, solely occupied with the preservation of his own authority. Intrigue is his native element. He governs by means of corruption, and his immoral practices will redound to his shame and confusion. His conduct in the political arena has been that of a shameless and lawless gamester.
And this sort of attack is perfectly usual. Any American journalist will tell you the same, will indeed boast of it.
And why shouldn't I boast of it? In America, the press is a mighty power, and I share a little of that power.
What, sir, do you do exactly?
I'm a correspondent of one of the New York papers.
Oh, you write the letters from Washington for that paper?
Precisely so. And it's a more difficult task to write a good letter than to make a bad speech.
No doubt of that, sir. You may often be employed in making the best of a bad argument.
What do you mean, sir?
I mean by improving what has been said by a senator or representative.
Not only that, but it is we that give the cue to every argument. The representatives in Congress take up a question as they find it stated in the papers.
And it is you that govern the country.
It's the press, sir, and nothing but the press which governs free people.
But is not the press liable to error?
All human institutions are. But we have such abundant means of correcting and preventing it that it's almost impossible for us to be in the wrong. In the first place, our press has the money by which it can secure the best talents, such as me. And secondly, our people are too cool to be easily wrought into a passion. We are a calculating people.
But your papers are full of personal abuse. Do you think that an advantage?
Not exactly, but it's unquestionably a great help, a seasoning of dull editorials. Our people have so much ordinary conversation in the course of the day that if it were not for the slander contained in our newspapers, they would not be amused at all. Papers, sir, are the eating, drink, and fuel of the Americans. And on that account, they can never be too hot for them.
But very high seasoning marks a bad taste. I should think the best papers on what is called the aristocratic side would scorn personal abuse.
Quite the reverse, sir, I assure you. It's the only means of attracting notoriety and of pleasing our first people. Besides, it'd be useless to play the part of a gentleman in that respect when all the rest are blackguards. We want strength, sir, strength and nothing but strength. None of your milk and molasses productions of which a man can make neither head nor tail. If we give a man a beating, we do not want him to get up again. We go the whole hog. When we attack a man, we assail at once his moral, political, religious, and domestic relations. Every little helps, you know. Give a dog a bad name and hang him, says the proverb, and it is just so with our politicians.
Indeed, it is pitiful to see what coarse insults, what small vilifications, and what imprudent calumnies fill the journals which serve as party organs.
I have always felt that whatever the divine providence permitted to occur, I was not too proud to report.
To say nothing of the fact that an American newspaper cheerfully prints whatever eccentric notion has entered the editor's head.
The motto of the New York Hawk and Buzzard: our gossip bird shall keep a bright lookout and show the world what folly is about.
I cannot support John Quincy Adams because he has introduced the billiard table into the President's house for the amusement of its inmates and visitors, thus holding out inducements to engage in a captivating vice, departing from plain Republican manners, imitating the court etiquette of regal power, and furnishing an example to the youth of our country which I conceive can be neither too generally nor too severely reprehended.
I founded the Indianapolis Gazette 60 miles from the nearest post office in a Buckeye log cabin of one room, part of which was occupied for family residence, and the ink was put on with balls of dressed deerskin stuffed with wool.
An editor might have started as a lawyer, a preacher, or a self-educated printer. But as an editor, he's let himself in for an exciting life. If he doesn't speak his mind, people lose respect for him. If he speaks his mind too much, he's in danger of life and limb. Editors openly accuse one another of the most disgusting acts, and the pistol is an editorial accessory not infrequently used. I reckon that's why the hard-pressed newspaperman wears his hat at his desk, so as to be able to make a hurried exit.
The policy of James Gordon Bennett.
I want to make the New York Herald the great organ of social life, the prime element of civilization, the channel through which native talent, native genius, and native power may bubble up daily. I shall mix together commerce and business, pure religion and morals, literature and poetry, the drama and dramatic purity, till the Herald shall outstrip everything in the conception of man. The age of trashy novels, of more trashy poems, of more trashy quarterly and weekly literature is rapidly drawing to a close. This is the age of the daily press.
We live by our advertisements. Our advertising columns are open to the public, the whole public, and nothing but the public. We admit any advertisements of anything or any opinion from any persons who will pay the price.
The way these American editors speak of the financing of their newspapers reminds us that in America, writers are brain merchants. Literature is an industry. There is neither a classical school nor a romantic school. There is only the commercial school.
Oh, come, Beaumont.
Well, you know very well, Tocqueville, these writers will edit newspapers, pamphlets, advertisements. They sell ideas as others sell cloth. Their desk is a counter. Their artistic souls are yard goods. Each article has its price, and they will tell you exactly what a printed inspiration costs.
True, up to a point. But some of the editors of the penny press saw their newspapers as superseding all other institutions.
What is to prevent a daily newspaper from being made the greatest organ of social life? Books have had their day. The theaters have had their day. The temple of religion has had its day. A newspaper can be made to take the lead of all these in the great movements of human thought and of human civilization. A newspaper can send more souls to heaven and save more from hell than all the churches or chapels in New York, besides making money at the same time. Let it be tried.
This is a most extravagant view of the function of the press. But even in 1831, before the revolution of the penny newspapers, the American press was the general and universal literature of the country. In the whole of America, there were more than 1,200 newspapers.
Twice as many as in France and England put together.
In New York City, there were 55 newspapers, many of them weekly, but 11 of them were daily.
A very remarkable thing for a city of little over 200,000 inhabitants.
But in 1831, no one of these papers dominated the others. Not one sold as many as 2,000 copies.
The ease with which American newspapers can be established produces a multitude of them. Each cut, as competition prevents any considerable profit, persons of much capacity are rarely led to engage in these undertakings. Such is the number of the public prints that even if they were a source of wealth, writers of ability could not be found to direct them all. The journalists of the United States are generally in a very humble position, with a scanty education and a vulgar turn of mind. Idea mongers.
The editor of the New York Courier and Enquirer, James Watson Webb, was foolish enough yesterday to assault your editor in the street. In the course of the scuffle, he gave me a smart rap over the head. The fellow, no doubt, wanted to let out the never-failing supply of good humor and wit which has created such a reputation for the New York Herald, and appropriate the contents to supply the emptiness. He did not succeed, however, in rifling my ideas. My ideas in a few days will flow as fresh as ever, and he will find it so to his cost. My damage is a scratch about 3/4 of an inch in length on the third finger of the left hand, which I received from the iron railing I was forced against, and 3 buttons from my vest, which any tailor will reinstate for a 6pence. His loss is a rent from top to bottom of a very beautiful black coat, which cost the ruffian $40, and a blow in the face, which may have knocked down his throat some of his infernal teeth for anything I know. Balance in my favor, $39.94. And the admiration of my vast public.
This editor's report increased his circulation by 9,000 and was therefore satisfactory. The will of the majority is the most general of laws, and it establishes certain habits to which everyone must conform.
An editor must always be with the people, think with them, feel with them, and he need fear nothing. He will always be right, always be strong, always popular, always free. The world has been humbugged long enough by spouters and talkers and conventioners and legislators et genus omne. This is the editorial age and the most intellectual of all past ages.
Well, The claim of the press to be the prime element of civilization has some point to it. In ages of equality, every man naturally stands alone. He is easily got rid of, and he is trampled on with impunity. At the present time, an oppressed member of the community has therefore only one method of self-defense. He may appeal to the whole nation, and if the whole nation, to mankind. The only means he has of making this appeal is by the press. Thus, the liberty of the press is infinitely more valuable among democratic nations than among all others. It is the only cure for the evils that equality may produce. Equality sets men apart and weakens them, but the press places a wonderful weapon within every man's reach, which the weakest and loneliest of them all may use. Equality deprives a man of the support of his connections, but the press enables him to summon all his fellow men to his assistance.
Yes, and every printer feels his responsibility. Do you remember the 4th of July celebrations in Albany? Part of the procession included wagons and floats, and one of the most interesting and one of the most significant was the printer float.
Well, this like is the wagon of the Association of Printers and Albany Typographical Society. At the front end, we got a gilt bust of Benjamin Franklin, one of the fathers of independence.
And he spent a lot of time in France. We know something of the famous Mr. Franklin. But while recognizing that Franklin was a great man, why do you choose to carry his bust on the printer's wagon?
Because he was a printer himself, that's why. In this country, men can rise to greatness and still be proud of their old trades. Old Ben became a great man, but he was still a printer, trained. He got his education not in cloistered halls, but in front of a typecase.
Very extraordinary. And Benjamin Franklin was also a very witty author.
Well, that's what I'm telling you, gentlemen. I can see you don't quite in America.
Evidently not.
I do odd printing jobs, but I bring out a newspaper. I collect the news. I write it up and I print it. I have my views about how things should be run, and they're pretty decided views. I write them down and I print them.
So a printer is also an editor and a journalist.
That's what he is. Here's a copy of my own paper. Read over the editorials at your leisure. You'll find some of them pretty stinging, I reckon.
I'm sure we shall.
Oh, these announcements of weddings.
Oh, that's a regular thing. Don't you have them?
Certainly, but what is this motto that you have placed at the head of the column?
Yeah, it's a pretty good motto, eh?
The trap sprung, another fool caught.
My views on matrimony. I'm a confirmed bachelor.
As you please, but don't your readers object?
That's their right. An American editor is used to objections from the public. Favorite American pastime, trying to horsewhip the editor. And, of course, in some parts of the country, a lot of editors have to fight duels. Haven't fought any myself, but I have had something to do with readers objecting.
But this doesn't seem to worry you.
Why should it? If a man objects real hard, he can go and start his own paper.
In theory, yes, but can he really?
Of course he can. What do you suppose I did? It only costs a few $100, and you're in business. The power of the press, gentlemen, is accessible to everyone. Now, let's have a look at this float of ours. The object in the middle is, of course, a printing press. It's a climber press, if you're interested in such things. And the bird flying over is...
The American eagle.
Yeah, good for you.
Who is he carrying in his clothes? It looks like a bust.
It is a bust.
Of Benjamin Franklin again?
Yeah, good for you a second time. Now, you gentlemen being French, I shan't have to tell you what the scroll says in the bird's mouth.
Vérité sans peur.
Truth without fear.
Very noble sentiment, and very appropriate.
But who are the figures that support all this splendor?
On the right, the goddess of liberty, supporting the American flag.
Again, very appropriate.
Yeah. And on the left, the figure of a slave bound in chains. You'll observe the slave has burst the shackles on one arm for emancipation. That's where it'll come from, you know. And behind, there's a crown, reversed, and a broken scepter. All pretty much to the point when you know where it's supposed to be heading. All highly illustrative of the strength and universality of the power of the press.
The freedom of the press in America began with Jefferson, who was himself roasted on what he called the gridiron of the press. In countries where the doctrine of the sovereignty of the people ostensibly prevails, The censorship of the press is not only dangerous, but absurd.
Is it possible that the publication of facts, or even rumors, can have any tendency to defeat the general operation of justice? If this were true, the more utterly ignorant a man is, the fitter he is to sit as a juror. The honesty, the purity, the integrity of legal practice and decisions throughout the country are more indebted to the American press than to the whole tribe of lawyers and judges who issue their decrees. The press is the living jury of the nation.
When the right of every citizen to a share in the government of society is acknowledged, everyone must be presumed to be able to choose between the various opinions of his contemporaries and to appreciate the different facts from which inferences may be drawn. The censorship of the press and universal suffrage are two things which are irreconcilably opposed and which cannot long be retained among the institutions of the same people. Not a single individual of the millions who inhabit the United States has as yet dared to propose any restrictions on the liberty of the press.
Much of this became clear as we watched the press, both during our stay in America and later as the penny press began. Tocqueville and I were also instructed by Mr. J.G. Spencer, a most distinguished lawyer whom we met at Canandaigua in the state of New York. We asked Mr. Spencer what the influence of the press might be on public opinion.
Here in America, we enjoy all the benefits and advantages of a vicious free press. Let me answer you, Mr. Beaumont, by telling you about an editor I know who always says he makes a moral distinction between telling lies in conversation and telling lies in the newspaper, where everybody expects them.
Then we must not believe what we read in a newspaper?
In a newspaper, no. You may be deceived. In the press as a whole, things may be different. Every point of view is represented so strongly that in the midst of the lies and adrift of the truth, enlightenment through deceit, you could call it.
Under these circumstances, Mr. Spencer, does the press have any influence?
It has a great influence, but it does not exercise it in the same manner as in France. Thus, we attach very little value to the opinions of the journalist. He obtains influence only through the facts which he makes known and the turn he gives them. It's in this way that he sometimes succeeds in misleading opinion about a man or a measure.
What are the limits that you put on the liberty of the press?
Our principle in this matter is very simple. Everything in the realm of opinion is perfectly free. In America, one could every day print that a monarchy is the best of all governments. But when a journal publishes calumnies, when it gratuitously attributes culpable intentions, then it is sued and ordinarily punished with a heavy fine.
What is, in your opinion, the way to diminish the influence of the periodical press?
I am completely convinced that the most effective of all is to multiply the number of newspapers as far as possible and sue them only in extreme cases. Their power diminishes as, with us, interests are divided in 1,000 ways. There are no great centers of action.
As we have in Paris.
With us, it is almost impossible to agitate public opinion over a large area. The New York City newspapers have no more influence on us than those of the neighboring village. Another reason for the small influence obtained by journalists through the expression of their personal opinions is the ill use they put them to in the first years of the Republic. At that time, it was proved that most of them were in the pay of England. Confidence was taken away from them.
In some ways, then, the power of the press is greater in France than in America, and more dangerous for us.
After all, in America, the press is by no means all-powerful. Both Jefferson and Jackson, who is president at this very moment, were elected against the concerted advice of the press.
And yet the press in America remains so free. Is there ever a prosecution launched against it by the government?
By the government? Not since Jefferson. He instituted the freedom of the press. And it's reasonable, gentlemen. After all, it's logical.
How so?
Well, we Americans, having once admitted the doctrine of the sovereignty of the people, apply it with perfect sincerity. It was never our intention, out of elements which are changing every day, to create institutions that should last forever. And there is consequently nothing criminal in an attack upon existing laws, provided a violent infraction of them is not intended. We also believe courts of justice are powerless to restrain the abuses of the press without the loss of liberty, And that, as the flexibility of human language perpetually escapes judicial definition, offenses of this nature evade in some manner or other the long arm of the law.
Newspapers therefore become more necessary in proportion as men become more equal. To suppose that they only serve to protect freedom would be to diminish their importance. They maintain civilization. In democratic countries, newspapers frequently lead the citizens to launch together into very ill-digested schemes. But if there were no newspapers, there would be no common activity. The evil which they produce is therefore much less than that which they cure. I think that men living in aristocracies may, strictly speaking, do without the liberty of the press, but such is not the case with those who... To protect every man's personal independence, I do not trust to great political assemblies, to parliamentary privilege, or to the assertion of popular sovereignty. All these things may, to a certain extent, be reconciled with personal servitude. But if the press is free, the press is the chief democratic instrument of freedom.
You've just heard The Chief Instrument of Freedom, a study in the American press, item 11, in a series based on Alexis de Tocqueville's Democracy in America. This series, presented by the National Broadcasting Company, was prepared by the Division of General Education of New York University under the direction of George Probst, American historian. Produced in the studios of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation by Andrew Allen. Script by Lister Sinclair, music by Lucio Agostini. In America is made possible by a grant from the Fund for Adult Education as part of a general course of study of the nature of American society. For information about the use of these de Tocqueville dramatizations for study or discussion, and how to secure these new materials about American democracy at a reasonable charge, write to the American Foundation for Continuing Education, Post Office Box 749, Chicago 90, Illinois. Now, this is Ben Grauer inviting you to listen next week to The Aristocrats of Democracy, item 12, on Democracy in America. This program was pre-recorded and is an NBC Radio Network presentation.
No matter where you shop, ask for brand names, those featured on NBC Radio.
The Columbia Broadcasting System presents The Free Company.
For what avail the plow or sail or land or life if freedom fail?
Ladies and gentlemen, today CBS is proud to contribute its facilities to a new and important development in radio history, the Free Company. The Free Company is a voluntary group of distinguished American playwrights, writers, actors, and radio workers who have joined their talents to bring you this series with no compensation other than the knowledge that it may serve America. With James Boyd as national chairman, Robert E. Sherwood, chairman of the Writers' Committee, and Burgess Meredith, chairman of the Actors Division, The Free Company will present original radio plays written by its members, Maxwell Anderson, Sherwood Anderson, Stephen Vincent Benet, James Boyd, George M. Cohan, Mark Conley, Noel Green, Archibald MacLeish, Orson Welles, Elmer Rice, William Stein of them, Pulitzer Prize winners. The plays will feature America's most distinguished screen and stage stars in the leading roles. And now, Burgess Meredith for the Free Company.
This is Burgess Meredith speaking from Hollywood. The purpose of the Free Company is to present in terms as eloquent as its members can command the meaning of freedom, and to serve as a free expression of their faith in American democracy and in the basic civil rights which make it possible. Some of these plays utilize for their dramatic themes particular sections of the Bill of Rights. Others, like today's drama, will be more general in scope. For our first play in this series, Pulitzer Prize playwright William Saroyan has written The People with Light Coming Out of Them. In the cast will be John Garfield, Nancy Kelly, Eduardo Cianelli, Edmund Gwenn, William Tracy, Tim Holt. The brilliant work of these artists in motion pictures is known to all of you. When we asked William Saroyan to join the Free Company, Bill said...
Well, shut company. What do I do?
Write us a play.
Okay, when?
Now.
Right now?
Right now.
Good. What do you want this play to be about?
About the United States of America.
My favorite subject.
About why you like America.
Why? You might as well ask me why I like to breathe. What do you really want?
Well, Bill, tell us something about why you think this country is worth living and fighting for. Give us your reasons in a little play. You have reasons.
Oh, millions of them. As many reasons as there are places and people. Take California, for instance, or Texas, or New York. Take San Francisco, or Peoria. Or take any place. Rockville Center, Freeport, Merrick, Belmore, Wantagh, Seaford, Massapequa, Amityville, Lindenhurst, and Babel.
Wait a minute. Can't you sort of break that down a little?
Sure. We'll make it local. Now, look, we'll take one city block, any place, one American row of houses. Okay, now, there it is. Now, we'll take one American. Anybody. Let's take something like myself so I'll know what I'm talking about. Otherwise, anybody. Instead of being a writer, let's say this fellow's a painter. He looks at things carefully and then paints what he sees in them. Okay, now, there's one street and there's this young painter. He's standing on the corner.
What corner?
This American corner. Mm-hmm. Now, give me a typewriter and I'll go to work.
Sure, here you are. Now, you sit right down.
Thanks. Come on, old Walt Whitman. Tell us about America. Tell us about where we live, about home and the family. And Mark Twain, you tell us about it. And old Dan Boone. And 130 million people. You tell us about it.
This is a good block. I'll tell you who lives in this block. Well, in the flat below me is the old husband and the wife and their granddaughter. The old man's retired. He used to be a railroad worker. They gave him a pension about 2 years ago. Yesterday, I saw him at the corner, just kind of standing in the sun there, burned up about having no job. And he said,
"Oh, how does anybody know when a man's through? I'm not through and I never have been. As long as a man wants to work, he's not through. So I'm keeping busy. Aye, they're not going to kill me with kindness. Do you know what I'm doing now, eh? Well, it's the truth. I've got a whole setup in the basement. Aye, last week I made a little table, and this week I'm working on a chair. I've got to keep going. I've got to do things. You can hear me hammering down there now, can't you?
Is that you hammering?
Yeah. And how's it sound to you, eh? Young and vigorous?
It doesn't sound old.
I'll say it doesn't. There's plenty of people around here that can use a table or a chair or one thing or another. And I'm going to go ahead and make these things. And if they can't afford to pay for the lumber, I'll make them a present of it. I like to be making something. I don't like to sit around being an old man. Ever hear me sing while I'm working?
Yes, I believe I have.
Well, now, how does it sound? Come on now, tell me the truth.
Well, not bad at all. What is that song you keep singing all the time?
Oh, it's Dolly Day.
Is that what it is?
Ah, you mean, oh, Dolly Day, she looks so gay. I run all to hear her fairy footsteps play as she comes over the ground.
Yes. Oh.
Ah, it's my favorite, Dolly Day. It's my wee wifey's name, Dolly. Well, so long, lad.
So long, Pop. I'll be seeing you. Well, the old man and his wife, they're folks. And the girl, their granddaughter, she's a stenographer somewhere. And she goes to work every morning looking like a princess. The old man, he's Scotch. And his wife's English, with a little French. And the granddaughter's mother, she has some Spanish. That's a lot of folks. Well, I was sitting on the steps last Sunday when the girl came home from church. I never saw anything prettier. She's something like her grandfather when it comes to starting a conversation anywhere at all. She came up the street and started talking from about 10 yards away.
Hello. You're the man who's taken the flat upstairs, aren't you? No, it seems funny not hearing a lot of noise up there anymore. There were 5 growing kids in the family that moved out just before you moved in, and, gee, they sure used to have a lot of fun. Gosh, it's a beautiful day, isn't it?
It sure is. One of the most beautiful I've ever seen. Too good to waste indoors.
That's one thing I like about church on a good day. When it's all over, you go out humming the last song they sang, and you step into beautiful sunshine and walk home feeling glad and hungry.
I've got to do that. I've got to go to a church next Sunday myself. What kind of sermon was it?
Oh, it was a little sad and made me feel angry about the war and the way people are behaving, but, well, we got to know about wars and what they mean to people and what they do. So the last song we sang was Rock of Ages.
Rock of Ages. I haven't heard that song in years.
Oh, it's a beautiful song. Rock of Ages, cleft for me. It's good for people to feel that something is solid for them to hang on to. People sing songs like that all over the world, I guess. What do you do?
Yes, that's exactly how she said it. She's an American. She wanted to know, so she asked. She was sincere, and she was interested. I told her, I'm a painter.
Oh, a house painter?
Well, I paint houses, too, among other things, but I don't mean that kind of painting. I paint on canvas.
You mean you're an artist?
Well, yes, although that sounds a little high-toned for me. I'm a worker whose work it is to paint. I've got no boss, and I don't keep regular hours or anything like that. But I work like everybody else.
Gosh, I never knew people could live so near artists.
Wait a minute, don't get me wrong. I'm not famous. In fact, I'm not very well known to more than 10 or 11 people in the whole world. I'm not rich either. I'm sort of poor, but it seems like everything I really want and need, I usually...
Well, how do people get to be painters?
Well, I suppose it creeps up on them gradually until they're so sure they're painters they're willing to work for years trying to prove it. I'm in my 7th year now.
Have you got a lot of paintings?
Lots of them. Dozens.
Could I see them sometime?
Well, I wish you would. But I've got to warn you, they're not nearly as pretty as some people in the world. Well, why don't you get your grandfather and grandmother and someday when I'm in town go upstairs and loaf around? Door's always open.
Oh, we wouldn't go into your house if you weren't there.
Well, why not? It would be easier for you to look at the paintings, and I wouldn't be there to bother you and trying to explain them to you. It's not easy for a painter to explain his pictures. You see, you start to paint things, and after a while, as you learn more and more about painting, you start to paint what's coming out. Light comes out of most things. Sometimes comes out of houses and streets and rooms and windows and all sorts of things that everybody sees every day. Well, I sort of concentrate on that light. I'm interested in it, even when there's no sun shining. If you look carefully, You can see light coming out of all sorts of things. But it's not easy to explain.
Gosh, you sound like a preacher. Only it sounds real, not like a sermon.
Everybody's a preacher, yes, but simply a question what a man preaches.
Well, what do you preach?
Tell you the truth, I believe something that's so ordinary it's almost embarrassing to mention it. Somebody sophisticated might laugh. There's more good in things than so I keep looking for it all the time. I try to keep it in a painting so other people can see it too. After they see it in a painting, well, they see it everywhere else too. That's what painting's for.
Say, can we really go up and look at the paintings?
Well, I'm going to take a walk to town in about an hour. Why don't you all go up after you've had dinner? I won't be back until evening.
Are you sure you won't mind?
Mind? I want you to see my pictures. That's why I paint them.
All right, then. We'll go up. And thanks.
Okay. Well, she walked off, and I went up to my room. You hear that? That's Mike Okagawa. He lives across the street. He's 16. His father runs that cleaning and pressing place. Mike delivers for his father. I've been here only 2 weeks, and I know practically everybody in this block. Take Mike, for instance. He came upstairs one afternoon with one of my suits his father had cleaned and pressed. I was working at the time, and it looked as if it was going to be a good picture, so I didn't want to stop working. I hollered, "Come in." The door opened, and somebody said,
"I brought your suit."
"Okay, bring it up and put it on a chair somewhere." I went right on working. I guess I must have worked at least 40 minutes more before I stopped. The picture wasn't finished, and I didn't feel like doing any more work for a while. Wait till morning and go back to it fresh. Well, I inhaled and yawned and stretched. Hello, who are you?
Mike.
Hiya, my name is Jim Smith.
Pleased to meet you.
How long have you been here?
Ever since I brought your suit.
Oh, I'm sorry. How much is it?
Oh, it's all paid for. You paid my father the day you brought it in. Don't you remember?
Then why...
I wanted to see you make the picture. I never saw a man paint a picture before. Can I look at it?
Sure. It's not finished, but you can take a look at what I've got so far.
Thanks. That sure is pretty.
Do you really mean that?
That second house, that's our house, isn't it?
But do you live in that house with the green roof?
Sure, right over the shop. Wait till I tell Pa. It sure is pretty.
What's your last name, Mike?
Okagawa. Bet you know what nationality that is.
Well, since it's yours, I'd say it's American.
Oh, sure. But when it's my father's, it's Japanese, I guess. He was born in Japan. I was born in that house in the picture. Gee, I never thought I'd see that little house in the picture.
Listen to him, will you? Listen to Mike Okagawa across the street blowing the trumpet. Isn't that beautiful? That's what I like about this block. All the wonderful Americans living here, doing their work and raising their families, going to school, trying to learn how to play the trumpet and looking around everywhere for the good things. 3 doors from here is the Areola family. Father, mother, and 7 kids, all under 17. Well, they're a great gang of people. The father works in the wholesale produce market, so he gets up at 3 in the morning to go to work. You know, I sometimes walk around town late at night to see how things are then. And one night, as I was coming home, I ran into Pete Areola on his way to work. Well, it's very quiet at 3 in the morning, and you don't expect a stranger to come up to you and start to talk. But Pete did.
Hello.
Hello.
You are the new fellow in this neighborhood, ain't you?
Yes, I am. I've got that flat 3 doors up from your place.
Sure, I see you before. What's your name?
Jim Smith.
My name is Pete Areola.
That's a good name, Pete. You're up early, aren't you?
I go to work every day at 3 o'clock in the morning. Where have you been? You work nighttime?
Oh, in a way.
What do you mean?
Well, I haven't got any working hours, so I guess they're all working hours.
Where do you work?
Pete, I'm a painter. I paint pictures. I look around and paint what I see.
You, Peter? Artiste?
Yeah.
I work wholesale produce market. Where's your family?
Well, my wife's visiting her folks. She'll be here in a week or so.
Lonesome, huh?
Oh, little.
You got kids? I got 7 kids.
7, that's swell. I got only 2.
I got 7. All go to school except 2, the babies. Sometime you lonesome, come over to the house. Have a drink of wine, eat some food, and meet the kids.
Thanks, Pete, I will.
Jim, your name?
Yeah, Jim Smith.
All right, Jim, come on over. We have a good time.
Okay. So I went over to Pete's the next night and met the family.
Hello, Jim Smith. Come in. You have supper with us. Hey, Angela, come and get some wine for our new neighbor. This is Jim Smith. Angela, my wife.
How you doing, Mrs. Ariel?
Hello, young fella.
These are my kids. Hey, kids, wait 1 minute. Meet the new neighbor, Jim Smith. And now let's see. We start with the babies. This is Nicky.
Hi, Nick.
Hey, Angela, look. The neighbor pick up Nicky. Nicky, you like this fella? Sure you like him, but that's so fine. This little girl is Nora, my little pet. Hey, pet, how do you feel?
Pat?
This lady, oh, she's a lady. Look, those high-heel shoes. She's Rosa. Gonna be opera singer.
I'm gonna be a school teacher.
All right, Rosa, is school teacher and opera singer, too.
Papa wants everybody to be an opera singer.
Next, the big fellas. Joe, 14.
Hi.
Tom, 15 and a half.
Hello.
And the oldest boy is Dominic, 16 and a half.
Hi.
There's another one on the way. All right, everybody, this fella, our new neighbor, Jim Smith. All right, Jim, drink this wine. Now, come on, kids, let's give a song. Oh, solo me, everybody together. Dominic, give me 1 chord in F and make it a good one.
Well, we all sang, and I sang as loud as anybody else. We drank and had supper together and talked, and before I left that house, I knew how important a part of America it is. What a fine American Pete is, and his wife, and all the kids. They've all been up to my place for a visit. Now and then the oldest boy, Dominic, comes up alone and talks. Everybody I've met on this block so far has had something to talk about. Dominic, for instance, wants to know if he ought to go to college like his father wants him to, or if he ought to get out and go to work down at the wholesale produce market and help out with the family expenses. Well, I don't say anything. I just listen. And after 2 or 3 visits, Dominic answers all his own questions. He gets up.
Smith, thanks for telling me. That's what I'll do. I'll go to college and work both. I guess there's time for everything. If a fellow makes up his mind to find the time. I can work during summer vacation. And I can work Saturdays. I'd work Sundays, too, but we're Catholics, and Ma'd get sore if I didn't go to church Sunday. Well, I'll be seeing you. Gee, that sure is a swell picture.
There's a fellow who's got a furnished room in the house at the corner. He's a doctor at the hospital up the hill. There's a clinic up there, and I drop in once in a while to see the people when they're sick. And that's where I met this fella. Well, the kids love him. They're afraid of the other doctors, but they love Dr. John. John Bailey's his name, but they call him Dr. John. We got to talking, and he came up one afternoon for a drink. I wanted to know why the kids weren't afraid of him. Most people are a little afraid of anybody whose color is a little different from their own, and Bailey's color is the blackest black you ever saw. I asked him about the kids not being afraid of him.
Well, maybe it's because kids are people at their best. A kid with a pain, all he wants is to have the pain taken out of him. I don't go to work on a kid until I get him to know him. We talk a little while, And the first thing I know, they forget I'm a doctor. They even forget I'm colored. And then I know I can go to work. The greater part of pain is feeling hopeless about it. And I never feel hopeless about anything. Kids find out about that, and they stop being afraid of pain too. Well, by that time, more than half of it's gone, and what's left of it is on its way out. I laugh a good deal, too, because laughter's just about as strong as sunlight as a healing force. Where there's laughter, there's never fear. It helps the kids.
Well, how does it happen that you do laugh, though?
Well, I didn't used to. I used to let my own troubles grow until finally I found out that was foolishness. The living are healthy. Life is healthy. I know that from my way. I've got to help them with medicine and heat and treatment and all that. But what really heals them is their own faith. Mind if I have another drink?
Go ahead. Pour me one, too. All the people in this block are like that, like Bailey and Pete and Mike Okagawa, and the old man and his granddaughter. But this block's no different from any other block in any other town in America. People are like that all over the place. And when you've got people with light coming out of them, like it comes out of these people, and you've got light coming out of their houses and the streets they live in, and the towns where these streets are, and the whole land where these towns are, you hear them coming to life in the morning. The alarm clock's ringing, the faucet's running, and everybody getting up to start another day. You know they're a happy people because they belong to a happy nation. They're a free people. I've done a lot of looking around all over this country because that's my work. And everywhere I've gone, from the biggest city to the smallest town, I've seen people with light in them, human people. People who are young and friendly, and seen bad people, too, all kinds of them. But I looked a long time, and it's gotten so I can see them right through people who look as if they're bad. But they're not bad. They're having trouble. They're up against something. Things have gone wrong. They've lost faith. They need more things than they've got. They're out fighting because they don't know what else to do about the trouble. But even these people are good people. Something's pressing against their spirits, hurting them. Everything isn't perfect in this country, but in this country, it's always trying to improve. It's always working at the job, the same as a painter's got to work at a picture he's painting. Look out this window down at the street. The houses aren't much. People in them aren't people you read about in newspapers and magazines. But down there is America. That street and those houses, there is the strength of this nation and the hope of the world. Look at the light shining out of those humble houses. That light is the light of a happy nation, a free and growing people. Here, a people who love instead of hate, whose casual everyday humanity is stronger than any other power in the world. This is a good block. I like it here because the best in people from into the first real nation of the world, the American nation, the nation of human people.
Burgess Meredith speaking. Thank you, William Saroyan. In many countries, the light of humanity flickers and dies, snuffed out by faceless men, and who therefore deny the existence of light anywhere. Our nation was formulated by men who cherish the light that comes from people. The meaning of our freedom is this: not here in our land. Darkness can never win. Let us resolve again, in the face of threatening shadows, that government of the people, by the people, and for the people shall not perish from the earth. John Garfield, whom you will see soon in Warner Brothers as Seawolf, Nancy Kelly will be remembered for her work in Jesse James, Eduardo Cianelli, who played the unforgettable Trock in RKO's Winter Set, Edmund Gwend, whose correspondent received high acclaim, William Tracy, who played the delightful fresh kid in MGM's A Little Shop Around the Corner, and was now appearing in Darryl Zanuck's Tobacco Road, Tim Holt, who is starring in RKO's The Fargo Kid, and Clinton Rosamond, who is appearing in MGM's forthcoming Blossoms in the Dust, have joined the Free Company in presenting the first in a series of broadcasts, William Saroyan's original radio play, The People with Light Coming Out of Them. Lee Stevens composed and conducted an original music score, Charles Vanda produced. To all these people, to the Screen Actors Guild, and to the American Federation of Radio Artists, and to the Columbia Network, all who have combined to make this series possible, this is Burgess Meredith offering the sincere thanks of the Free Company.
All those who enjoyed Mr. Saroyan's play, The People with Light Coming Out of Them, will be glad to know that a complete copy of the broadcast in printed form has been made available for distribution to all our listeners. For 10 cents, the actual cost of printing and mailing, you will receive your own copy by writing to the Free Company listening. Copies of subsequent broadcasts during this entire series of productions by the Free Company will also be made available each week. Next week at this same time, the Free Company will present a play by the Pulitzer Prize winner Mark Connolly titled The Mole on Lincoln's Cheek. The Free Company series is directed by Irving Reese. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. The Columbia Broadcasting System presents The Free Company.
For what avail the plow or sail or land or life if freedom fail?
Ladies and gentlemen, today CBS is proud to contribute its facilities to a new and important development in radio history, the Free Company. The Free Company is a voluntary group of distinguished American playwrights, writers, actors, and radio workers who have joined their talents to bring you this series with no compensation other than the knowledge that it may serve America. With James Boyd as national chairman, Robert E. Sherwood, chairman of the Writers' Committee, and Burgess Meredith, chairman of the Actors Division, the Free Company will present original radio plays written by its members, Maxwell Anderson, Sherwood Anderson, Stephen Vincent Benet, James Boyd, George M. Cohan, Mark Conley, Noel Green, Wells, Elmer Rice, William Saroyan, and Robert E. Sherwood, 9 of them Pulitzer Prize winners. The plays will feature America's most screen and stage stars in the leading roles. And now, Burgess Meredith for the Free Company.
This is Burgess Meredith speaking from Hollywood. The purpose of the Free Company is to present in terms as eloquent as its members can command the meaning of freedom, and to serve as a free expression of their faith in American democracy and in the basic civil rights which make it possible. Some of these plays utilize for their dramatic themes particular sections of the Bill of Rights. Others, like today's drama, will be more general in scope. For our first play in this series, Pulitzer Prize playwright William Saroyan has written The People with Light Coming Out of Them. In the cast will be John Garfield, Nancy Kelly, Eduardo Cianelli, Edmund Gwenn, William Tracy, Tim Holt, and Clinton Rosamond. The brilliant work of these artists in motion pictures is known to all of you. When we asked William Saroyan to join the Free Company, Bill said,
Well, sure. I'm fond of freedom, crazy about company. What do I do?
Write us a play.
Okay, when?
Now.
Right now?
Right now.
Good. What do you want this play to be about?
About the United States of America.
My favorite subject.
About why you like America.
Why? You might as well ask me why I like to breathe. What do you really want?
Well, Bill, tell us something about why you think this country is worth living and fighting for. Give us your reasons in a little play. You have reasons.
Oh, millions of them. As many reasons as there are places and people. Take California, for instance, or Texas, or New York. Take San Francisco, or Peoria. Or take any place. Rockville Center, Freeport, Merrick, Belmore, Wantagh, Seaford, Massapequa, Amityville, Lindenhurst, and Babel.
Wait a minute. Can't you sort of break that down a little?
Sure. We'll make it local. Now, look, we'll take one city block, any place, one American row of houses. Okay, now, there it is. Now, we'll take one American. Anybody. Let's take something like myself so I'll know what I'm talking about. Otherwise, anybody. Instead of being a writer, let's say this fellow's a painter. He looks at things carefully and then paints what he sees in them. Okay, now, there's one street and there's this young painter. He's standing on the corner.
What corner?
This American corner. Mm-hmm. Now, give me a typewriter and I'll go to work.
Sure, here you are. Now, you sit right down.
Thanks. Come on, old Walt Whitman. Tell us about America. Tell us about where we live, about home and the family. And Mark Twain, you tell us about it. And old Dan Boone. And 130 million people, you tell us about it.
This is a good block. Well, in the flat below me is the old husband and the wife and their granddaughter. The old man's retired. He used to be a railroad worker. They gave him a pension about 2 years ago. Yesterday, I saw him at the corner, just kind of standing in the sun there, burned up about having no job. And he said,
Oh, how does anybody know when a man's through? I'm not through and I never have been. As long as a man wants to work, he's not through. So I'm keeping busy. Aye, they're not going to kill me with kindness. Do you know what I'm doing now, eh? Well, it's the truth. I've got a whole setup in the basement. Aye, last week I made a little table, and this week I'm working on a chair. I've got to keep going. I've got to do things. You can hear me hammering down there now, can't you?
Is that you hammering?
Yeah. How's it sound to you, eh? Young and vigorous?
It doesn't sound old.
I'll say it doesn't. There's plenty of people here of one thing or another, and I'm going to go ahead and make these things. And if they can't afford to pay for the lumber, I'll make them a present of it. I like to be making something. I don't like to sit around being an old man. Ever hear me sing while I'm working?
Yes, I believe I have.
Well, now, how does it sound? Hey, come on now, tell me the truth.
Not bad at all. What is that song you keep singing all the time?
Oh, it's Dolly Day.
Is that what it is?
Ah, you mean, oh, Dolly Day, she looks so gay. I run all around and around to hear her fairy footsteps play as she comes over the ground.
Yes.
Oh. Ah, it's my favorite, Dolly Day. It's my wee wifey's name, Dolly. Yeah. Well, so long, lad.
So long, Pop. I'll be seeing you. Well, the old man and his wife, they're folks. And the girl, their granddaughter, she's a stenographer somewhere. And she goes to work every morning looking like a princess. The old man, he's Scotch. And his wife's English, with a little French. And the granddaughter's mother, she has some Spanish. That's a lot of folks. Well, I was sitting on the steps last Sunday when the girl came home from church. I never saw anything prettier. She's something like her grandfather when it comes to starting a conversation anywhere at all. She came up the street and started talking from about 10 yards away.
Hello. You're the man who's taken the flat upstairs, aren't you? No, it seems funny not hearing a lot of noise up there anymore. There were 5 growing kids in the family that moved out just before you moved in, and, gee, they sure used to have a lot of fun. Gosh, it's a beautiful day, isn't it?
It sure is. One of the most beautiful I've ever seen. Too good to waste indoors.
That's one thing I like about church on a good day. When it's all over, you go out humming the last song they sang, and you step into beautiful sunshine and walk home feeling glad and hungry and happy about everything.
I've got to do that. I've got to go to a church next Sunday myself. What kind of sermon was it?
Oh, it was a little sad and made me feel angry about the war and the way people are behaving, but, well, we got to know about wars and what they mean to people and what they do. So the last song we sang was Rock of Ages.
Rock of Ages. I haven't heard that song in years.
Oh, it's a beautiful song. Rock of Ages, cleft for me. It's good for people to feel that something is solid for them to hang on to. People sing songs like that all over the world, I guess. What do you do?
Yes, that's exactly how she said it. She's an American. She wanted to know, so she asked. She was sincere, and she was interested. I told her. I'm a painter.
Oh, a house painter?
Well, I paint houses, too, among other things, but I don't mean that kind of painting. I paint on canvas.
You mean you're an artist?
Well, yes, although that sounds a little high-toned for me. I'm a worker whose work it is to paint. I've got no boss, and I don't keep regular hours or anything like that. But I work like everybody else.
Gosh, I never knew people could live so near artists.
Wait a minute, don't get me wrong. I'm not famous. In fact, I'm not very well known to more than 10 or 11 people in the whole world. I'm not rich either. I'm sort of poor, but it seems like everything I really want and need, I usually...
Well, how do people get to be painters?
Well, I suppose it creeps up on them gradually until they're so sure they're painters they're willing to work for years trying to prove it. I'm in my 7th year now.
Have you got a lot of paintings?
Lots of them. Dozens.
Could I see them sometime?
Well, I wish you would. But I've got to warn you, they're not nearly as pretty as some people in the world. Well, why don't you get your grandfather and grandmother and someday when I'm in town go upstairs and loaf around? Door's always open.
Oh, we wouldn't go into your house if you weren't there.
Well, why not? It would be easier for you to look at the paintings, and I wouldn't be there to bother you and trying to explain them to you. It's not easy for a painter to explain his pictures. You see, you start to paint things, and after a while, as you learn more and more about painting, you start to paint what's inside of things and always coming out. Light comes out of most things, especially people. And it sometimes comes out of houses and streets and rooms and windows and all sorts of things that everybody sees every day. Well, I sort of concentrate on that light. I'm interested in it, even when there's no sun shining. If you look carefully, you can see light coming out of all sorts of things. But it's not easy to explain.
Gosh, you sound like a preacher. Only it sounds real, not like a sermon.
Everybody's a preacher. guess, but simply a question what a man preaches.
What do you preach?
Tell you the truth, I believe something that's so ordinary it's almost embarrassing to mention it. In fact, laugh at me. I believe there's more good in things than anybody ever bothers to see. So I keep looking for it all the time. And when I find it, I try to keep it in a painting so other people can see it too. After they see it in a painting, well, they see it everywhere else too.
Say, can we really go up and look at the paintings?
Well, I'm going to take a walk to town in about an hour. Why don't you all go up after you've had dinner? I won't be back until evening.
Are you sure you won't mind?
Mind? I want you to see my pictures. That's why I paint them.
All right, then. We'll go up. And thanks.
Okay. Well, she walked off, and I went up to my room. You hear that? That's Mike Ogagawa. He lives across the street. He's 16. His father runs that cleaning and pressing place. Mike delivers for his father. Here only 2 weeks, and I know practically everybody in this block. Take Mike, for instance. He came upstairs one afternoon with one of my suits his father had cleaned and pressed. I was working at the time, and it looked as if it was going to be a good picture, so I didn't want to stop working. I hollered, "Come in." The door opened, and somebody said,
I brought your suit.
"Okay, bring it up and put it on a chair somewhere." I went right on working. I guess I must have worked at least 40 minutes more before I stopped. The picture wasn't finished, and I didn't feel like doing any more work for a while. Wait till morning and go back to it fresh. Well, I lit a cigarette, inhaled, yawned, and stretched. Hello, who are you?
Mike.
Hiya, my name is Jim Smith.
Pleased to meet you.
How long have you been here?
Ever since I brought your suit.
Oh, I'm sorry. How much is it?
Oh, it's all paid for. You paid my father the day you brought it in. Don't you remember?
Then why...
I wanted to see you make the picture. I never saw a man paint a picture before. Can I look at it?
Sure. It's not finished, but you can take a look at what I've got so far.
Thanks. That sure is pretty.
Do you really mean that?
That second house, that's our house, isn't it?
But do you live in that house with the green roof?
Sure, right over the shop. Wait till I tell Pa. It sure is pretty.
What's your last name, Mike?
Akagawa. Bet you know what nationality that is.
Well, since it's yours, I'd say it's American.
Oh, sure. But when it's my father's, it's Japanese, I guess. He was born in Japan. I was born in that house in the picture. Gee, I never thought I'd see that little house in the picture.
Listen, though, will you? Listen to Mike Akagawa across the street blowing the trumpet. Isn't that beautiful? That's what I like about this block. All the wonderful Americans living here, doing their work and raising their families, going to school, trying to learn how to play the trumpet and looking around everywhere for the good things. 3 doors from here is the Areola family. Father, mother, and 7 kids, all under 17. Well, they're a great gang of people. The father works in the wholesale produce market, so he gets up at 3 in the morning to go to work. You know, I sometimes walk around town late at night to see how things are then. And one night, as I was coming home, I ran into Pete Areola on his way to work. Well, it's very quiet at 3 in the morning, and you don't expect a stranger to come up to you and start to talk. But Pete did.
Hello.
Hello.
You are the new fellow in this neighborhood, ain't you?
Yes, I am. I've got that flat 3 doors up from your place.
Sure, I see you before. What's your name?
Jim Smith.
My name is Pete Areola.
That's a good name, Pete. You're up early, aren't you?
I go to work every day at 3 o'clock in the morning. Where have you been? You work nighttime?
Oh, in a way.
What do you mean?
Well, I haven't got any working hours.
Where do you work?
Pete, I'm a painter. I paint pictures. I look around and paint what I see.
You, Peter? Artiste?
Yeah.
I work wholesale produce market. Where's your family?
Well, my wife's visiting her folks. She'll be here in a week or so.
Lonesome, huh?
Oh, little.
You got kids? I got 7 kids.
7, that's swell. I got only 2.
I got 7. All go to school except 2, the babies. Sometime you lonesome, come over to the house. Have a drink of wine, eat some food, and meet the kids.
Thanks, Pete, I will.
Jim, your name?
Yeah, Jim Smith.
All right, Jim, come on over. We have a good time.
Okay. So I went over to Pete's the next night and met the family.
Hello, Jim Smith. Come in. You have supper with us. Hey, Angela, come and get some wine for our new neighbor. This is Jim Smith. Angela, my wife.
How you doing, Mrs. Ariel?
Hello, young fella.
These are my kids. Hey, kids, wait 1 minute. Let's see. We start with the babies. This is Nicky.
Hi, Nick.
Neighbor, pick up Nicky. Nicky, you like this fella? Sure you like. This little girl is Nora, my little flower. This fella's Pat. Hey, Pat, how do you feel?
Okay, Pa. Hello, Mr. Smith.
Hello, Pat.
This lady, oh, she's a lady. Look, those high-heeled shoes. She's Rosa. Gonna to be opera singer.
I'm gonna be a school teacher.
All right, Rosa, is school teacher and opera singer, too.
Papa wants everybody to be an opera singer.
Next, the big fellas. Joe, 14.
Hi.
Tom, 15 and a half.
Hello.
And the oldest boy is Dominic, 16 and a half.
Hi.
There's another one on the way. All right, everybody, this fella, our new neighbor, Jim Smith. All right, Jim, drink this wine. Now, come on, kids, let's give a song. Oh, solo me, everybody together. Dominic, give me 1 chord enough and make it a good one.
Well, we all sang, and I sang as loud as anybody else. We drank and had supper together and talked, and before I left that house, I knew how important a part of America it is. What a fine American Pete is, and his wife, and all the kids. They've all been up to my place for a visit. Now and then the oldest boy, Dominic, comes up alone and talks. Everybody I've met on this block so far has had something to talk about. Dominic, for instance, wants to know if he ought to go to college like his father wants him to, or if he ought to get out and go to work down at the wholesale produce market and help out with the family expenses. Well, I don't say anything. I just listen. And after 2 or 3 visits, Dominic answers all his own questions. He gets up and he says,
Well, thanks a lot, Mr. Smith. Thanks for telling me. That's what I'll do. I'll go to college and work both. I guess there's time for everything. If a fellow makes up his mind to find the time. I can work during summer vacation. And I can work Saturdays. I'd work Sundays, too, but we're Catholics, and Ma'd get sore if I didn't go to church Sunday. Well, I'll be seeing you. Gee, that sure is a swell picture.
There's a fellow who's got a furnished room in the house at the corner. He's a doctor at the hospital up the hill. There's a clinic up there, and I drop in once in a while to see the people when they're sick. And that's where I met this fella. Well, the kids love the doctors, but they love Dr. John. John Bailey is his name, but they call him Dr. John. We got to talking, and he came up one afternoon for a drink. I wanted to know why the kids weren't afraid of him. Most people are a little afraid of anybody whose color is a little different from their own, and Bailey's color is the blackest black you ever saw. I asked him about the kids not being afraid of him.
Kids are people at their best. A kid with a pain, all he wants is to have the pain taken out of him. I don't go to work on a kid until I get him to know him. We talk a little while, and the first thing I know, they forget I'm a doctor. They even forget I'm colored. And then I know I can go to work. The greater part of pain is feeling hopeless about it. and I never feel hopeless about anything. Kids find out about that, and they stop being afraid of pain, too. Well, by that time, more than half of it's gone, and what's left of it is on its way out. I laugh just about as strong as sunlight as a healing force. Where there's laughter, there's never fear. It helps the kids.
Well, how does it happen that you do laugh, though?
Well, I didn't used to. I used to let my own troubles grow until finally I found out that was foolishness. The living are healthy. Life is healthy. I know that from my way. I've got to help them with medicine and heat and treatment and all that. But what really heals them is their own faith. Mind if I have another drink?
Go ahead. Pour me one, too. All the people in this block are like that, like Bailey and Pete and Mike Okagawa, and the old man and his granddaughter. But this block's no different from any other block in any other town in America. People are like that all over the place. And when you've got people with light coming out of them, like it comes out of these people, and you've got light coming out of their houses and the streets they live in and the towns where these streets are, and the whole land where these towns are, you hear them coming to life in the morning. The alarm clock's ringing, the faucet's running, and everybody getting up to start another day. You know they're a happy people because they belong to a happy nation. They're a free people, and they're glad to be alive. I've done a lot of looking around all over this country because that's my work, and everywhere I've gone, from the biggest city to the smallest town, I've seen people with light in them, human people. People who are young and friendly and kind. Oh, I know, I've seen bad people, too, all kinds of them. But I looked a long time, and it's gotten so I can see them right through people who look as if they're bad. But they're not bad. They're having trouble. They're up against something. Things have gone wrong. They've lost faith. They need more things than they've got. They're out fighting because they don't know what else to do about the trouble. But even these people are good people. Something's pressing against their spirits, hurting them. Everything isn't perfect in any block, in any town or city in this country. But in this country, it's always trying to improve. It's always working at the job. The same as a painter's got to work at a picture he's painting. Look out this window down at the street. It's not a fancy street. The houses aren't much. People in them aren't people you read about in newspapers and magazines. But down there is America. That street and those houses and the people living in them. There is the strength of this nation and the hope of the light shining out of those humble houses. That light is the light of a happy nation, a free and growing people, a human people, a people without fear, a people who love instead of hate, whose casual everyday humanity is stronger than any other power in the world. This is a good block. I like it here because the best in people from all over the world is growing here into the first real nation of the world, the American nation, the nation of human people.
Burgess Meredith speaking. Thank you, William Saroyan. In many countries, the light of humanity flickers and dies, snuffed out by faceless men, by men who have no light in themselves and who therefore deny the existence of light anywhere. Our nation was formulated by men who cherish the light that comes from people. The meaning of our freedom is this: not here in our land. Darkness can never win. Let us resolve again, in the face of threatening shadows, that government of the people, by the people, and for the people shall not perish from the earth. John Garfield, whom you will see soon in Warner Brothers as Seawolf, Nancy Kelly will be remembered for her work in Jesse James, Eduardo Cianelli, who played the unforgettable Trock in RKO's Winterset, Edmund Gwend, whose performance as the murderer in Foreign Correspondent received high acclaim, William Tracy, who played the delightful fresh kid in MGM's A Little Shop Around the Corner, and was now appearing in Darryl Zanuck's Tobacco Road, Tim Holt, who is starring in RKO's The Fargo Kid, and Clinton Rosamond, who is appearing in MGM's forthcoming Blossoms in the Dust, have joined the Free Company in presenting the first in a series of broadcasts, William Saroyan's original radio play, The People with Light Coming Out of Them. Leith Stevens composed and conducted an original music score, Charles Vanda produced. To all these people, to the Screen Actors Guild, and to the American Federation of Radio Artists, and to the Columbia Network, all who have combined to make this series possible, this is Burgess Meredith offering the sincere thanks of the Free Company.
All those who enjoyed Mr. Saroyan's play, The People with Light Coming Out of Them, will be glad to know that a complete copy of the broadcast in printed form has been made available for distribution to all our listeners. For 10 cents, the actual cost of printing and mailing, you will receive your own copy by writing to the Free Company in care of the station to which you are now listening. Copies of subsequent broadcasts during this entire series of productions by the Free Company will also be made available each week. Next week at this same time, the Free Company will present a play by the Pulitzer Prize winner Mark Connolly titled The Mole on Lincoln's Cheek. The Free Company series is directed by Irving Reese. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Columbia Broadcasting System presents The Free Company.
For what avail the plow or sail, or land or life, if freedom fail? This is James Boyd, chairman of the Free Company, speaking from New York. Today, the Free Company presents Orson Welles in his own play, His Honor the Mayor. The Free Company is a group of writers, actors, and radio workers who come together voluntarily to present a series of plays about our basic liberties. We're unpaid, unsponsored, and uncontrolled. Just a group of Americans saying what we believe about this country and about freedom, trying to say it by means of plays, just as the Bible parables or the anecdotes that Lincoln used to tell illustrate other truths by means of stories. Some of our plays deal with the whole subject of freedom. Others with the different basic civil rights on which that freedom rests. Today, the theme is an ancient and fundamental democratic right, which will become clear to you as you listen to the play. This week's author is Orson Welles, and the cast is recruited from his own Mercury Theater. Most appear prominently in Mr. Welles' forthcoming motion picture, Citizen Kane, and are now to be seen on Broadway in the Mercury's new success, Native Son. We present His Honor the Mayor.
This story happened in a small town near the Mexican border. We'll call it Benton, because I never heard of any town by that name. Our hero, who's the mayor of the town, we'll call Nags. Bill Nags, because I don't know anybody called Bill Nags. Right here, I want to say that this broadcast isn't intended to be uplifting or inspirational. It hasn't any moral at the end of it or any message. You can draw your own conclusions, and I hope you do. I'd like to know what you think of Mayor Nags' problem, and if you think he solved it the right way. Maybe you'll say he didn't solve it at all. That's possible. Believe me, I'm not campaigning for Nags' re-election. He's a friend of mine, but I don't want to get mixed up in municipal politics, particularly in a town that's almost 2,000 miles away from my own. I'm just going to tell you what happened.
Bill, time to get up. I'm not going to tell you again.
Let me sleep another half hour.
No, sir.
Just one little half hour more.
I know why you don't want to get up today. Hear me, Bill? It's always the same. When you're in trouble and don't want to face it, you try to stay in bed.
If I had troubles, I'd stay awake. When I finally do drop off, I'd like to take advantage of it. I don't know why you always assume that my motives are mean and petty and niggling.
What does niggling mean?
Picayune.
What does that mean?
Niggling. Niggling, picayune. Picayune, niggling. Don't sound like English.
Are you awake now?
The Nags are a good couple, and although neither of them believes it, each has a better opinion of the other than is usual in marriages as old as theirs. They have better reasons than most, maybe. Anyway, they think they have, which is the best reason of all. Mrs. Nags looks a little older than she ought to because her life hasn't been easy. But she wears the smartest clothes she can afford, which isn't true of most of the other ladies in town, and doesn't especially enhance her popularity. Her husband, the mayor, looks younger than his years and his job, not because he doesn't work as hard as anybody in the state. His features just never grew up with the rest of him, and he stands very straight.
Morning, I want flapjacks. Hey, Mary?
Yes, Bill?
I don't care how fat I get. Today I want flapjacks and maple syrup.
Today you shall have them.
Thanks.
Take my word for it, when responsibilities get to be almost unendurable, a man on a diet takes to his sugars and starches as an addict retreats to his opium pipe or a drunkard to his bottle. On this particular day, Mayor Nags ate 3 helpings of Mrs. Nags' flapjacks, 2 nut bars before a lunch, which included potatoes, among other forbidden fruits like bread and butter and custard pie. I won't reveal the full catalog of what His Honor consumed during the course of that day, but by the time he got to bed, claiming to Mrs. Nags that he'd lost 10 years of his life, she says he'd gained at least 5 pounds.
Morning, Bill.
Hello, Jerry.
What'll it be?
Fill her up.
Okay, Bill. What are you aiming to do about the meeting tonight, Bill? The White Crusaders rally.
Don't know yet.
Hadn't you ought to make up your mind, Bill?
Reckon so. What you think about it, Jerry?
Well, there's conditions in this town's got to be changed. You know that, Bill.
Reckon so. Which condition?
These here Reds.
You mean communists?
Yeah.
We only got one communist in town, Jerry. Joe Enochen. He can't hurt anybody. He's 87 years old. Besides, there's nothing illegal about being a communist.
That's what you say, Bill.
That's what I say. There's no law in this country against having opinions.
What about them labor organizers that come into town? They're Reds, ain't they?
I don't think so. They're just trying to get the hands over at the factory to form a union.
Yeah.
Well, the hands get paid more for their work, they're going to spend more. Maybe buy some new tires for their cars from you. Maybe buy some new cars. Would you object to that?
Unions is what's wrecking this country.
Check my oil.
Holding up the fence.
Heap of money in them big defense orders. Don't you guess part of it belongs to labor?
Your oil's all right.
What you mad at, Jerry? Bet you don't know. Hey, Jerry.
Yeah?
You going to...
Sure am.
I'll see you there.
On his way to work, Mayor Naggs always looks in at the Carters after he's been to Jerry's garage. It's right next to the city hall. Carter's Drugs and Stationery.
Morning, Mrs. Carter.
Morning, Mr. Naggs. Here's your papers. Can't see how you ever get around to reading all them papers, Mr. Naggs.
I get them from my conscience.
Your conscience?
Just take them all up and put them on my desk so as I can look at the words on the mastheads during the course of the day. All them big words like Dallas and Houston and Denver and Chicago, Seattle and New York. Makes me think I keep up with the world. Of course I don't.
Mr. Naggs. What you going to do about that Crusaders rally?
Mrs. Carter, what should I do?
You oughtn't to let them hold it. It's going to make trouble. Them white Crusaders hanged a Mexican in Effigy last week.
Yeah, with a sign on it that said I tried to vote.
No telling what they'll do after this meeting. They may get after some real live Mexicans. You can't tell, Mr. Naggs. You know what the boys is like when they get excited.
Yes, I know.
Of course, everybody agrees we mustn't let them Mexicans get the vote, but still...
Why not?
Why not what?
Why shouldn't the Mexicans vote, same as we do?
Oh, Mr. Naggs, you know just as well as I do.
I'd like to hear your reasons.
Well, there's so many of them. Why, if we let the Mexicans vote, they'd run the whole town.
Mrs. Carter, didn't folks ever tell you about all that federal money that I throw away on the Mexicans for their schools and whatnot? Naturally, I want they'll vote for me.
Mr. Naggs, you're joking.
Haven't you heard that if the Mexicans could afford to vote, they'd make me a dictator?
You'd be a wonderful president. I'd like to see you in the White House, Mr. Naggs. I really would. But not if we got to get rid of the poll tax to do it.
Of course, I'm biased, Mrs. Carter. But haven't you ever heard this is a government of the people, by the people, and for the people?
Sure thing, Mr. Naggs. American people. Oh, them Mexicans don't even speak English.
But we don't give them much reason to learn it. Gotta go to work.
What's that for, Mr. Naggs?
Give me a candy bar. Nuts in it.
Pearl Hylas is passionately in love with Mayor Naggs. She is his secretary.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Morning, Colonel Eggenhorn.
Mr. Mayor.
Well?
Just for a moment, may I have your private ear?
Come on into the office.
Your Honor.
Yeah?
Lou Rudnick over at the Sentinel's been trying to get you. He says it can't wait.
Put him on.
Yes, Your Honor. It's about the White Crusaders. He wants to know if you're going to let that meeting go on tonight. He wants a statement for the paper.
Get him on the phone.
Yes, Your Honor.
And don't call me Your Honor.
I'll get right to the point.
Well, thanks.
The White Crusaders, Mr. Mayor. You may not realize it, but I have considerable interest in that organization.
I know all about you, Colonel Eggenhorn.
Do you, indeed?
Yes, I do indeed.
What do you know about me, Naggs?
Well, I don't know how old you are or where you were born. You made $1 million on patent medicines before you moved into the county and built that big ranch. I know that. And from there on, I really know about you. You're supposed to be retired, and you keep pretty busy, Colonel. You bought up the old Dayton print shop, for instance. You turned out a lot of stuff from there. I bet you write most of it.
I write it all, Mr. Mayor. Do you mind?
Yes, I mind. I don't like that literature of yours going out all over the country with my town's postmark on it.
Your town?
I'm a citizen. Benton's my town. I work hard for it. I don't like it to be a return address for all that anti-Semitic garbage.
That's a loose term, Mr. Mayor.
What's a loose term? Garbage? Yeah, I agree with you.
No, anti-Semitic. The International Jew.
Mr. Rudnick on the phone, Your Honor.
Lou? Yeah? Yes, Lou. I know what it means. Fascism is just one word for it, a loose term. No, nothing. Lou, you can print it in your paper that I can't stop it. I said I can't stop it. I know about refusing, revoking licenses. Just say I can't stop the meeting. Lou.
Hung up on you, didn't he? Hung right up.
Yeah.
Glad to see you're taking that stand, Mr. Mayor. I don't forget any favor.
Don't thank me.
I'll do more than thank you. By the way, here's a copy of the White Crusader, a little monthly publication of ours. Read it, Mr. Mayor. Keep an open mind. I think you're big enough to admit your mistakes. As for the crusade itself, our ranks are always open to men of your mettle.
And color?
Naturally.
How about my religion?
You're a Christian?
Maybe you forgot, Colonel. I'm a Catholic.
I had forgotten. Well, Mr. Naggs, we always manage to make exceptions.
Well, that's very nice of you, Colonel. But as far as I'm concerned, you...
For broadcasting purposes, I have to censor the rest of Mr. Naggs' remarks. Enough to say that these remarks were unanswerable and that Colonel Eggenhorn left the mayor's office very red in the face and in quite a hurry. The mayor spent the rest of the morning receiving committees and talking on the telephone. The subject was always the White Crusaders' rally. The first committee came from Benton College and was headed by Naggs' old friend Noble Cornflower, the president. Second was semi-officially from the Chamber of Commerce, and the third was sent by the American Legion. Everybody telephoned. Nobody wanted the Crusaders to hold their meeting.
Yes, Dr. Evers, I know what they stand for. I know. Well, we'll see. I said we'll see. Thanks for calling.
Mrs. Dewey on the other line, Your Honor.
I talked to her before.
She's calling again.
I talked to everybody in town. Do I have to talk to them all twice?
What's funny, Your Honor?
I was thinking that can't be a very big meeting tonight. Everybody's objected to it. There ain't nobody left to attend.
Your Honor.
I know, Mrs. Dewey, and don't call me Your Honor. Tell her I'm out to lunch, and that's where I am, darn it. Out to lunch.
Father Hatton and Mayor Naggs went to school together when they were kids. Now Father Hatton hears Mayor Naggs at confession every so often. They meet for lunch all the time. There was some coolness between them during the mayor's gambling reform a couple of months back when a fanatic, or at least tactless, member of the police under orders to clean up every game in town embarrassed one of the church's bingo socials. Nothing serious, though. Never any real difference of opinion.
Bill, I don't agree with you.
No coffee, Father.
Thanks.
I wish you did.
It isn't just that these White Crusaders oppose the church. They're lined up against everything anybody could possibly mean by Christianity.
I know.
Worse than that, they've recruited every convenient branch of intolerance. They're anti-labor, anti-Semitic.
Anti-everything but themselves. Yeah, there's a dozen more little clubs here and there like the White Crusaders. All those nuts are the same.
Those nuts. Bill, that's what they said in Germany. About the Nazis a while ago when Adolf Hitler was still on a soapbox. Those nuts. Nobody thought those nuts could do any harm.
Germany was a young democracy. Don't forget it. Her republic was only a few years old. It lacked experience. We're the oldest democracy on the planet. We know our way around. Gosh, I got too much faith in America to think Colonel Eggenhorn or any reasonable facsimile could march in and start giving us orders. Look at the way our folks are rising up against this White Crusade business right here in town.
Listen, Bill.
Folks just won't stand for it.
They won't if they can help it. People are decent and good at heart. They won't listen to lies unless you make them.
I'm not making them. Excuse me for shouting. Losing respect for thought, Father.
Forget my clothes.
Well, darn it all, I'm not making anybody listen to lies. I'm just upholding the Bill of Rights.
Why do you think they're having this meeting?
What?
You heard me.
Yes, I heard you.
Let me tell you what you know. Benton has a factory that makes auto parts and ships them up north. Who owns the factory? Nobody in Benton. Who works in it?
Everybody in Benton that'll take the wages.
That's the whole point. Now, I don't care about unions, Bill. They're not my concern. But last week, a couple of organizers were beaten up in my parish. One of them takes communion in my church. I don't want that to happen again. And it's going to happen just as long as the White Crusaders get their way. I warned you I was going to tell you what you know. Well, here's something maybe you don't know. I've heard that some of my parishioners and a whole lot of our citizens are planning to visit that little meeting tonight.
What?
That is, if you allow it to be held.
What?
Don't keep saying what. You hear me perfectly well.
How do you know?
Sometimes a priest knows more about the world than you might think.
Yeah, sometimes he knows more about a town than the mayor himself.
Well?
Well?
I don't want you to have to call out deputies, Bill, or ask the governor for help. What I'd really hate would be for you to have to stop the right people from doing the wrong thing. Do you understand me?
I understand you. Waiter?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Get me another piece of pie.
Mayor Naggs is just about as stubborn as they come. You may have guessed that Father Hatton didn't convince him, but he worried him sorely because Mayor Naggs could see that everything the priest told him was true.
Sure it's true. And so's the Bill of Rights.
What's that, Your Honor?
The Bill of Rights.
I didn't understand you.
You know what the Bill of Rights is, Pearl. Answer the telephone.
No, I don't, Your Honor.
Well, go to the public library and look it up.
All righty. Shall I make a transcript and bring it back to you?
Memorize it. Learn it by heart. Then go to the corner of Main Street and Central and recite it.
That's a scream.
Go on. Go out and find me 10 citizens like you that never heard of the Bill of Rights. Bring it back here, and I'll recite it.
You mean I get the afternoon off?
If you get out of here quick enough.
Gee, thanks. You better answer the telephone.
Hello, and don't call me your aunt. No, not you, Mrs. Dewey. Just a second, please. Hello? Just a minute. Just a minute.
3 more calls came in from Mrs. Dewey before the afternoon was over. But now most of the calls weren't complaints. Most of them were threats. Some political, some social, a lot of them the kind of threats Father Hatton was afraid of. These were all anonymous. By supper time, Bill Naggs had listened to enough of them to know that things were serious. For the sake of the record, I must tell you that Pearl went to the public library after treating herself to a malted at Carter's and looked up the Bill of Rights. She didn't learn it, of course, but she read it all through, including the place where it says, Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof or abridging the freedom of speech or of the press or the right of the people peaceably to assemble and to petition the government for a redress.
Hey! Joe Enoch!
What do you want?
Want your advice?
You won't take it.
Maybe I will. You never agree with anybody, Joe, and this time I don't either. What about the White Crusaders?
Don't let them congregate. Goodbye.
Hey! Joe Enoch!
What is it now?
You know, I thought you were the one man in town might agree with me.
Well, I don't agree with you.
Joe, I can't start interfering with the people's right to assemble.
They ain't people, they're fascists. Everybody else wants you to interfere, don't they?
Yes, they do.
Well, there's the people for you. Everybody else. Ever hear of the will of the people?
Ever hear of the Bill of Rights?
Now, where'd the Bill of Rights come from? The will of the people. Where'd the Constitution come from? It didn't come down from Mount Sinai, Bub. God didn't write it. Listen, this country with its institutions belongs to the people who inhabit it. Whenever they shall grow weary of the existing government, they can exercise their constitutional right of amending it or their revolutionary right to dismember or overthrow it.
Naturally, you would advocate overthrowing the You're the town communist.
I didn't say that. Abe Lincoln said it. And I don't advocate overthrowing it any more than he did. I just believe in the will of the people. So did he. So should you. Don't set yourself up against the will of the people, Naggs. You're their servant. They pay you to serve. Besides, I ain't a communist. I'm an anarchist.
Sit right down, Bill. Don't wash up unless you want to. There's creamed chicken and baked potatoes and hot bread.
Mary, have you seen today's Sentinel?
And chocolate cake for dessert.
Says I'm going to lose my job.
And I sent out for some ice cream.
If I don't stop that meeting, I guess I will.
What do you want me to say, Bill?
If I don't keep my job, I'll never grow up to be Abraham Lincoln like you want me to be.
What do you want me to say?
I want you to tell me what to do.
You never asked me that before.
Well?
You'll never grow up to be Abraham Lincoln like I want you to be if you do something just to keep your job.
I'm never going to be Abraham Lincoln, honey. But I promise you it won't be because of that.
The White Crusaders dance hall. Mary and Bill Naggs arrived at 8:30.
Mr. Naggs, sheriff's been trying to get you. You didn't answer your phone.
I know I didn't. What's he want, Sam?
He wants to swear in some deputies.
Tell him to sit tight.
Where are you going?
To the meeting.
In there?
My own meeting. Right now, I'm going to greet my friends.
Oh, the Crusaders?
No, the ones that ain't. Ones that aren't, I should say. Sam, you stay with the car here and watch out for Mrs. Naggs.
As I told you, this story hasn't any moral or any message of mine tied to it. It's about morals and messages, though, and I was serious when I said I hoped you draw your own conclusions. I don't insist that Mayor Naggs did the right thing. I do believe the subject is worth conversation, and I'd like to hear your opinion of how he solved his problem. Also, I admitted earlier that he mightn't have solved it at all. By 9 o'clock, the White Crusaders had gathered. A lot of the members may have been too scared to come because there wasn't much of a crowd inside the hall. The crowd was outside.
Away from that door, Naggs! If you don't break up that meeting, Naggs, we will! Let us let them turn it.
Half the town was there at least. Central Street, which runs past the dance hall, was jammed so you couldn't move.
Go on, Naggs, get away! Why? We're going in.
You belong to the White Crusaders, Charlie? There's nothing to see in there. Just a couple of dozen anonymous citizens in fancy dress. There's nothing to hear. You know what they're talking about?
We know!
So do I. They're talking about scaring the Mexicans to keep them from voting for me. Talking about keeping unions out of the factory so the town don't get any more of that money from up north. Well, maybe that's all right. But here's something that ain't. They're talking about hating the Jews. We only got one Jewish family in the county. The Mankowitzes. Anybody hate the Mankowitzes? Anybody want to join the White Crusaders? No. We got a better club out here. Not so exclusive, but more fun. We're the Loyal Order of Fellow Men. We're supposed to love each other, you remember? The rules out here are easier to follow, and we didn't make them.
Oh, shut up, Bill!
What's that? You back there? Can't see you. What's your name? You got the floor. No further remarks? All right. The chair will resume.
Why don't you break up that meeting?
Because I'm holding one of my own. Friends, you all know perfectly well I'm demagoguing you. Sure. I'm demagoguing you, same as Colonel Agenhorn in there's demagoguing the Crusaders. Only I ain't fomenting and inciting a riot. Just the reverse. I ain't kidding you. You know I'm just filibustering until that gang breaks up. I don't like what's going on in there any more than you do. Believe me, I like it less than most of you. You say this is a free country and you got a right to stop a meeting if you want to. I say it's a free country and anybody can hold a meeting. You say, who's the mayor to stand up against the whole town? Or I say, who's the town to stand up against the mayor it elected? As long as I'm in office, the laws are going to be obeyed. That's what I'm paid for. If you don't like me, elect somebody else. If you don't like the laws, change them. But don't start forbidding anybody the right to assemble. Democracy is a rare, precious thing. And once you start that, you finish democracy. Democracy guarantees freedom of assembly unconditionally to the worst lice that want it. If they don't get it, they'll go underground so as we can't see them. Let them thumb their noses at the stars and stripes. Just as long as they don't touch it. Let them jeer at everything we're willing to die for. That's anybody's right, the right to jeer. The right to be what's called nowadays un-American. Like this White Crusaders rally, that's un-American, all right? But listen, if we break up that meeting, we're un-American. For keeps. A lot of you work in the factory and you want a union. How would you like it if I didn't let you hold a strike meeting? All of you have read the history books. You know what the right to assemble and worship God meant to most of those folks that first came here, the ones that couldn't pray the way they wanted to in the old country. Are you convinced? Maybe so, maybe no. Anyway, you're not going to break the law, are you? All right. Neither's the White Crusaders. Let them raise a hand against a living soul, and by glory, I promise you, the law's got them. Hello, Colonel Agenhorn. Well, folks, the rally's over. You and your dirty shirts going home, Colonel?
I demand a police escort.
I don't guess you'll need it, Colonel.
Well, I think I do.
Well, I'm going to take a chance on it. Good night, Colonel. Folks, the Colonel and his boys are asking for trouble. Let's not give it to them.
The crowd gave way and let the Crusaders go home. They went meekly. There wasn't an illegal move.
Thanks, everybody. And if you don't like what I've done, Please wait till Election Day. Meeting's adjourned.
Then the crowd broke up. Mayor Naggs went back to where his wife was waiting for him in the car. They drove home together.
Like his honor the mayor, then, let us stand fast by the right of lawful assembly. Let us say with that...
Navigator to pilot. Go ahead, Ben. Coast of Holland just ahead.
Good. Pilot to bombardier. Open bomb base and prepare to bomb.
Right. Bomb doors open. Navigator to pilot. We're over the target. There's West Capella. And there's the Great Dyke.
Pilot to bombardier. Target below. She's all yours.
I need a little left. No, too much. Give me a little right. Just a little. There. Steady now. Hold what you've got. That's it. Hold it. Steady. Hold it.
Mission accomplished. The long train of bombs hurtles earthward, and the Great Dyke at West Capella in Holland is breached. The ocean pours through the spreading holes, washing over the land, drowning out the gun emplacements of the Germans. Modern warfare? Well, not exactly modern. A Dutchman thought of the same strategy 400 years ago. His name was William the Silent. He wasn't a silent man at all. It is his story we tell tonight. His story and the story of another time in history, when Holland was fighting for its freedom. And the Dutch broke the dikes.
The NBC University of the Air presents Chapter 7 of We Came This Way, a new historical series for our listeners at home and overseas. With John W. Vandercook as narrator, we present Chapter 7, a story of how the Dutch broke the dikes in We Came This Way.
In the year 1555, Charles V of Spain gave up his throne and retired to a monastery. A tired old man, swollen with gout and sick of conquest. Forget him, but remember his son and successor.
Philip II, by the grace of God, King of Spain. Caesar Augustus, Lord of the earth. Absolute dominator in Asia, Africa, and America. Duke of Milan, and both the Burgundies. Hereditary sovereign of the 17 provinces of the Netherlands.
Philip was a medieval man in a world where feudalism was crumbling. An autocrat in an age when men were beginning to question authority. Philip tried to turn back the clock. He wanted to check the Reformation, build a gigantic Spanish monarchy, and reduce his other possessions to vassal states. He almost succeeded. He would have succeeded except for one thing. William the Silent, Prince of Orange, opposed him. Philip sent the Duke of Alva to the Netherlands with an army. William fled for his life. But don't forget William. This is only the prologue to our story. Alva rode into the Netherlands on a white horse with 10,000 soldiers. He looked around him and he saw the fear on people's faces. But he failed to see the anger in their hearts. So he wrote a letter to Philip.
I am here. So much is certain. Whether I am welcome is of little consequence. I have tamed men of iron in my day. Shall I not easily crush these men of butter? Violence is the only way with these people. I shall act accordingly.
Alva's first act was to establish the Council of Blood. 3 months later, he wrote again.
I would that all the heads of all His Majesty's enemies were upon a single neck, so that I might strike them off with one blow. To date, I have had killed 1,800 heretics. But even Alva was too slow for Philip. In February 1568, he had the Inquisition pass sentence upon the Netherlands.
Let it be made known that through this holy office, all inhabitants of the Netherlands, with the few exceptions noted below, are herewith condemned to death as heretics. And let it be further known that this sentence is to be carried out immediately, without regard to age, sex, or condition.
Never before or since was a whole nation sentenced to death. Even children went to the stake. The whole population of the Netherlands might have been swallowed up in one vast grave if William the Silent had been a different kind of man. But he was what he was. So, in exile by almost superhuman effort, he assembled an army. Then he came back to the Netherlands to liberate the people, to fight for what he valued more than his life. What William fought for was something new in the world. It was an idea, freedom of conscience, and it is being fought for even today.
Yes, I came back. There is a time, I think, in every man's life when he must choose between inaction and struggle. I came back to lead the people against the Duke of Alva and the greatest army in Europe. My army was a people's army, a ragged, undisciplined, but savagely loyal force. We called ourselves beggars. For beggars was the name the King's Regent had given us years before when we had gone to petition against Alva's coming. For 2 years we fought, a losing fight. I saw my 3 younger brothers killed in battle, saw Antwerp ravaged, saw Zutphen fall, Haarlem fall. Then, when I lay ill of fever at Delft and powerless to stop them, I saw the Spaniards under Valdez march on the city of Leiden in Holland. If Leiden surrendered, all was lost. The people of the Netherlands could stand no more defeat. But at Leiden, where General Valdez was proposing terms of surrender to the
Burgomaster. A stubborn fool. I am offering the people of Leiden pardon and mercy if you surrender the city at once. Pardon and mercy, do you understand?
I understand, General Valdez, that the flute sounds sweet when the fowler lures the bird. We know what happened at Haarlem when they surrendered. The Spanish mercy, Spanish fury.
You know the alternative to surrender.
Yes, we know.
Very well. The arrangement suits us admirably. We lay siege. We wait outside the walls while you starve inside.
The Spanish army has no other engagements.
You are cool now, Burgomaster. But you will change your tune. I tell you that Leiden will be taken. If I fall in the siege, my son will come and take my place. If he falls, my second son will take his place. And if he falls, then my wife will come from Spain to take his place.
And who will take your wife's place, General Valdez? My name is Peter van der Werf. I was the burgomaster of Leiden, and I do not want you to think that I was a brave man. I did what I did because sometimes a man has but one choice. We had lived for 5 years under Alva. Nothing worse could happen to us after that. So the Spanish army waited outside Leiden for us to starve inside. And we waited for the prince to send us aid. 2 months went by, and every day there was a little less food than the day before. Then one day...
Peter.
Yes, Anna.
There's a boy outside. He says his name is Dirk van Ziel. He has 2 pigeons in a cage.
Pigeons? Tell him to come in, Anna.
I'll tell him. You can go in now.
Thank you.
Burgomaster, I had to see you.
What is it, lad? What do you want?
To save Leiden, sir.
Save Leiden? How will you save Leiden?
Isn't it true, sir, that you've been trying to get a message to the prince to send us help?
Yes, it's true.
And that both couriers you sent were captured by the Spanish?
And tortured?
I could get to Delft, sir.
You?
I know the road like the palm of my hand. I could do it blindfolded.
Yes, but the Spanish would not be blindfolded.
I could slip out at night. I know where there's a hole in the wall, grown over with weeds. Only a boy could get through. I could slip past the sentry.
And suppose they saw you?
I'd run. I'd hide under the bank of the canal. Or I'd lie flat in the water with my nose out. I tell you, sir, I could get to Delft.
How old are you, lad?
16. But what you need for the trip is a boy, sir. Not a slow, old man fat with drinking too much beer.
But if you did manage to sneak out of the city and get to the prince with a message, you'd never be able to get back in with the prince's answer.
I'd not try to return, sir.
Yeah, but the object of the trip is to bring back word from the prince.
I wouldn't come back, sir. But my pigeons would. You see, sir, they're homing pigeons.
Go on, lad. Tell me more of Leiden.
Well, the food is almost gone, sir. And some talk of surrender. They say... they say that you have deserted us.
No, lad. The fair maid of Holland has had many suitors, but she chose me above all others. I'll not desert her.
You'll send an army to help us?
If I had an army, I'd have sent it long ago. It was cut to pieces at Moekerheide. The only force I've left is the fleet. The sea beggars.
But Leiden's not on the sea. How could you send the sea beggars to Leiden?
By sending the sea to Leiden first.
What's that, sir?
If the dikes were broken, the whole lowland between here and Leiden would be flooded.
Of course, the dikes. I'd never thought of it. Then why not break the dikes, sir?
I would have long ago. Wanted to from the minute Leiden was besieged.
Then why?
The Estates General.
Oh, they won't agree to it.
No, not yet. But they must decide.
And what about Leiden, sir? Will we be left to starve to the last...
Tomorrow I go back to Rotterdam to meet with the Estates once more. And may God in his mercy give me the wisdom to make them see.
The prince's proposal to break the dikes was fantastic when he made it 2 months ago. It is still fantastic.
Centuries our people have labored to push back the sea. Is all their work to be destroyed now?
If the dikes are broken, it will flood the Rhineland, the Delftland, the Skiland.
And all the adjoining districts.
I myself stand to lose many thousand guilders by the flooding of the land.
We will now hear from His Excellency the Prince.
Gentlemen, I make my last appeal to you. If Leiden falls, then Holland will be cut in two. With Leiden will collapse our last hope. The Netherlands will once more be at the mercy of the tyrant. You know what this means. You have seen the streets of your cities running with blood. You have shuddered in your homes and waited for the knock on the door that would drag you off to the gallows. If you have escaped, and thousands of your countrymen have died, a God-given, a thing that men should enjoy as freely as they breathe fresh air, the freedom to worship God as their conscience directs. Think not of your purses now, but of that freedom. Not of a parcel of land,
but of those who will come after you to inherit that for which we fight. Do this thing I ask of you. Empower me to break the dikes and send the ocean to Leiden. And I tell you, what you do here today will be remembered. All generations to come will call you blessed.
The Estates General yielded. And on the 3rd day of August, 1574, I stood on the great outer dike near Rotterdam with my chief engineer. It was an ordinary summer day, daisies in the meadows, crows in the grain fields, a lazy wind turning the windmills. A crowd had gathered, and we bowed our heads for a moment. God grant us to succeed in this undertaking. God bless Holland. God keep Leiden.
Are you ready now, Your Excellency?
Yes, I'm ready.
At the sound of the cannon, let the dike be pierced and the ocean come in. Ready, set, fire.
The dike was broken. All the patient effort of 5 centuries destroyed. At Schiedam and Rotterdam, the floodgates were opened, and the water leaped forward, washing over the orchards, the grain fields, and the meadows. Where fat cows had grazed was now the bottom of the sea. But even as men watched, their earthly possessions vanish. They knew a great exaltation. Afterwards, they might carp and haggle and criticize. But for the moment, their vision was pure, unobstructed. They looked upon the desolation and saw something else. The waters of freedom washing over the lowlands.
The boy's pigeon came back to Leiden with the message that the dikes had been broken, and we were wild with relief and hope. It was a foolish thing I did, but the end seemed so near. I gave the order.
Hear ye, hear ye! By the order of the Burgomaster, rations of food will be doubled. Let all good men and true praise God. The ocean is on its way to Leiden. Leiden will be saved.
A week passed. The last of our food was eaten, and still the ocean did not come. The plague came instead. Plague and famine worked silently together. The church bells tolled 1,000 dead the first week. The second week passed. Dogs, cats, rats, everything that lived but man was killed and eaten. Another 1,000 died, and still there was no sign of the water. The third week, people were chewing on old shoe leather, eating the bark of trees, the roots, and swelling up and dying. An inch or two of water, but no more, had crept feebly across the meadows about Leiden. And Spanish soldiers stood below the city walls and mocked us.
Hola, Leidener! Where is your miracle? Weren't you expecting an ocean? Tell your prince to work another miracle and invent a boat that can sail on dry land.
By the end of the fourth week, 7,000 were dead of the famine and pestilence. My wife, Anna, was one of them. No one could dare to hear the church bells toll any longer. So I ordered them to cease. And that was how it was with Leiden when General Valdez unbuckled his sword and paid me another visit.
Senor Burgomaster.
What is it you would have of me now, General Valdez?
I've come for the last time to offer you pardon and mercy, if you will surrender.
You had your answer 4 months ago.
4 months ago you had hope. A faint hope that your prince might send you help. But now you have nothing.
You lie.
A month ago the dikes were cut. But did the water come to Leiden? No, senor. Even God mocks you. He has made the wind stop blowing. The water sinks instead of rising. The prince's fleet, my courier tells me, is stuck in the mud 2 miles from where it started. You see, senor, your last hope is gone.
No, General Valdez. You are wrong. We live. And as long as we live, we have hope.
Pardon me, senor, but we Spanish are not fools. We know you have nothing between you and starvation but a few mangy dogs and cats.
Then, as long as you hear a dog bark or a cat mew, know that Leiden holds out. You wait like vultures to pick our bones. But know this, General Valdez. When our last hour comes and we can fight no more, we will set fire to the city and die in the flames. Nothing will be left for you. Nothing.
What's that? In God's name, where's that music coming from?
From the people, General. You say are beaten. Today we celebrate the birthday of the Prince of Orange.
May God forgive the burgomaster that lie. It was not my birthday. He had ordered the town musicians out and the people to parade so that Valdez would not know their desperation. I was desperate, too. I had counted on wind and tide to carry the seawater to Leiden. But for weeks, not a breath of air had stirred. The sea beggars were founded in a sea of mud. On the night of October 1st, I stood on the dike. The dike I had reached with so much hope. With me was the boy, Dirk Van Ziel.
The water's like a mirror. I never saw it so still.
Do you believe in miracles, lad?
Yes, sir. I think I do.
Good. They say they only happen to those who believe in them.
Oh, it would be a miracle, wouldn't it, sir, if the wind should suddenly rise and blow the ocean to Leiden.
You think that would be asking too much?
Oh, no, sir. If God has willed it, it will happen.
I see you are a good Calvinist.
Yes, sir. What is it? God bless you, sir. Are you taking cold, sir?
No, it's nothing.
What? Nothing, did you say? Listen.
It's the wind. The wind has changed.
And the sea is moving.
There were 3 feet of water in the meadows about Leiden by October 4th. And another of Dirk's pigeons had returned with the message that the fleet, the sea beggars, were on their way to save us. I kept watch till almost daybreak, then dropped off to sleep. I was awakened.
I'm coming. What is it, man?
The city wall is falling.
No, it can't be.
But it's true, sir. The wall between the Cowgate and the Tower of Burgundy has fallen.
Then the Spaniards have minded. They mean to attack us before the fleet comes. They'll be in the city before it is light.
What are we to do, Burgomaster?
We'd fight them, of course. Listen, the captain of the guard is calling out our men. Every man, woman, and child in Leiden who was not too weak to stand lined up in orderly array before the fallen wall. The home guard had guns. The rest had pikes, axes, hammers, hay forks. The women had their kitchen knives. A few held lighted torches. We knew what we would do. As long as we could, we would fight the Spaniards off. Then we would set fire to the city and die in the flames.
while we waited for dawn and for the enemy to attack, we prayed.
Surely he shall deliver me from the snare of the fowler and the noisome pestilence. Thou shalt not be afraid of the terror by night, nor the arrow that flieth by day, nor of the pestilence that walketh in darkness, nor of the destruction that wasteth at noonday. 1,000 shall fall at thy side, and 10,000 at thy right hand, but it shall not come nigh thee. The Lord is my light and my salvation. Whom shall I fear? The Lord is the strength of my life. Of whom shall I be afraid? Wait on the Lord. Be of good courage, and he shall strengthen thy heart. Wait, I say, on the Lord.
Listen. The cock crows in the Spanish camp. It's growing light in the east.
People of Leiden, the Spaniards will come now. Remember our oath. Death, but no surrender.
Look, they're coming.
Where?
There, creeping through the mist. There's one of them.
Wait. Halt! Halt or we fire!
He's Dutch.
Who is it? Who goes there? Dirk Van Ziel. What are you doing coming from the Spanish lines?
But don't you know? The Spaniards are gone.
Gone? Where?
They went toward the Hague. They rode past me as I came in.
Then why did they mine the wall?
Well, maybe they didn't, sir. Maybe the sea that's bringing the fleet undermined the wall.
And the fleet is coming.
Of course it's coming. Why do you think the Spaniards fled?
Listen, lad, listen!
That's the fleet now. The beggars. The fleet. The beggars are coming. They're saluting us.
Thanks be to God. Thank God.
God bless Holland. God keep Leiden. God.
Navigator to pilot, head.
Good. Pilot to bombardier. Open bomb bays and prepare to bomb.
Right. Bomb doors open. Navigator to pilot. We're over the target. There's West Capella. There's the Great Dyke.
Pilot to bombardier. Target below. She's all yours.
I need a little left. No, too much. Give me a little right. Just a little. There. Steady now. Hold what you've got.
Once again, the dikes are broken to drive an enemy from the land. And now we who share in this work should remember that we had a stake in that other victory, too. We, you and I, were saved at Leiden. That was the city where, 35 years after the siege that Holland broke, a little band of Englishmen driven out of their own country because of their religion took refuge. Our pilgrim fathers found refuge there because Leiden held and remained free. From Leiden to Plymouth Rock was the way we came.
The NBC University of the Air has brought you Chapter 7 of the new historical series, We Came This Way. Next week, We Came This Way will present the story of the Puritan Revolution in England. A handbook containing background information with suggestions for further reading is now in publication. We shall be happy to send you at cost of mailing this valuable We Came This Way handbook, especially written for the current series. Send 25 cents to cover the cost of printing and mailing to We Came This Way, Post Office 30, Station J, New York 27, New York. This program is presented by the NBC University of the Air, not only for listeners in this country, but also for our servicemen and women overseas, to be transmitted to them wherever they're stationed through the Armed Forces Radio Service. Tonight's script was written by Frank Wells and directed by Ira Avery. The original music was composed by Leo Kempinski and conducted by Milton Catums. Feature roles were played by Lon Clark, Rock Rogers, Owen Jordan, and Ruth Amos. The narrator was John W. Vandercook. This series is presented as a public service of the National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Columbia Broadcasting System presents The Free Company.
For what avail the plow or sail, or land or life, if freedom fail?
This is W.B. Lewis, chairman of the radio division of the Free Company, which today presents a new play by James Boyd, author of Drums, Marching On, and Long Hunt. The Free Company is a society of writers, actors, and radio workers organized to prepare and to broadcast a series of radio plays dealing with American democracy. Plays by William Saroyan, Mark Connolly, and Robert E. Sherwood have already been presented. Plays to come will be written by playwrights, novelists, and poets of equal distinction, many of them Pulitzer Prize winners. Some of these plays will be concerned with one or more of the 8 basic freedoms assured to every citizen in the Bill of Rights. Others, like today's drama, will cover the more general theme of freedom as it develops from those basic, vital rights. All are intended to explain and to illustrate the meaning of freedom, to supply, in terms of our lives today, answers to problems such as those faced by Abraham Lincoln when he said,
"We all declare for liberty, but in using the same word, we do not all mean the same thing. With some, the word liberty may mean for each man to do as he pleases with himself and the product of his labor. While with others, the same word may mean for some men to do as they please with other men and the product of other men's labor. The shepherd drives the wolf from the sheep's throat, for which the sheep thanks the shepherd as his liberator, while the wolf denounces him for the same act as the destroyer of liberty. Plainly, the sheep and the wolf are not agreed upon a definition of the word liberty."
The Free Company presents Alan Dinehart, Betty Field, Elia Kazan, Sidney Lumet, Margot, Myron McCormick, and Dorothy McGuire in One More Free Man by James Boyd. The time, shortly after Christmas in the year 1890. The place, a cow camp in the Rocky Mountains. A young mother is alone with her baby in the camp's log-built shelter. She came to the camp to spend Christmas with her husband, a mining engineer. They are snowed in, and her baby came at the blizzard's peak. But today, the road has been opened and a team has come up with supplies and a proper crib for the baby.
A mighty river. Your eyes are shut. Your fists are curled. And now you frown. What are you doing in your dreams? I know nothing about baby's dreams, but I know about mother's dreams. Since I first felt you stir, I dreamed about you. And when you came, I was so glad that the pain seemed only pain I dreamed. And still, the dream of you goes on. Already I see that first warm day of spring, when the snow melts up into the sky and you and I drive down to town. Do you know on that first Sunday what we'll do? I can see it in my dreams. I can hear the organ.
Baptized according to our word through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. Therefore I baptize thee in the name of the Son and of the Holy Ghost.
Was that you that cried? You're sleeping. You were crying only in my dreams. The water was cold on your head. But never mind, for now you have a name. Your name is John. No one will ever know any secret name for you, my manger baby. And when you go to school, you will be John. John Cross. In school.
John Cross the window during recess.
I couldn't say.
You mean you don't know?
No, ma'am, I don't mean that.
Well, did you?
I couldn't say.
I suppose you don't know that either.
No, ma'am, but if everybody that didn't do it says so, then you'll find out who did.
I have a right to find out.
Not that way.
Are you talking back to me?
Yes, ma'am.
That you'll stay in for 2 hours.
Holy mackerel, teacher, what about the ball game?
He'll miss the ball game.
Oh, shucks, then I done it. I broke it.
Then you'll stay in for 2 hours.
Okay, teacher. John, you're clear.
Not at all. John will stay in for 2 hours, too, for talking back.
That's not fair.
2 hours tomorrow and the next day, too.
You're not fair.
2 hours more. Come now, John, this is foolish. If you'll apologize, I'll let you go to the ball game.
I said what I thought.
But that can sometimes be impudent. Come, say you're sorry, and you can go to the ball game.
I said what I thought was right.
Oh, go on, Johnny. Say it and get off. It don't mean nothing.
No.
All right, then. 2 hours today, tomorrow, and the day after.
That's how you'll be in school, perhaps. It will make life harder for you, my manger baby. But I wouldn't want it otherwise. There are plenty of boys otherwise. And are they happier? Some, perhaps. Am I not a natural mother? Mothers are supposed to wish their children safe and happy. But a boy like you, John, will not grow into a safe man, or even a happy one, unless you have good luck. A girl that you can always love, the only luck that lasts. What will she be like? And will I hate or envy her? Or will I be there to do either? It'll make no difference. They'll not think of me, only of each other, of themselves, as your father and I did just a year ago. Will the wedding be in a church like ours? Yes. Yes, in a church, I think.
What is it, John? What's wrong?
Nothing but this. Do you really love me?
Darling, what a silly question.
If you're not sure, you could still say so.
I wouldn't think of such a thing. Oh, John, I think we're going to have a wonderful life. You're going to succeed. By next year, you'll be superintendent, and we can take the house we looked at.
You can say no still. Right now, I'd understand.
John, you're crazy. Maybe you don't love me.
I do love you. So much that I want everything to be good between us. I'd rather give it up than have it spoiled.
Oh, silly. I'm lucky. All the girls envy me.
But inside, are you sure?
Of course I am.
Oh, my son. My son. Will she be big enough for you? And if not that, faithful enough at least? And if she's not, then who will be? The men you work with? You will be an engineer, I think, like your father and like mine. But builders have no place for manger babies. I see bad times for you. Bad times in the hard, roaring world of engineers.
I'm John Cross, the super down at Black Rock. The GM sent for me.
The general manager's expecting you. Go on in.
Cross, what's this I hear?
What do you hear?
That you've been talking to the men.
What do they say that
Never mind.
I say?
Never mind what they say or what you said. I'm your friend. Now, you've done a good job at Black Rock. Production's up. All I want is just a denial that you've been talking to the men. I've written it out. Sign here. I want to show it to the directors. It'll clear you. Don't read it, just sign it. And whatever happens, let this be a lesson to you. Never talk to the men.
What do they say that I said?
They say you attended a meeting, that you told them that you would not lay a man off who tried to organize the mine as long as he got out the ore. I don't know whether that's true. I don't want to. I'm your friend, but I'm a busy man. Come on now, sign here. I'll take care of it.
That is what I told them.
You know the company's policy. The minute we hear of a man organizing, we let him out and send his name to the association.
Yes, I told them that. I told them, too, that they had the right to organize. I can't sign any denial.
Cross, everybody makes mistakes, especially when he's green. Now, when you make one, the thing to do is to clear it up and then forget it. In this case, I'm making it easy for you.
Why easy for me?
Why? Well, I don't know. I guess it's because I see something in you. I see boys coming into the mines by hundreds. I size them up. I'm never wrong. You've got a future in this business, Cross. That's all I have to say, and it's much more than I've ever said to any other man. Now, sign here.
It's not what I believe.
Never mind that, boy. Sign.
These men have a right to better their conditions. Their houses are not fit to live in. There's too much rake-off in the company store, too much dust in the working places. We're short on mine props and on ventilators. We're killing men, slowly now, but someday we'll have a big disaster.
My boy, has it ever occurred to you that if a man's not satisfied, he can leave?
Leave? With this for the company store? How leave?
He didn't have to rent the house or run up a store bill, did he?
Where else could he live? How else can he eat when times are slack?
Well, that's his business. He can work it out to suit himself. This is a free country.
Then he's free to organize.
Cross, I've no time to argue. You've got a wife. Jobs are scarce. You'll be on every blacklist in the country.
Chief, we're killing men that might be saved. I've seen their bodies carried out. I know them, living and dead. And I'm for them.
So, I've been trying to protect a radical. Smith, write a letter giving Cross notice and phone the head watchman at Black Rock not to let him on the property.
Yes, sir.
Young man, this is not my business. But I'd hate to be your wife when he marries. I always understood.
A real man does what he has to do. You're doing what you must, and I am, too. Well, I guess there's no more to say. Goodbye, and no hard feelings.
Don't hold out your hand to me. I shake hands with no radical.
Well, just goodbye, then.
Now what will become of you? Your name is on the list. All doors are shut. And everywhere you go, you bear the brand of troublemaker. A name they give to those who speak the truth. And what will that pretty wife of yours now have to say? I think I know what she will say in your cheap rooming house with a leaky step.
Well, did you find anything?
No, they'd heard about me.
What are we to do? Look at my dress. Look at my hands.
Oh, Mary, I see them. All the time. Wherever I go, whenever they turn me down.
Why didn't you think of them at Black Rock, then?
Mary.
You could have signed the letter and would be there and going up, not down.
But the men were right. I explained that.
What's right? What's wrong? And are they better off? Look at us. And all because you can't learn to keep quiet.
Keep quiet is not something a man learns. Something he forgets. He forgets how he was as a kid. Kids don't keep quiet. They say what they think. Then something happens to them and they forget.
Is that philosophy? Well, I can't live on it. I'm going home.
Oh. I guess that's best. This is no place for you. Then, when I get a job, I'll come for you. Is that your bag?
Yes, and it's packed. I got supper for you.
Packed?
Don't look at me like that. I got your supper, didn't I?
But, Mary, you could wait a day or two. Something might turn up.
Oh, we've said that 50 times. I must hurry if I'm going to catch my train. Come on.
Yes. Yes, I'll take you to the train. Oh, Mary.
No, let me go, John. I must hurry. Go get my bag. Come on.
Yes, you mustn't miss the train.
think she'll come back to you? Or even wait? A girl with her bright beauty fading, with not much time to lose. Around. So confident and careful. No, my son. Someday you'll learn the truth. And then for you the name of loneliness will have a meaning all its own. And you will be a wanderer in the dark places of the earth. But work you must. And work perhaps you will among the workers. The workers you work to save.
The meeting will come to order. This meeting of Local 1634 is called for the election of officers and delegates to the National Convention. Nominations are now in order.
I renominate our president, Tony Siegel.
I second the nomination. I move the nominations be closed.
Well, brothers, it looks like I was in again. I'm much obliged.
Well, the chairman.
The chair recognizes Mr. Cross.
This election is not in order. There was no time for other nominations.
All right, bright boy. Is there any other nominations? You see, bright boy? Now sit down.
I want to speak on the nomination.
Wait. Let him speak. Okay, bright boy, go right ahead.
Ever since I joined this union, I've seen how it's run. It's run by Siegel. How Siegel runs it. Here's what I found. Last spring, we struck in violation of our agreement. We lost 28 days' pay and the goodwill of the town.
Who cares for goodwill?
Ain't the employers chipped us plenty? We lost our wages, but Siegel didn't lose. Ever since then, he's been taking down $100 a month from the employer to keep us working.
That's a lie.
I have proof. Where is it? Not here, Siegel. Not where it can be snatched out of my hands by your gang. But I'll produce it when I'm ready. And I'll produce another piece of paper. Siegel's real name's not Siegel. What is it? But I know what it is. And what he did. Siegel's no working man. The only job he ever did, he got 6 years for. Living off girls. Siegel, am I right? Now, here's my office, Siegel. Resign and take your mob out of the hall and let us have a free election. Siegel, resign or I'll turn you in.
Till you came in here, we had a nice little local, everything quiet and regular. But since, at every meeting, you got a new squawk. Don't we mean to stick by our agreement? Why won't we show a financial settlement? Is it right to restrict production?
That's what I asked, and I never got an answer.
And never will while I'm here.
That's why I want you out. This is no labor union. It's just a gang that lives off the employers and off the union members. There's you. You and your mob. Not one of you are workers. The rest of the crowd here, the workers, are all right, but they're scared to move. They've got their bread to think of. They've got their wives and kids. You used to live off girls. Well, where are the girls you live off now?
Brothers, I guess you can see his racket. He wants to frame me and get the job.
I'm not a candidate.
What are you then, bright boy?
I'm just a guy. Says what he believes.
And what do you believe? We've heard you talk a lot, but never found out yet.
I believe that people have got to take care of themselves.
Well, ain't we doing it?
Yes, you are, but not us. Listen, boys. To take care of himself, the worker's got 3 things. He's got his fists for scabs and finks.
Listen to him, brothers. He'll be punching himself in the jaw, maybe.
He's got his skill. He's got his skill that the world can't do without. And he's got the backing of public opinion. Those are his weapons, and he needs them all.
Well, now that we've heard your little Sunday school lesson, sit down.
I'll not sit down. Listen, you American workmen. We're American workmen no matter where we started from. Where does this local stand today? Have we any respect like good unions? Any public support to back us in a fight? Does this town trust us to stick by our agreements? Do they feel about us the way Junction City feels about their local there? We've thrown away our weapons. Now look, men. Why does the name of the American workman stand high all around the world? Because he's the man that turns out the stuff. That's his ace in the hole, his blue chip. He can turn out the stuff. So I say, let's clean up, start right. If the employers treat us fair, be tough but square, and turn out the stuff. If they're in trouble through no fault of their own, help them keep going if we can. Then if they jip us, strike with the town behind us, and they'll know they're losing men that can turn out the stuff.
Oh, that's beautiful. Beautiful and true. It's what my father used to say. Now they listen. Now they're cheering, but will they act? Time is the enemy of all things good. The enemy until it has destroyed them. Then when it's too late, it turns and preserves the ruins. Preserves them through generations. Generations in the minds of men. But I must watch my dream until it ends. And it will end, perhaps, where water flows like faith and great ships sleep in darkness by the dock.
Who's that?
It's me, John. Benny.
What are you doing here?
You oughtn't to go alone at night. Not by the docks. We've appointed some of the boys to watch you. We tipped off the cops to watch out, too.
What do you mean, appointed?
We had a meeting, all the right guys. We're going to throw Seago out and put you in. We don't want nothing to happen to you, see?
Pick somebody else. There's plenty.
We've done our picking. Now listen, keep out of these dark places, will you? Why make it tough for us to cover you?
All right, maybe you're right.
One thing more. We've been a bunch of heels, see, with this Seago. We ain't proud of it, you understand, but most of us got kids, see? I guess you don't know what that means.
No. I've got no wife, no kids. But I know what it means.
But get this right. From now on, we back you. Boys are all right, you understand? Only sometimes it takes somebody to give them a right steer. Now, let's get out of this. Listen, what's that?
Somebody in a big hurry.
Look out, it might be Seago. Look out.
Yeah.
John! Did I get you? John! John, can you talk? I can't get to you. They got me, too. Can you hear me, John? Hang on, fella. That's the ambulance. Over here, Doc. Hurry.
Who else got it?
Just him and me. Look at him. Who's this way?
I'm the driver. I'll fix you up till the doc gets around to you.
You got here quick for once.
Here, roll over in this blanket. There you are. Yeah, we heard the shooting. Knew just where we'd find you, buddy.
Too bad you didn't know sooner. Some of you cops could have got Seago then.
They got him.
Oh, they did?
Yeah, they blocked him off coming out of third, and they cut him down just before we came by. Him and 3 with him. Didn't you hear it?
That's Seago and Jack and Red in one arm. Doc, have you looked him over?
Yeah.
Well, for Pete's sake, Doc, I mean, he's a friend of mine.
He'll never walk again. The spinal cord.
You mean he'll be no good? For nothing?
I mean, it's his legs. Only his legs. His other end's all right.
Okay, then, Doc, okay. That's the end we need.
Oh, my little child. must not happen. It mustn't. Yet if it should, if here and now, between this manger and the magic northern lights, by wishing I could make my dream come true, or not come true, what would I say? I am a daughter of the pioneers, strong men, brave women, free, daring men who worked, took chances, and winning, losing, made this land. What would I say? I'd say then, let the dream come true. Out of my nameless body, let there come a man who speaks the truth he knows. One more free man to make his country great. Are you hungry, my baby? Come then now, come. It's time for you to eat. Out of my body you have come. Out of my body you grow strong. Be happy now, and eat, and sleep, and dream. And then, whatever lies ahead, go on.
What is the meaning of Mr. Boyd's play for us? How does it touch our own lives? Here's how. We are citizens of one of the few remaining countries on the face of the globe in which the John Crosses of this world may still escape the concentration camp and the quicklime grave. John Cross had a compulsion to speak the truth and to act the truth. There are many such men, and there have been many such men in our past. William Penn and Patrick Henry, Thomas Jefferson, Sam Houston, Lincoln, all were men like John Cross. The meaning of our freedom is this, that here in our land, men like John Cross shall win in the end. John Cross may suffer because American democracy, being human, is not perfect. There is always a gap between what our people believe and what they do. Men like John Cross break their bodies and their hearts, then others follow, and so another gain in man's long struggle to be free is made secure. We should be proud that we have a land where men and women still are free to lead, and others are free to follow. A land where men and women stand for what is decent and just, where all our citizens have the right, by law and by our great tradition, to make their fight for a better world. Let us again, in this present time of crisis, renew our timeless and high resolve that government of the people, by the people, and for the people shall not perish from the earth.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. In today's Free Company presentation, you have heard Margot as the mother, Dorothy McGuire as the teacher, Sidney Lumet as John Cross, the schoolboy, Marin McCormick as the elder John, Betty Field as Mary, Alan Dinehart as the general manager, and Elia Kazan as Seago. The stars and author of today's play contributed their services without payment, as did Bernard Herrmann, who composed and conducted the music, and Norman Corwin, who directed the production. All those who enjoyed James Boyd's play will be glad to know that a complete copy of the broadcast has been printed for listeners. For 10 cents, the cost of printing and mailing, you may receive your copy. Write to The Free Company in care of the Columbia Broadcasting System in New York. Copies of subsequent Free Company plays will be made available each week as the series goes on. Next week, the Free Company will present Freedom's a Hard-Bought Thing by Stephen Vincent Benet, adapted by David Eskind. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
room of City Hall, corner of Nassau and Wall Street, New York City. Here on this 4th of August, 1735, the long-delayed trial of John Peter Zenger is about to begin. He stands accused of the crime of libel against the person and character of His Excellency, Colonel William Cosby, governor of the provinces of New York and New Jersey. Informed observers believe that Zenger's chances for acquittal are dim. They point out that he is heavily handicapped. The governor controls the court, presided over by Chief Justice James Delancey. Zenger's 2 attorneys have been disbarred, and the Crown has appointed John Chambers, a young and relatively unknown attorney, to defend Zenger. This case has been waiting to come to trial for 8 months. It has attracted considerable attention both here and in England. There are many who see
August 4th, 1735, New York City. You are there.
John Peter Zenger, a colonial printer, stands before a government-controlled court determined to convict him for libel. CBS takes you back 214 years to one of the most celebrated trials in our nation's history, the trial which established our treasured heritage of freedom of the press. All things are as they were then, except for one thing. When CBS is there, you are there. You Are There, produced and directed by Robert Louis Cheon, is based on historical fact and quotation. Walter Hamden plays Mr. Andrew Hamilton in today's broadcast. And now,
a crowded courtroom in colonial New York, and John Daly.
Action here in the colonies is about to begin. The courtroom is packed with people who have come from points as far away as Boston and Philadelphia to witness this trial. Chief Justice Delancey and his associate, Justice Phillips, have not appeared yet. So now to our CBS News headquarters for the trial and the latest developments in this dramatic case. Go ahead, Quincy Howe.
There's a lot more to this case than meets the eye. The issue is not just whether John Peter Zenger is guilty of libeling Governor Cosby. The larger question is, shall the people of these colonies have the right to protest against what they regard as arbitrary and oppressive rule of any and all Crown-appointed governors? 2 years ago, when Colonel Cosby became governor, he began to tax the people in what they considered a high-handed manner. It's also alleged that he suppressed their civil rights. When the colonists tried to get some relief in the city council, the governor removed the senior member of that body, the beloved and respected Rip Van Dam. When the people took their case to the courts, Governor Cosby replaced the Chief Justice, Mr. Lewis Morris, with Mr. James Delancey, who will preside over today's trial. Deprived of their normal avenues of protest, several influential New Yorkers got together and backed John Peter Zenger in issuing a newspaper, the New York Weekly Journal, which published many unsigned articles attacking the governor. 8 months ago, Cosby arrested Zenger on a warrant charging him with printing seditious libels, and Justice Delancey set the bail so high that Zenger had to stay in jail. If the jury finds Zenger guilty, the New York Weekly Journal will certainly go out of business. Also, many colonists believe that such a precedent will tend to discourage opposition to the government and will throttle a free press. Just a moment, the sheriff has brought Zenger into the courtroom, so...
Zenger is being led into the prisoner's dock, and the crowd has broken into a spontaneous demonstration. Zenger just waved at his wife, Mrs. Anna Zenger, who is sitting next to John Chambers, his attorney, and Don Hollenbeck is with Mrs. Zenger also, so over to Don Hollenbeck.
The bailiff seems to be quieting this demonstration for Zenger. Mrs. Zenger, is this the first time you've seen your husband since his imprisonment?
The first time. This is the first time.
And how do you think he looks?
Dreadful. Terrible. He's lost so much weight. So much.
Mrs. Zenger, there's been some talk that the articles in the journal, those that the governor specifically objected to, were not written by your husband. Is that true?
John printed the articles.
I know that, but they were never signed. Who actually wrote them?
That is what His Excellency would like to know. That is why he threw my husband in jail, to find out. He was sure he could make John tell who wrote the articles. Then he could punish them. Even if my husband didn't confess, the governor thought that with John in jail, the paper would be finished. But His High and Mighty Excellency failed in both his plots. John would not tell, and the journal kept on being printed.
Yes, it certainly did, and much of the credit for that belongs to you, Mrs. Zinger. And now that the trial's begun, how do you think it's going to go?
The jury will find my husband innocent. They must. If they convict John, the only weapon we have against Cosby, our voices choked off. We're struck dumb, and Cosby can run riot over us. And we will have neither the right to protest nor the voice to cry out with. But if John is acquitted, as I pray the Lord he will be, then men everywhere in America will be able to speak out as free men must speak out, without fear and freely.
Thank you, Mrs. Anna Zinger. Now the sheriff is asking that the aisles be cleared. It seems the trial is about to start, so back to John Daly.
The aisles are being cleared, and this place is taking on some semblance of order. Mr. Richard Bradley, the Attorney General who will prosecute Zenger, is standing at the Crown's table. He seems very complacent. He's smiling and, at the moment, setting his powdered wig at just the right position on his head. And now the bailiff has reached up to the judge's bench and is pounding the gavel. Chief Justice Delancey and Associate Justice Phillips are entering the courtroom from their chambers. They're going up to their places on the bench. The spectators have risen. Let's listen.
Oyez! The New York Supreme Court, 3rd of August, in the 9th year of the reign of our sovereign Lord, King George II, Justices Delancey and Phillips presiding. All those having business before this court draw near, give your attention, and ye shall be heard. Be seated.
The clerk will read the calendar.
The Crown versus John Peter Zenger, printer of New York City.
Mr. Attorney General, are you prepared for the Crown?
We are ready, Your Honor.
Mr. John Chambers, are you prepared for the defendant?
May it please Your Honor.
Yes, Mr. Chambers, what is it?
May I address Your Honors to say that I have just been advised that I am to have the cooperation of another attorney in the presentation of my case.
Another attorney, sir?
I ask, sir, that you declare to be qualified at this bar the distinguished member of the bar of our neighboring colony, Pennsylvania, Mr. Andrew Hamilton.
Andrew Hamilton will defend Zenger. Hamilton, the most distinguished, the most noted attorney in the colonies, is here in this courtroom, and he's going to help defend John Peter Zenger. He was sitting with Rip Van Dam. We didn't recognize him because we've never seen him before, but we certainly do know of his reputation. Mr. Hamilton rose when Chambers spoke his name. He has come forward to the bench. The spectators burst into spontaneous applause when they heard his name, and the bailiffs are now trying to quiet them. Their reaction is not at all surprising, for with Andrew Hamilton pleading his case, John Peter Zenger's cause is no longer hopeless. Hamilton is a brilliant trial lawyer. He has a long and remarkable record of courtroom victories. He is a man in his early 80s. Some time ago he retired from active practice, but he apparently has come out of retirement to defend Zenger. Now Zenger, the underdog, has at least a fighting chance. At last, the crowd has quieted down. Now back to the bench.
Mr. Hamilton?
Your Honor, I am ready to take the oath.
The oath? Yes, of course, yes. And do you solemnly swear that at this bar you will abide by the laws of our Lord and Majesty the King and all the ordinances pertaining to the trial of this case?
I do.
We welcome you to our bar, Mr. Hamilton.
I thank Your Honor.
Mr. Hamilton is now taking his place at the defense table. If it were anyone else, Justice Delancey might possibly have refused the oath, but he just couldn't refuse it to Andrew Hamilton. That's the gavel again. The trial will proceed.
The clerk will panel the jurors.
Robert Sinclair, Joseph Dillingham, Charles Osborne, Daniel Forsyth.
Objection, Your Honor.
Objection to what, Mr. Chambers?
I humbly move, Your Honor, that the sheriff be instructed to read the names of the jurors in the same order as they appear in the freeholder's book.
How is that? Are they not in that order?
No, sir, they are not. Some of the names that were last on the panel are now placed first.
Clerk, is it so? Look on that copy. Is it a true copy of the panel?
Yes, I believe it is.
Well, then how is it that some of the names are misplaced?
I have the list handed to me by the sheriff.
Yes. Well, then, I say someone must be in error. Yes. Well, now, put aside the list you've read and read the names from the freeholder's book in the order they do appear.
Yes, Your Honor.
Apparently, some attempt to obtain a jury favorable to the Crown has been frustrated. Normally, a jury is selected from a list of names known as the Freeholders' Book, and customarily the names are called in order. Here, however, someone evidently shuffled the names so that the list contained a number of men who are known to favor the governor. Whatever the reasons behind the maneuver, quite obviously it has failed. And now, as the clerk finishes reading off the true list, the jurors, most of whom are middle-class merchants and farmers, are filing into the jury box. And they're all in there now, standing and waiting.
Do you have any challenges, Mr. Chambers?
No, Your Honor. The defense is satisfied.
Yes. Mr. Attorney General, are you too satisfied?
That is the Crown.
Yes.
Of course, yes. The Crown is happy. Very happy indeed.
Well, swear in the jury.
Mr. Thomas Hunt, as foreman of this jury, truly try and true deliverance make between our sovereign lord the king and the prisoner at the bar whom you have in your charge, and a true verdict give according to your evidence. So help you God.
I do.
Gentlemen, the same oath which your foreman hath taken on his behalf, you and every one of you shall well and truly observe and keep on your honor. Repeat after me. I do.
I do.
Be seated.
The jurors now seat themselves, and the long-awaited trial of John Peter Zenger actually begins.
Mr. Attorney General, will you proceed?
Very pleased, Your Honor, that gentlemen of the jury, the charge against the he did willfully and maliciously print a false, scandalous, and seditious libel, in which His Excellency, the Governor of this province, who is the King's immediate representative here, is greatly and unjustly scandalized as a person that has no regard to law nor justice. Such libeling has always been discouraged as a thing that tends to create differences among men, ill blood among the people, and oftentimes great bloodshed. There can be no doubt but that you, gentlemen of the jury, will condemn these practices and find the defendant guilty as charged.
Mr. Chambers.
Your Honors, gentlemen of the jury, my client, John Peter Zenger, pleads not guilty to the charge. We shall attempt to show that none of the alleged libels refer directly to any specific person. And we shall also point out that it is incumbent upon the Crown to prove that the defendant is the author of the said libels.
Your Honors, my respectable but very young colleague has stated that it is necessary for the Crown to show that Zenger personally is responsible for the appearance of the libels in the so-called newspaper he publishes. It shall be my happy duty to prove this beyond reasonable doubt. My witnesses will show...
May I be forgiven for interrupting the discourse of the learned attorney for the Crown? What is the nature of your interruption, Mr. Hamilton?
May it please your honors, I will save the Attorney General the trouble of going further into the matter, for I do confess for my client that he both printed and published the statements set forth in the charges.
As you've heard, Mr. Hamilton has surprisingly admitted that Zenger printed and published the alleged libels. Now the Attorney General again.
As Mr. Hamilton has confessed the printing and publishing of these libels, I think the jury must find the verdict for the king.
Not so neither, Mr. Attorney General. There is more to this bargain. Now, I hope it is not our bare printing and publishing a paper that will make it a libel. You will have something more to do before you make my client a libeler, for the words themselves must be libelous, that is, false, scandalous, and seditious, or else we are not guilty.
Your Honors,
I think nothing is plainer than that the words contained in the articles as pertaining to the governor are scandalous and tend to sedition. And if such a thing is not libel, I think it may be said that there can be no such thing as a libel.
May it please your honors, I must insist that what my client is charged with is not a libel. I observed just now that Mr. Attorney General, in defining a libel, made use of the words scandalous and seditious. But whether from design or not, I cannot say, he omitted the word false.
I repeat, a libel is still a libel, notwithstanding it may be true.
In this I must again differ with my honorable colleague. I point out to him that the indictment to which my client pleaded not guilty accused him of, I quote, a certain false, malicious, seditious, and scandalous libel. Now, Your Honor, the word false must have some meaning, or else how came it there? To show the court that I am in earnest, and to save the court's time and Mr. Attorney General's trouble, I will agree that everything Mr. Zenger printed about His Excellency the Governor is scandalous, seditious, and a libel, provided only that he proves them false. So it seems our work is now pretty much shortened. All the Crown is left to do is prove the word false, and we are guilty. If he is reluctant to do that, we shall take the task upon ourselves and prove them true.
Mr. Hamilton, you cannot be permitted to give the truth of a libel in evidence. A libel is not to be justified, for it is nevertheless a libel that it is true.
Your Honor, I'm sorry the court has so quickly decided upon this bit of law.
The law is clear. You cannot justify a libel.
With submission, I have seen the practice in very great court.
Mr. Hamilton, after the court have declared their opinion, it is not good manners to insist upon a point in which you are overruled.
Your Honor, I must insist on...
Use the court with good manners, sir. You are not to be permitted to argue against the opinion of the court.
Then I will say no more at this time.
Mr. Hamilton has now turned his back on the bench, almost deliberately it seems, and he is approaching the jury. Apparently he intends to skip the pleading, the evidence, and to go at once to the final summing up before the jury. Mr. Hamilton.
Gentlemen of the jury, it is to you we must now appeal. For witness, we are denied the liberty of proving the truth of the facts deemed libelous. Gentlemen, power may be justly compared to a great river. While kept within its bounds, it is both beautiful and useful. But when it overflows its banks, it bears down all before it, and it brings destruction and desolation wherever it comes. If then this is the nature of power, that duty, and like wise men who value freedom, use our utmost care to support liberty. The only bulwark we have against lawless power, which in all ages has sacrificed to its wild lust and boundless ambition the blood of the best men that ever lived. As you see, I labor under the weight of many years and am borne down with the great infirmities of body. Yet, old and weak as I am, I should think it my duty, if required, to go to the furthest parts of the land where my service could be of any use in assisting to quench the flame of prosecutions that aim to deprive a people of the right of two against arbitrary attempts of the men in power. Men who injure and oppress the people under their administration provoke them, cry out and complain, and then
make that very complaint the foundation for new oppressions and persecutions. Gentlemen, I make no doubt but your upright conduct this day will entitle you to the love and esteem of your fellow citizens. For every man who prefers freedom to a life of slavery will bless and honor you as men who have baffled an act of tyranny. Gentlemen of the jury, your impartial and uncorrupt verdict today will lay a noble foundation for securing to ourselves, our posterity, and our neighbors that to which nature and the laws of our country have given us a right, the liberty both of exposing and opposing arbitrary power by speaking and writing the truth. The question before the court, and you, gentlemen of the jury, is not of small nor private concern. It is not the cause of a poor printer, nor of New York alone, which you are now trying. No. It may, in its consequence, affect every free man in America. It is the best cause. It is the cause of liberty. The defense rests.
Mr. Attorney General for the Crown.
That is, gentlemen of the jury, all that you have to consider is the fact that Mr. Zenger, the defendant, printed and published certain scandalous libels which reflected upon the integrity of His Excellency the Governor. Well, these are confessed. Well, yes, they're confessed. Well, now, I'm certain you must find the defendant guilty as charged. But yes, of course. The Crown rests.
Mr. Bradley's summation was brief, certainly. He seems to be stunned, still under the power of Mr. Hamilton's oratory. Chief Justice Delancey is about to begin his charge to the jury.
Gentlemen of the jury, my charge to you shall be most brief. I wish to remind you that as the facts or words in the charges are confessed, the only thing that can come in question before you is whether the words as set forth in the charges constitute a libel. Now, as that is a matter of law, you may leave that question in the hands of the court. In other words, gentlemen, you, as a jury, have only to decide facts, not law. The facts being confessed, your duty is obvious. Bailiff, remove the jury to its chamber for deliberation. The court will recess.
Chief Justice Delancey and his charge to the jury practically instructed it to bring in a verdict of guilty against John Peter Zenger. There's a confusion of emotions here in this courtroom, a mixture of fear and of hope. Don Hollenbeck has made his way to the defense table. He is at Mr. Andrew Hamilton's side, so now over to Don Hollenbeck.
Mr. Hamilton, that was a most eloquent and moving summation. How were you brought into this case? Who brought you here?
I was first informed of Mr. Zinger's predicament by Mr. Rip Van Dam.
And what verdict, sir, do you think the jury will bring in?
I think they will find as their conscience instructs them.
But even if they do find Zinger not guilty, won't they expose themselves to retaliation by the governor and his party? After all, even after this trial, these men will still have to live here in New York City.
Yes, and they must now determine just how they shall live, whether as free citizens or as slaves.
Thank you, Mr. Andrew Hamilton. And now here's Mrs. Anna Zinger. Mrs. Zinger, did you know that Mr. Hamilton was going to be here today, that he was going to defend your husband?
No. It was a complete, a wonderful surprise. His words were great words, no matter how the trial comes out. no matter what happens now. I should like to acknowledge the deep debt that my husband and I, owe to Andrew Hamilton. He is wonderful.
Thank you, Mrs. Anna Zenger. So back to John Daly.
The bailiff's call for order is no doubt the signal that the jury is returning. Of course, the jury will not be allowed to return to the courtroom until order is complete here, and there's been a great deal of excited chatter and comment about the magnificent summation of Mr. Hamilton. However, now the people are returning to their seats, are nearly all seated. The judges, as a matter of fact, are entering the courtroom and taking their places. The jury has reached its verdict in a remarkably short time, and yes, here come the jurors now. They're filing into the jury box. The spectators have finally cleared the aisles and are all in their seats, those who have seats. Justice Delancey is looking over to the jury box, waiting for the jurymen to get finally settled. Now there's a sudden hush over the courtroom. There's the gavel and back to the bench.
You may proceed, Mr. Clark. Gentlemen of the jury, have you agreed upon a verdict?
We have.
Do you find the defendant, John Peter Zenger, guilty of printing and publishing the libels as charged?
We find John Peter Zenger not guilty.
Not guilty. The verdict is not guilty. John Peter Zenger has been acquitted of the charges against him. The principle that truth can be used as a defense against the charge of libel is upheld. Zenger is free. The courtroom here is in an uproar. People are rushing forward to congratulate Zenger and Hamilton. Mrs.
August 4th, 1735. John Peter Zenger is acquitted, and the American colonies win a free press to spearhead their fight for independence.
You have been listening to the trial of John Peter Zenger, another broadcast in the series You Are There, produced and directed by Robert Louis Cheon. The trial of John Peter Zenger was written by Irv Tunick and Mr. Cheon. Walter Hamden played Mr. Andrew Hamilton. Inga Adams was Anna Zenger. D.A. Clark Smith was Justice Delancey. Bernard Lenroe played Attorney General Bradley. Richard Newton was John Chambers, and the cast included Guy Sorrell, Bert Cowlin, Van Marlowe, and others. Next week.
October 4th, 1066, England. The Battle of Hastings. You are there.
CBS is proud of its Sunday programming, which brings you distinguished drama like You Are There and fine music from the New York Philharmonic Symphony Orchestra, which follows over most of these stations. CBS Sunday nights are filled with a remarkable array of talent as well. Tonight, for example, over most of these CBS stations, you will hear Van Johnson starring on the Prudential Hour. You'll hear Spike Jones, Amos and Andy, Dashiell Hammett's Sam Spade, Broadway's Helen Hayes, and Hollywood's Eve Arden. They'll all be here tonight, and in case you think we've made a big omission, Jack Benny will be here on all of these stations with his guests, Claudette Colbert and Vincent Price. This is CBS, Jack Benny's radio address, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Columbia Broad Free Company.
For what avail the plow or sail, or land or life, if freedom fail? Burgess Meredith speaking from Hollywood for the Free Company. Today, Melvin Douglas, Claire Trevor, Edward Ellis, Margaret Hamilton, and Charles Bickford appear in a new original radio play, The Mole on Lincoln's Cheek, by Mark Connolly, author of the Pulitzer Prize play Green Pastures. The Mole on Lincoln's Cheek is the second in a series produced by the Free Company, a group of prominent writers, actors, and radio workers who have organized to give expression to their faith in American democracy. Some of these plays will deal with one or more of the 8 basic freedoms assured to all citizens in the Bill of Rights. Today's drama, for example, concerns freedom of speech as applied to teaching. Other plays will cover more general ground. All of them are intended to explain and to illustrate the meaning of our freedom. All of them will be written by America's most distinguished dramatists, including Maxwell Anderson, Sherwood Anderson, Stephen Vincent Benet, James Boyd, George M. Cohan, Norman Corwin, Paul Green, Ernest Hemingway, Archibald MacLeish, Orson Welles, Elmer Rice, Robert E. Sherwood, and John Steinbeck, 9 of them Pulitzer Prize winners. And now, Mark Connolly's original radio play, The Mole on Lincoln's Cheek.
Children, stay in your seats. The bell hasn't rung yet. Oh, I know it isn't easy to get used to school again and a new teacher, but I think tomorrow we'll all feel more at home together. I know I'm going to like being here, and I know I'm going to like you. And you can make it easy for me to like you by being good pupils. It's not what I call being a good pupil. Do you think your seat is about to collapse?
No, ma'am.
Well, then sit back in it. Will you tell me your name again?
Eddie Etheridge.
Oh, yes. Have I been boring you, Eddie?
You what?
Have you heard one word of what I've been saying?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, then sit properly, please. You're not going to exit under your desk, you know. Remember, march out in order. Class dismissed.
Oh, boy, okay, thank you.
More pie, Mrs. Roberts?
No, thanks, Clara. Miss Thatcher might.
Oh, no more, thank you. It was delicious, though. You want some, Mr. Roberts?
Mr. Roberts don't want any more. I'm glad you like lemon pie, Miss Thatcher. If you're going to board with us, you'll enjoy it every Tuesday. I don't think we missed a Tuesday in 18 years, have we, Clem?
No.
Well, how'd you like your Millersville class, Miss Thatcher?
Oh, very much. They're unusually bright children.
I guess they have to be with all the things they teach them these days.
They're teaching them too much.
Mr. Roberts, don't you agree there are many things children must know today they didn't need to 30 years ago?
What?
Well, nowadays, if they don't know more about Europe, for instance, they're not going to be able to understand and appreciate their own country as they should.
They don't need to have politics thrown at them.
Oh, but we've been teaching civics since they've been public schools, and, well, civics embrace political history.
Are you teaching them politics in your class?
No, I'm afraid the 5th grade is a little young for civics.
That ain't the way the communists feel. They like to get at them young.
There isn't any communism in your schools, is there?
We've seen signs of it, but it ain't going to get very far.
Now, Mr. Roberts and I usually go to the movies on Tuesday night, and if you'd like to come along...
Oh, that's very kind of you, but as a matter of fact, I've already made an engagement to go.
Oh, that's nice. You going with one of the other teachers?
No. Mr. Hunter's going to call for me about 8.
Oh, that's nice, too. You must have made quite an impression on the principal. Last year, he never took any of the teachers to the movies.
Well, I've known Mr. Hunter for some time.
That's so. Where did you meet him?
The summer before the war started. We were both in a teachers' group that was touring Europe.
And you met him on the tour.
Mm-hmm.
Were you there when the war began?
Yes. We managed to get out of Germany just in time.
On that trip you made, did you go to Russia, too?
Yes. Russia, France, Germany, and England.
Yeah, I thought so.
What do you mean, Mr. Roberts?
I was just wondering where Mr. Hunter got some of those radical ideas of his.
What radical ideas, Mr. Roberts?
Now, Clem, Miss Thatcher's a friend of Mr. Hunter's.
Okay. Better get our hats if we're going to go to the movies.
Good evening, Miss Thatcher.
Good evening, Mr. Hunter. Were your ears burning a little while ago?
Oh, why?
Well, I don't think Mr. Roberts approves of you completely.
No, I'm afraid he doesn't. If he ever learns you came here on my recommendation, I don't think your fine record in Bridgeton is going to help you.
Well, he isn't very cordial now.
Even if he is a member of the school board.
Oh, no, sir. I intend to do a little work on him. You know, I'd really like to find out what's behind those fixed ideas of his.
I'm afraid you won't get very far. You ought to see him at a school board meeting.
Has he made trouble for you?
When I became principal last year, Roberts almost stopped me from using the Clavering textbooks.
But didn't you tell him that they were required reading in half a dozen states?
Yes, but Roberts acted as though I'd brought the Clavering series personally from Moscow.
Oh, goodness.
I pointed out that Dr. Clavering was one of the most honored educators in America. But I couldn't convince Roberts that he wasn't dedicated to poisoning the minds of school children.
Well, but you got the books approved all right.
Yes. I hope I won't have him against me on anything this year. The 3 new board members are all friends of his. Well, you ready?
Yes.
You want to know what subversive activity I've planned?
What?
I intend to hold your hand at the movies, even if they ride me out of town on a rail.
Albert, 3 times 12. 36. Eleanor, 4 times 7. 28.
On the blackboard. Eddie Etheridge, monitor of erasers.
Uh-huh. That's fine.
Why don't you sign the report card now, Pop? Then it'll be ready.
Because I want to go over it. We've got all day tomorrow and Sunday.
Is there a league meeting tonight?
Why do you think I'm putting on this uniform?
Well, there could be a parade.
You never saw me parade at night.
What are they going to meet about tonight?
Oh, we're going to talk about new officers for next year. If you don't ask too many questions, they may make me commander.
Isn't being vice commander just as good?
No, that's just being second in command. Darn collar's getting awful tight.
Pop, did you know in the Revolutionary War, a lot of the soldiers didn't have any uniforms at all?
That's right. They were very poor.
Some of them were rich, though.
Not many.
I bet the smugglers were.
Who?
The smugglers, like John Hancock.
What John Hancock?
Huh? The John Hancock that signed the Declaration of Independence. He was a smuggler.
Who said so?
It's true. It's in the book.
What book?
The history book at school.
John Hancock was one of the founders of our country. You remember what happens to you when you tell dream lies.
But this isn't a dream lie. It's in the book. And Miss Thatcher had me read it to the class today. I've got it downstairs. I'll show it to you.
You bet you will. Wait a minute. I'm going down with you. Get my cap out of the box. What does that book say about George Washington?
I forget all, but he had false teeth.
Mm-hmm. I I suppose he was a crook, too.
Oh, no, sir. He was all right.
How would you know? I like 'em feeding you kids that stuff.
But it's true, isn't it, Pop?
Listen, son, they're giving you a lot of anti-Americanism. Now let's get down and look at that book. What's the name of that teacher of yours? I'm here to tell you that you fellas don't know what's going on at that school. When my kid got through talking, I thought he might be just making things up the way kids do. But I saw the things he was talking about printed in the book the kids are learning from. Printed right there in that book.
Something ought to be done about that quick.
What do you think we ought to do, Harry?
I'll tell you what we ought to do. I want the American Veterans League to make a protest and send it to me as a member of the school board. I'll turn it over to the superintendent of schools Monday morning. Then we'll get action.
Will somebody put that as a motion? I move that the Veterans League Millersville unit demand that the school board investigate un-American activities.
I'm afraid I can't have dinner with you tonight.
Oh, why?
I've got to go to a school board meeting. The witch hunters are riding again.
In what direction?
Toward a bonfire of the Clavering textbooks.
But I thought you convinced them last year that...
Now we've got 3 new members on the board. Each as reactionary as Mrs. O'Leary's cow. Put an unexpected truth in front of them, and they'll always kick over the lamp. Tonight, Mr. Etheridge promises to introduce some surprises.
I want to go to that meeting.
I don't think that would be wise.
I'm going just the same. I've got a feeling I'm one of the surprises.
That last year, the fact that some other school boards had approved the Clavering books persuaded the Millersville board to adopt them. Gentlemen, I maintain this board has had something put over on it, and that we can't repair the damage a minute too soon. Before I'm through, I think you'll decide to get rid of these books and the people who are using them for anti-American purposes.
Mr. Chairman.
Dr. Taylor.
As superintendent of schools, I'm included in Mr. Etheridge's generalities, and I believe...
I'm not including you, Dr. Taylor. I know you're 100% American. Mr. Hunter here is the man I'm concerned about. Now, I don't know whether the whole board has ever read these Clavering books. I doubt the new members have.
I read them.
I know you did, Mr. Roberts. And I wish I'd been on the board when you tried to stop them last year. But for the benefit of those that haven't read these books, I have a few quotations I want them to listen to. And I think they'll be just as appalled as I was by the dirty, disgusting, un-American statement this man Clavering makes. Listen to this one on page 22, book 4. In many instances, the devotion of the leaders in the fight for independence in 1776 was caused less by patriotism than by the opportunity for what today we would call graft. That's a fine way to help children take pride in their forefathers, isn't it? And look what he has to say about the Boston Massacre, one of the outrages that brought on the revolution. I quote, "The mob was at least as much to blame for the Boston Massacre as the troops."
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Hunter.
I'm afraid Mr. Etheridge will find that the book is quite correct on that point.
You mean calling American patriots a mob?
On that occasion, they really were a mob.
That isn't the main point. It's the whole general attitude the books take I object to. It's the undermining of our children's confidence in the men who helped make America what it is. What good is there in saying John Hancock was a smuggler? All these dirty personal insults to great men's memories. Saying John Adams was a political boss. Andrew Jackson was rough and uncultured. Couldn't even spell correctly. He says that about another American president. Dirty personal insults to our American heroes. Now that's swell stuff to feed the mind of kids, isn't it? Gentlemen, if what I've read to you isn't enough to justify throwing out these books and the man who brought them to Millersville, I'm going to show you the damage that's been done already. What happens when Mr. Hunter brings his own picked teachers into our schools and turns them loose on our boys and girls? Ask Mrs. Dayton and her son to come in. Come right in, Wilbur. You come in too, Mrs. Dayton. This is Wilbur Dayton. Sit down, Wilbur. How old are you, son?
10.
Now, I want you to tell these gentlemen just what you told me this afternoon.
Well, Do you know who this is?
Wait a minute, Wilbur. Are you talking about the geography class on Thursday?
Yes, sir.
What made it different from any other geography class?
Well, because Miss Thatcher opened her desk and took out the statue.
What kind of a statue?
Hitler's statue.
You mean Adolf Hitler of Germany?
Yes, sir.
Did she tell you what it was?
Yes, sir.
Did she tell you what the school children in Germany did when they saw the statue of Hitler?
Yes, sir.
What did they do?
They saluted it.
And what did you do?
Well, she told us what a great man he was, and then we said, Heil Hitler.
All right. You can go now, Wilbur.
No, he mustn't go. This isn't a fair hearing at all. I should like to question Wilbur.
Mr. Chairman, this young woman has no official standing at this hearing, and I don't want this child intimidated.
Mr. Chairman, I'm this child's teacher, and if I'm being included in these charges, I have a right to defend myself, too.
That's substantially true, Miss Etheridge. I think Miss Thatcher has the right to question Wilbur. Go ahead, Miss Thatcher.
Thank you. I was told this might happen, and I brought something along with me to show you. It's right here in my purse. Now, I want you gentlemen to look at that statue you heard so much about. I think you'll admit that statue isn't a very accurate description of it. Wilbur, is this what I showed you and the other children in class Thursday?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you call it a statue?
Well, it's Hitler.
Yes, of course it is. Do you remember what I said it was?
Oh, you said it was a toy you got in Germany.
Didn't I say I saw children buying them from a man on the street?
Yes, ma'am. They cost 10 pfennigs.
Didn't I say I wanted to show you the difference between the toys children play with here and the ones they have in Germany?
Yes, ma'am.
But she made you salute it, too, didn't she?
Wilbur, did I tell you to salute it?
Some of us did.
Yes. And I'd like to show you, gentlemen, why they did. When you pull this string, you see the little arm goes up in the air in a kind of salute. Now, completely for their information, I told them that German children were led to believe Hitler was much more than just a human being. He was perfect and above all criticism. That they had to salute even this little figure of him. I know, because I saw it done. Before I said any more, half a dozen of them were raising their arms and saluting it, too. Isn't that exactly what happened, Wilbur?
I guess so.
You mustn't guess, Wilbur. Is that what happened?
Yes, ma'am.
And didn't we all laugh when you imitated the little figure and raised your arms?
Yes, ma'am.
When you and Eddie Etheridge said Heil Hitler, what did I do?
Well, you laughed.
And what else?
You told us to stop.
Well, just one more thing, Wilbur. Have you ever heard me at any time say that Germany was better than America? Or that anybody in Germany was better than anybody in America?
No, ma'am.
Do you remember what I said Hitler was doing to the children in Germany?
That they had to obey him like mules.
Did I say mules?
Like donkeys.
All right. Thank you, Wilbur. That's all I want to ask you.
All right, you can go home now, Wilbur. Unless Mr. Etheridge wants to ask you some more questions.
This still doesn't change the fact that the Clavering series is a menace to this town. And I move that we vote on the question of removing them.
Very well, Shin. Mr. Hunter, is there anything you'd like to say?
There isn't very much he can say. It's black and white.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I think I would like to say a few words. The Clavering books were bought by this board on my recommendation. And I must go on record as saying that I've just as high an opinion of them today as I had when I urged you to purchase them last year. They deal honestly with historical truth.
That's not the point. There's a lot of things that are true that you don't have to tell children.
Mr. Etheridge, what do you believe is the purpose of teaching American history?
Why, to instill patriotism.
Well, believe it or not, Mr. Etheridge, the great army of decent school teachers in America want our children to be patriotic, too. But I think we have different definitions of a patriot. We teachers believe that a patriot is someone who exerts himself to promote the well-being of his country. That's Dr. Clavering's definition. And it's in the dictionary, too. You say Dr. Clavering's a muckraker. I say he's an American patriot who has written in his books not only the great achievements of our country and the men who made it what it is, but the human aspects of our history that let us see and understand as clearly as possible the living world in which the contributors to our greatness existed. They didn't live on monuments. They were human beings, some weak, some strong, some facing crises with level heads, some merely passionate, some scrupulously honest, some not. George Santayana, one of the greatest teachers America ever had, said those who do not remember the past are condemned to repeat it. Now, no one can deny that we're living in a changing world. Its social and economic orders are vanishing in front of our eyes. The chief purpose of teaching history is for the future, and our children have the right to be given history truthfully so that they can use its lessons to solve the problems every human being faces today. The only way to make a child a real patriot is to give him history, not an arrangement of eulogies and flowery obituaries under the guise of history.
I'd like to have the floor.
Go ahead, Mr. Roberts.
Last year, I said the board ought not to buy the Clavering books because I'd been told how radical they were. Well, this year we've got a very bright boarder at our house, that Miss Thatcher you just had up. And I'm here to say that in the last couple of months, she's opened my eyes. And so has Mr. Hunter. And I ain't ashamed to say that when I said we oughtn't to buy the books because they were communistic, I made a darn fool of myself, and I ain't going to do it again. I'm behind Mr. Hunter 100%.
What you told me this afternoon, you'd back me up.
I just said I'd be here, and I'd have my eyes open. Harry, I don't want to get into a fight with you. I just want to ask you this. Has Mr. Hunter convinced you you're wrong?
He hasn't convinced me this Clavering isn't a muckraker.
Then you're even dumber than I was. Can't you see that you're the muckraker?
What are you talking about? Just because I'm American enough?
Now, wait a minute. You'll have a chance to answer me when I get through. These Clavering books don't insult and cheapen our great men. You're doing that by implying that they weren't big enough to survive a comparison of their faults and virtues. Now, let me show you what I mean. All our lives, we've been used to seeing pictures and photographs and statues of Lincoln with a mole on his cheek. Right here. And if any painter or sculptor dared to show us Lincoln without that mole, there ain't nobody over 8 years old in America wouldn't say, put that mole back. We know it don't make him look like a movie hero. But if he didn't happen to be, you put that mole back. Because that's the way he was. It makes him realer to us. We want him tall and lanky, with big knuckles, and forgetting sometimes to have his pants pressed. We know Lincoln pretty well. We ought to know America just as well as we know Lincoln. And if it's parts of this history ain't pretty to look at, let's face the facts, then make improvements as we get a chance to. If you want to see what happens to a country that has nothing but little tin gods in it, look at Germany. School children there are being taught on your system. All their leaders are perfect, and all their histories are being rewritten to prove it. Well, you want our kids to be told about America that way? We know that everything considered, it's one of the best countries ever organized. We want to keep it that way. And that means not being afraid to learn what made it tick in the beginning and what keeps it going today. Now, it's getting late and there's a question before the board. But if you ain't convinced yet, I'm prepared to sit here all night to get it through that thick skull of yours.
It is moved and seconded that the Millersville Board of Education
from your class.
Oh, that's all right.
Did you see Mr. Roberts last night?
No, but I talked with him this morning. He told me how they voted.
Well, we're safe for another year.
Yes, darling. We'll always be safe. As long as there are Americans like Mr. Roberts to keep his eyes open.
Our freedom, then, has this meaning, that here in our land, the truth may be taught always. Academic freedom is the first liberty to die when dictators rule, for dictators know the power of education. Let us, like Mr. Roberts in the play, keep our eyes open for truth. Let us resist any attempt to suppress truth or to distort it. Let us consider again the most powerful words ever spoken against the enemies of man, the lightning-charged words of Lincoln at Gettysburg. And let us renew in this threatening hour his high resolve that the government of the people, for the people, shall not perish from the earth. In this, the second of our series of broadcasts, the stars and the author of today's drama joined the Free Company under chairmanship of James Boyd, contributing their services without payment. Lee Stevens composed and conducted an original musical score. The Free Company producer is Charles Vanda. To the Screen Actors Guild and to the American Federation of Radio Artists and to the Columbia Network, all who have combined to make this series possible, to all these people, with a word of a special thanks to Irving Reese, who directed, this is Burgess Meredith offering the sincere thanks of the Free Company.
All those who enjoyed Mark Connolly's play today will be glad to know that a complete copy of the broadcast has been printed for distribution to listeners. For 10 cents, the cost of printing and mailing, you may receive your copy. Write to the Free Broadcasting System, New York City. Copies of subsequent Free Company plays will be made available each week as the series goes on. All criticisms of historical facts contained in the Mole on Conditions. There is no flavoring series, but you will find the names of the actual textbooks containing the controversial facts used in the play in Howard K. Beale's Survey of Teaching, which he prepared for the Commission on Social Studies of the American Historical Association. Next week at this time, the Free Company presents An American Crusader by Robert E. Sherwood, author of Abe Lincoln in a... starring Francho Tone and a distinguished company. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The National Broadcasting Company, in conjunction with the Fund for Adult Education, presents Democracy in America by Alexis de Tocqueville.
What are you thinking about as you stare at these picturesque shores? Are you thinking about America?
About America? No. I do not see America. I see more than America. I am trying to make out the image of democracy itself, with its inclinations, its prejudices, and its passions.
Where could I be better off? A study in Jacksonian America, Democracy in America. Prepared by the Division of General Education of New York University, under the direction of George Probst, American historian. A series designed to bring to life the America of 1831, as recorded by Alexis de Tocqueville, and so to illuminate the image of democracy itself. A study in Jacksonian America. Where could I be better off?
The month of May, 1831. The president, Old Hickory, General Andrew Jackson. And this is New York City. Over 200,000 people live here. Across the clear, fresh water of the East River, we look at Brooklyn, New York's dairy, a countryside of breezy heights and pasture land and cows. And looking across the beach is a New York clam dealer in an orange check waistcoat, tight-fitting gray gaiters, and a plug hat as tall and stately as a belfry with rips in the sides as if to let the noise of the bells out.
Clams, choice clams, here's your Rockaway Beach clams, fine sand clams.
But his mind is on the New York Consolidated Lottery.
To be had in the greatest variety of lucky numbers at Arnold, 313 Broadway, opposite the Masonic Hall.
10 years ago, the state legislature had forbidden the famous old New York lotteries, but the proprietors are still finding loopholes to satisfy their customers who swarm through the bright May streets to produce the busiest community that any man could desire to live in. In the streets, all is hurry and bustle. The very carts, instead of being drawn by horses at a walking pace, are often met at a gallop and always in a brisk trot. Omnibuses are racketing and terry-hooting through the New York streets with as much hubbub, hullabaloo, and general unmitigated uproar as the most optimistic man might expect in a city 7 times the size.
Get up there, team! Get up, team! Out of the way there, mister! One side, get up!
It is May the 11th, 1831. And on the deck of the fine steamboat President, just coming into New York Harbor, there stand 2 young men, both well-dressed, although both seem very in time. They are surrounded by the sights, as if they were strangers from another planet that had never seen the earth before. They are strangers, come from France to see this curious new land that is supposed to be a democracy. This one, age 26, is Alexis Charles-Henri Clérel de Tocqueville, son of a French count.
As for the harbor and the city itself, well, picture to yourself an attractively varied shoreline, the slopes covered by lawns and trees, in bloom right down to the water. And more than all that, an unbelievable multitude of country houses, big as boxes of candy. I am much struck by how convenient these little houses must be, and by the attractive air they give the countryside. Such is our impression of the city of New York.
Beside young Mr. de Tocqueville stands his great friend, also a French nobleman, but 3 years older. This young man, wearing a cloak, is 29. His name is Gustave Auguste de la Boninière de Beaumont.
At each instant, you glimpse great bays which cut into the shores and form the most picturesque sides. We were full of real admiration. What struck us particularly was the animation given this majestic tableau by the immense number of vessels, brigs, gondolas, and boats of all kinds, which cross and recross in every direction.
Tocqueville and Beaumont plunge into the crowd as though into a bath and are lost in the tumult of activity and motion. The carriages rattle through the streets, the carts dance as if they were running races with them, and the ladies trip along in all the colors of the rainbow.
Lord, Mabel, skip into that door right smart, or I declare that carriage is going to splash our skirts.
And as for the passers-by, they look as though they actually had something to do.
Now I tell you what it is. Pardon me. I'm going to let you in on the ground floor of this development. I'm going to let you, excuse me, take an option in the purchase of some real first-rate, pardon me, Western Pennsylvania speculations. Basically, it's a granite quarry, which can
Watch where you're going.
Ma'am, I'm sorry.
So am I.
Now, basically, like I say, the investment is a granite quarry that's financing an India rubber company, joint stock, and all enterprise, all pure enterprise, if you want to make money...
Everybody is walking as if he were in a hurry.
Well, if you want to find your way around this country, you'll have to hurry. We firmly believe that if a man means business, he better look as if he meant business. We Americans are born in a hurry and educated at speed. We make a fortune with a wave of a wand and lose it just as fast, and then remake and relose the whole thing in a twinkling of an eye. Our body is a locomotive ripping along at 30 miles an hour. Our spirit is a high-pressure engine. Our life resembles a shooting star, and death surprises us like an electric shock.
The governor of the state of New York himself, Mr. Throop, looks through his boarding house window at everybody in motion and observes,
They all seem as if they were running away.
Throop draws out a toothpick and continues to enjoy the May morning and watches the hogs happily rooting around in the gutters, indulging in hearty repasts of offal of every description. Horses, and pedestrians.
Cholera. That's what you're going to get. Cholera. That's what you're asking for right here in New York City. I wouldn't give you more than a dog's chance.
Well, experience, sir, has proven that the most efficacious and powerful method of keeping the streets of a town in a state of perfect and refined cleanliness is plenty of hogs. And if the hogs aren't doing the trick, then you haven't got enough of them.
Or in 1831, New York City, with its 200,000 people and 11 daily newspapers, is very unequal in style and quality from one district to another. The great avenue of Broadway is striking from its continuous and unbroken length of 3 miles in a straight line. But its breadth, about 80 feet, is not sufficiently ample for the due proportion to its length. It is, moreover, wretchedly paved. And as for 3rd Avenue and 8th Avenue, these are no more than long, muddy lanes leading respectively to the remote villages of Harlem and Manhattanville. But New York is now and always has been a port, a city of ships. The sidewheel steamers, with their long, flaring funnels like postboys' trumpets, lie side by side with the forested sailing ships whose long bowsprits hang over the passers-by like sabers at a wedding.
We must quickly find a boarding house and get some sleep.
Do these people never stay still? Look how they chase along the streets. Everyone seems to be afraid to let the next man get ahead of him.
And indeed, an American is always on the lookout lest any of his neighbors get the better of him. If 100 Americans were going to be shot, so strong is our habit of competition.
Look, Beaumont, over there. It must be some kind of parade.
In the early 1830s, New York was a city of parades. Here's Major Downing. He calls himself a major from the state of Maine. He says he's from Maine, rode in one of those parades with the 7th president himself, Andrew Jackson himself, Old Hickory in person and none other. At least he says he did.
I'd like to meet the man that'd disbelieve me to my face with my glass in my hand.
You tell him, Major.
If you'd been out that day, you'd have seen me and the general figure in considerable large, I guess. There never was anything like it in New York afore.
I'll swear to that, Major.
There's many an accomplished liar sitting outside the tavern drinking his whiskey and telling his stories, though certainly more accessible now in 1831 than they ever became later.
Strikes me at once.
What is that?
Look at the people. Look at their general ease. Most of them seem well fed. Most of them seem well dressed. This is a country where men live well by the work of their hands.
Irish labourers, straight off the boat, get as much as 75 cents a day. Together, and 6 to 8 glasses of whiskey, depending on the state of the weather. Bread, meat, sugar, tea, fuel are cheaper than in the old country, and wages are triple.
The stores are full of things, some startling enough to horrify the casual visitor.
We observed the open sale of Dirk's Bowie knives and a long kind of stiletto called the Arkansas toothpick. These are sold by druggists in whose shops or stores these deadly weapons are hung up for public inspection and sold by them as part of the legitimate wares of their calling, thus plainly indicating that weapons to kill as well as medicine to cure could be had at the same shop.
A city of green trees and fresh paint. A lively, new, sparkling city for all its roughness and vigor. Towards each other, the citizens are forthright and breezy, as when the clam dealer calls on the governor of the state.
Hello there. Brought some fresh clams for the governor.
Hey, sitting in the parlor, picking his teeth. Go right in.
Hello there, Mr. Garrett. Step right in.
Morning, Mr. Governor. Brought you some...
Just fine. Pull up a chair and bite yourself off a chew.
One man's as good as another, if not better, and people don't forget that elected officers are nothing but their servants. Towards women, however, the attitude is usually very different.
There are no women around here. The females are ladies, should be treated accordingly as the precious repositories and fair blossoms of virtue, beauty, and high morality. And anyone who suggests these dainty creatures should have their innocence sullied by too much education or the toil of commercial or political affairs deserves the active opprobrium of all decent men.
Equality and easy manners, then, and pride. Such pride. Boasting is a virtue, and a good boaster is a man to be admired.
When the ancient, respectable, and patriotic Tammany Society celebrates its 42nd anniversary tomorrow, May 12th, I shall propose the toast to democracy, the finest institution devised by the mind of man, especially suited for the greatest people on earth, the fortunate inhabitants of the greatest country on earth, under God's special protection, America.
Equality, boasting, and business. This is a city of merchants and men of affairs. Even in the streets full of hurrying people, business goes on as usual.
I'll go 30 cents a pound.
I can't cover the cost of shipping at that price. 32.
That takes up all my profit.
You do better than that now with your markup.
There's overhead charges. 30 and a half. If that's what I'll make it, 30 and a half.
And yet, amid the bustle, there are some who sit calm, like this old gentleman here with a white beard and whiskers and the clean-shaven top lip. He's reading the mercantile advertisement, undisturbed by the bustle.
What bustle? This is the 11th of May. You've been here the 1st of May, you'd seen some bustle.
Well, why the 1st of May? What's so special about that?
Why, New York City, the 1st of May is moving time.
Well, how do you mean moving time?
Time of universal flitting. Time when everybody moves. People here are very locomotive in their habits. They are anxious to better themselves, see? It's the day of all others in the year when the good people of this town have one and all agreed to play at the game of move-all. 2nd of May, everything will be quiet. It'll all be settled again.
Did you move the 1st of May?
I most certainly did. I moved every May Day for the last 40 years. Everybody does the same. People can't bear not to be live fish to swim upstream. Well, good day to you. Nice fresh day.
And it is a nice fresh day, perhaps a little too fresh. For down here by the water, there's quite a wind. Look at that poor lady, tacking along with the wind behind her skirts and flounces.
A lady has a time of it when the wind blows and the dust is flying in clouds, as it does in New York almost all day long. I encountered a puff at the corner of one of the streets, and there I stood holding my hat with one hand and my cardinal cloak, which has 56 yards of various commodities in it, with the other. I thought I should have gone up like a balloon and stood stark still until I came near being run over by a great hog which was scampering away from some mischievous boys. At last, a sailor took compassion on me and set me down at the door of a store. As he went away, I heard him say to his companion,
"What a press of canvas the girls carry nowadays."
But this lady is not the only one to complain of the wind, for as we near the waterfront, we see the air full of plug hats and people chasing after them.
Catch it! Catch it! Don't step on it, you confounded blockhead!
But particularly notice this. See the pieces of paper sailing about, together with a variety of vegetables, pieces of linen, and other materials, entirely. Where does all this come from? Is it garbage?
No, sir, it is not. All those commodities come from hats. And no nation on earth uses a hat for so many purposes as a Yankee. It serves him at once for a head covering, a writing desk, a larder, and a portmanteau. In it, the merchant deposits patterns of various descriptions. The doctor uses it as an apothecary's shop. The married man, returning from market, converts it into a depository for potatoes and other vegetables. And to the traveler, it serves as a knapsack.
Look, 66 Broadway. Room for rent.
A boarding house.
1831. Now, let me see. I was in New York City at the time. My husband had gone to his long reward. He used to work as a speculator, trading in commodities, you know. You can make a lot of money that way. He didn't, but he sure tried hard. A fine man. I guess that's what killed him. So I opened a refined boarding house for ladies and gentlemen of standing and position. Number 66 Broadway, just down the street from the American Hotel. These two French gentlemen came in off the steamship President, and I never saw two fellas look more tired. They just rolled into their beds in the middle of the afternoon, and I guess they must have slept clean through until 8 o'clock next morning, when I told Kitty to ring for breakfast. All right, Kitty. All the cold meats are on, and the lobsters will be ready in a moment. Might as well let them have the gong soon as it's 8 o'clock.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Kitty, let them have it. Morning, Mr. Griggs.
Morning, ma'am.
Do any studying last night?
I reckon I did. I've just about proved that the Babylon of the Apocalypse refers to the Scarlet City of London, England.
Mr. Griggs from Kentucky. Very keen Bible student, though just a piece biased about proving England's downfall. Good morning, Marquis.
Good morning, madame.
I hope you passed a good night, Marquis.
The wrongs of my unhappy country.
Get the bagwig and the ruffles. That gentleman's a real French Marquis. That's the way they call it. I believe right now the Marquis is teaching dancing to young ladies of refinement and... Morning, Major General.
Morning, ma'am.
You look fit as a fiddle this fine morning, sir.
An old soldier usually comes out pretty fit, ma'am.
The Major General's from Vermont. A regular walking encyclopedia about the war, if you ask me. Morning, Mr. O'Brien.
Oh, morning, ma'am.
One moment, Mr. O'Brien. I wondered if we might have something on account on that little bill.
Well, I tell you, ma'am, I've got a check in consignments, and whatever I get, you can have half of it. No, you can't say fairer than that.
I'd rather have the whole of it. But you can't say too much to the poor fella with his ribs all sticking out. He has to stand up twice to cast a shadow. A lot of Irish gentlemen are over here to live cheap, even though it cost them a year's wages to get here. Morning, Mr. Beasley.
Morning, ma'am.
Any luck yesterday?
I thought I saw one of them over near the courthouse, but it gave me the slip.
Well, I hope and trust you have better luck today. Mr. Beasley is from the Carolinas, indigo planter. He's up here on business and keeping his eye open for half a dozen of his slaves that ran away. He's had tell they're in New York City at present. I hope he can make those slaves realize that every time they run away, they deprive a gentleman of his lawful property. Morning, gentlemen.
Morning, madame.
Good morning.
Now, let me see. Which of you gentlemen is which?
I am Mr. de Tocqueville, and this is Mr. de Beaumont.
Mr. Tocqueville's the little one. Mr. Beaumont's the big one. Well, I hope I can remember that. And you gentlemen are from France?
That is perfectly correct.
Well, you can't start the day on an empty stomach, and you will if you don't step lively. Why, it must be 8:05 if it's a minute. The gong here goes at 8 o'clock, you know, and I wouldn't answer for there being many victuals on the board by 1:15.
Then we had better hurry.
Sit wherever you like. If there's any left, there's fish, ham, beef, boiled fowls, eggs, pigeons, pumpkin pies, lobsters, vegetables, tea, coffee, cider, sangaree, and cherry brandy.
Oh, we can sit here.
Yes. Beef?
Thank you. Potatoes?
Thank you. Cabbage?
No, thanks. Coffee?
No, not at this time in the morning. I'll have brandy.
Beaumont, look at the ladies.
It is also too early in the morning to look at ladies.
No, I'm serious. You notice they are completely dressed for the day. Everything complete and finished. And here it is only breakfast. At this rate, a lady would be ready to receive visitors at 9 o'clock in the morning.
Things will be very different here in America. See how fast you must eat. This food is melting away before our eyes. More beef?
Thank you. More potatoes?
Thank you.
Oh, some of them are leaving already. Certainly there seems to be very little formality in a democracy.
Then you and I shall gobble our breakfast as though we were Americans and hurry out to see the marvels of New York. Let me see. Where are we?
This is the Bowery.
And this is Bayard Street. Now, look at that hotel.
The North American Hotel. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 floors. And an exchange table attached.
Never mind that. Look at the roof. What I want you to notice
I do mind it. I want to notice everything and make a note.
Look on the roof beside where the American flag is flying. There is a wooden statue of a poor boy with ragged knees and elbows.
Oh.
Thing on their roof. Surely there must be some instructive story connected with it.
Yes, sir, there surely is. And you'll find it's a tale of American industry, American opportunity, and American courage.
Are those things abundant here?
Sir, Those virtues and many others besides are always found in America and never found in other countries. Now, sir, 38 years ago, a poor boy came to this town, a poor Yankee boy, named David Reynolds. He was 12 or 14 years of age at the time, without a crust of bread to feed him, without a copper in his pocket. Weary and hungry, he leaned against a fine elm tree, since cut down, made into lumber, and sold at a good price. The hotel now stands. While young David Reynolds was leaning against it, luxuriating, you might say, in its beautiful shade, Ryan devised some means of procuring for the sustenance of his childish needs a livelihood that should be both honest and honorable. While he was thus reflecting how to get his dinner, a gentleman came up to him.
Name? I wondered if you knew this gentleman's name.
This gentleman's name, sir, has not been handed down to posterity. May I proceed?
Pray do.
Thank you, sir. The gentleman whose name has not been transmitted to us approached this poor friendless boy and asked if he were willing to carry the gentleman's trunk down to the wharf. The boy eagerly consented and received for his labors the sum of 25 cents. Now, what do you suppose he did with it?
Spent it on food.
Perhaps he reserved some to pay for his night's lodging. Or was he prepared to sleep in the street?
He was prepared to do anything, sir, providing it was honest. I'll tell you what he did. He did an American thing. With a little of the money, he bought food. And with the rest of it, he bought fruit, which he offered for sale beneath that same elm tree. American initiative, sir, grasping the opportunity. He soon disposed of his little stock to advantage and spent that night richer than he had ever been before. On the morrow, he repeated the transaction. Soon, he had a fruit stall under the tree, then a small shop, then several houses on either side. Finally, he acquired such an estate that he pulled it all down and built this magnificent hotel. On this plaque, which he caused to be erected, he has set out his own story. And you will perceive it concludes with these words. The tree was cut down, but from its beloved trunk he caused his image to be carved. That's it up there. As a memento of his own forlorn beginnings and his grateful recollections. From a penniless, ragged boy, David Reynolds rose to be one of the most prosperous citizens in his community and the owner of the finest hotel in New York City. And possibly the world. That, sir, is an American story. And I myself am David Reynolds at your service.
Sir, I'm enchanted to make your acquaintance.
Delighted. But tell me this. Do not your fellow citizens hold against you in some way these humble origins of yours?
They do not, sir. Most emphatically not. I am a man of property and position. And in New York, that speaks for itself. I trust I was not in need of lodgings, because if you are...
No, thank you, sir. We are already accommodated. And in any case, we must very shortly leave the city. We hear New York is not America, and we want to see all the country.
You should see it all. The finest country in the world. Ask any American, and he'll tell you, where could I be better off? Goodbye, gentlemen. And remember that little American story.
I think he is right. That is an American story. A poor boy rising to be a large property owner, enjoying the respect of his community.
But chiefly because of his money.
Perhaps it is the symbol of position, as blood is with us.
This is indeed a new world.
And one to which we had better become accustomed. I am going to find out about this place, Beaumont, because I think in this country we can perceive something of the future of our own. America is only my setting, democracy. It appears to me, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that sooner or later we shall arrive, like the Americans, at an almost complete equality of condition. But first, we must collect the facts. We must dissect American society and search out the elements of which it is composed. We must ask useful questions. The smallest conversations will be instructive. There is not a man, on whatever rung of society he finds himself, who cannot teach me something.
You have just heard Where Could I Be Better Off? A study in Jacksonian America. Item 1 in a series based on Alexis de Tocqueville's Democracy in America. This series, presented by the National Broadcasting Company, was prepared by the Division of General Education of New York University under the direction of George Probst, American historian. Produced in the studios of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation by Andrew Allen, script by Lister Sinclair, music by Lucio Agostini. This series, Democracy in America, is made possible by a grant from the Fund for Adult Education as part of a general course of study of the nature of American society. For information about the use of these de Tocqueville dramatizations for study or discussion and how to secure these new materials about American democracy at a reasonable charge, write to the American Foundation for Continuing Education, Post Office Box 749. Now this has been for Item 2, The Governor in the Boarding House, on Democracy in America.
USA, stay well informed. Tune to Radio NBC.
This is ChestertonRadio.com.
Preview 1, Alexis de Tocqueville. NBC invites you to listen to the first of 2 discussion programs previewing NBC's dramatic radio series, Democracy in America, based on the classic work of Alexis de Tocqueville, a young French nobleman who visited the United States at the time of President Andrew Jackson. De Tocqueville was so impressed with our new young nation that he wrote Democracy in America, acclaimed all over the world as the definitive book on America. It's interesting to note, Tocqueville's precepts are almost as true today as when they were first written. This weekly series of 14 half-hour dramatizations of American democratic life, based on de Tocqueville's book, will have its world premiere on the NBC radio network 1 week from tonight, Wednesday, January the 17th, at the same time, over most of these NBC stations. View 1, Alexis de Tocqueville. And here's your moderator, Dorothy Gordon, known to you as the founder and moderator of Youth Forums and author of the book, You and Democracy, a book for children. Miss Gordon.
Well, here we are, sitting at a table in America, a Frenchman and an American woman, to talk about our American way of life. Now, Alexis de Tocqueville probably did the same thing when he was in America in 1831. Don't you think so, Monsieur Moser?
Yes, Miss Gordon. In fact, de Tocqueville wrote about the women in this country in his book Democracy in America. And I think, if I can remember, that he attributed the singular prosperity and strength of the people here to the superiority of the woman. I think maybe he was right.
Oh, well, that's very good of you. And, of course, the women cannot object to that, although it took some time for the men to realize it, let me tell you. In the series of broadcasts that we're introducing, there is one devoted to the women as de Tocqueville saw them here. And incidentally, I'm afraid I'm failing in my duty as a woman.
Oh, I think it's impossible. I don't believe it. But in what way?
Well, you're a very good friend, but you know I failed to introduce you. I do want to do that. Now, Monsieur Edouard Morosier is the cultural counselor to the French embassy here in the United States. He represents the French universities and is a liaison between the universities in France and those here in America. He's a professor of philosophy, and author of books in philosophy and innumerable articles. He's been responsible for much of the Franco-American cultural exchange programs. I ought to know, because he arranged my trip to France and my youth forum broadcasts over there. So you see, he was a logical person to help us introduce to you the de Tocqueville series, which will start on the NBC radio network January 17th. We also have two young people with us, a French student and an American. We'll ask them to introduce themselves. Will you, Joan?
My name is Joan Healy, and I'm a freshman at Marymount Manhattan College.
And, Jean?
My name is Jean-Michel Giraud, and I'm a student at the French Lycée in New York.
Well, now, you just with Monsignor Rosia, and then afterwards you're coming into a discussion with us about democracy. Now, Monsignor Rosia, let's talk about de Tocqueville a bit. How do you feel about the idea of a series of broadcasts built around Alexis de Tocqueville's visit to America, and it was in 1831?
Well, I think it's a wonderful idea for many reasons. First, because de Tocqueville's book is the best written in this country or in Europe on the United States. That's a basic book for the understanding of America and democracy. And I think it's to the right time to do it because it is a time for a new understanding of our common ideal of democracy in the United States and in France.
Well, does the average Frenchman know the name de Tocqueville? Do the students? Are they familiar with the book? As I understand it, de Tocqueville's book, Democracy in America, was hailed immediately as the classic analysis of the society of the United States. And as a Frenchman living here, do you think America has preserved the ideals that de Tocqueville emphasized?
Oh, may I quote my own experience? I remember very well when I heard de Tocqueville's name for the Paris at the beginning of a course of my teacher on the history of the United States, and he told us, well, there is only one book you have to read about the United States, that's Democracy in America, and nobody since that time did better.
Well, you read the book in French, of course.
In French at that time, yes, but I think that all of the French students heard about de Tocqueville one day or another, and as you know, de Tocqueville is really the best interpreter of the United States, and for the political scientist, is a sort of model.
Well, do you think that de Tocqueville and his companion, Gustave de Beaumont, were so impressed because they themselves were aristocrats and were not accustomed to see so much equality amongst the people?
Yes, I think it's partly true, but I think there is another basic reason for that. It's because de Tocqueville belonged to a general society, you see, in Europe, and I think the atmosphere in Europe at that time about the United States. The United States was considered as a sort of utopia, a possible realization of democracy.
Yes, because I remember that in one of de Tocqueville's sayings, and if I remember it correctly, that he said that he was an aristocrat and never really understood liberty until he came here to the United States.
That's right, but I think for any unprejudiced Frenchman, the impression would have been the same.
Well, now, for instance, when de Tocqueville and Beaumont were to call on the governor of New York, that was in that period of the middle 19th century, they were astounded to find the governor living in a boarding house in New York City. To a French aristocrat, this would be very astounding, wouldn't it?
Sure, it was a very big surprise.
Yes, but they didn't know that later on our governor would live in Albany in a palace, just
as the change of time.
Yes, this is as time moves along. Well, you know, the dramatizations and the broadcasts are designed to bring to life the America of the 1830s. And the conversations are based on the actual words of de Tocqueville and Beaumont. Would you like to hear a bit of the scene when the two Frenchmen called on Governor Throop of New York? Well, let's hear that, shall we?
You're taking notes, Mr. Tocqueville. I'm glad to see you do it. Take a note of this. The American people, dispersed over an immense territory, abounding in all the means of commercial greatness, who early found an opportunist circumstances.
Their government to their circumstances.
They followed the manifest order of nature when they adopted a constitution which was free, a constitution which was republican, and a constitution which was based on a commercial federation.
But, Mr. Governor, was that desirable?
No, sir. I will not comment on its desirability. except to say this. As far as we are concerned, it is infinitely desirable, because it was wholly inevitable. Will you forgive me if I speak for a moment of your own country and speak to you privately as a man?
We should be honored.
Very well, sir. Your country, too, has recently passed through a great revolution, but one which I cannot help feeling has had a very different influence on your destiny. You will forgive the strong language, but I cannot help but remark that the course, and indeed the catastrophe, of the French Revolution has cast a gloom over republicanism which perhaps it may never shake off, and which renders it, in Europe, repulsive and discreditable, at least for the present. But here, sir, is the difference between your revolution and ours. The American Republic is the natural fruit of the American soil. The spirit of freedom may be impassioned, it may be factious, but it is neither furious nor bloody. The strong bonds of union are here and will remain. There is a common language, there are common laws, there are common political attachments, and finally, and above all, there is the great reciprocal bond of common interest. Remember this always, gentlemen. We live by trade, we live for trade. Trade is our life. And I tell you frankly, we all regard the carrying on of trade as something to which a man may honorably devote his whole life. And indeed, while we are talking today, 100 ships are discharging their cargoes, and 1,000 emigrants from all parts of the globe are landing with big hearts and stout hopes to realize their dreams of a free and happy West.
Monsieur Morosier, do you think Governor Throop was correct in the statement he made about the difference in the French Revolution and the one in America as he was talking to Monsieur de Tocqueville?
Well, first, I think he was not absolutely correct when he said that the catastrophe of a bloody and furious French Revolution was responsible for the decline of democratic faith, because we have not to forget that, after all, the Napoleonic armies spread all over Europe revolutionary ideas, and the 19th century was, in Europe, the era of awakening of nationalities and fights for new liberal constitution. But I think that he is right when he opposed a revolution in a new country and a revolution in an old country. In an old country, a revolution is a fight for more freedom, for liberty, and it's something very different from the frontier spirit in 1830.
Oh, yes, and then the difference in the people who came over here seeking religious liberty. In your position as cultural counselor, do you think that we are building up a culture of our own?
I think sincerely. I think you have in this country a great literature, a new school of painting, a unique movement in architecture, and that's part of the definition, the expression of a culture, a philosophy of education. It's why I strongly believe unique and original culture of the United States. And maybe too, in our European ideal of culture has to be expressed by a sort of human ideal, what we call in the 17th century, the 18th century, the honest man, later on the cultivated man or the gentleman.
Yeah.
But I think that the United States too, from the beginning, produced that sort of human ideal. Permit me not to quote living examples, it would be too delicate or embarrassing, but you have ideal of cultural people like Jefferson, Franklin, Emerson,
oh, yes,
Walt
well,
Whitman,
they were
and
the
so on.
pioneers. But don't you feel that we did develop a certain type of culture in our music? Jazz, for instance, it's based on folklore, and people don't realize that it really is something original, and it is a sort of a contribution to the musical life which has been taken up.
I think so, and I think that the jazz really was a revolution in the interpretation of music, and I remember that very well after the First World War.
You got your first impression of jazz at that time?
Oh, yes.
Well, I'd like you to hear another excerpt. This gives de Tocqueville's reaction to the emphasis on trade. As the two men left the governor's boarding house, they heard the street sounds characteristic of the 1830s. Now let us listen to it and pretend that we're there.
More noise. There is a band now. Surely the streets of New York must be the noisiest and busiest in the world.
And yet, for all their bustle and prosperity, I feel all the time that we are walking about in a city which is nothing but one gigantic suburb.
There they go, across the end of the street. Flags, banners, bands. What can all this be? Three cheers for the clockmakers! I can hardly believe my own eyes. This is a parade of tradesmen, of mechanics. Look at them. Look at the banners. The butcher, the baker, the candlestick maker.
It is miraculous. Did you ever see such assurance, such confidence, such calm complacency with which these fellows hold up all the traffic? And listen to the cheers of the people.
Yes, the governor told us that these people think that the carrying on of trade is something to which a man may honorably devote his whole life.
And look at their clothes. Sleek coats, glossy hats, gay watch guards, and doeskin gloves.
Hey there! Look at the dandy mechanics! Give them 3 cheers, boys! 3 cheers for the dandy mechanics!
The dandy mechanics. It is the right name for them.
There is an unbelievable outward equality in America.
The whole country has melted into a middle class. A remarkable thing. A country blessed with nature's richest gifts and selected by Providence for the noblest experiment tried by man, which is not only the civilization of a new world, but the practical establishment of principles that till now have only had an ideal existence, which has no army, a country full of activity and vigor, where the action of the government is hardly perceived, a world given up to trade and equality, and proud of both.
Of course, it has a great deal more dramatization in the rest of the series. And then, as you heard, de Tocqueville emphasized equality. How do you think of the word equality? Are all men created equal? Would you say?
Oh, that's a very important and philosophical question. It's difficult to answer. But no, I think that's an ideal. We have to work for the equality of people.
Well, isn't it really that men are created equal? In other words, to have the equal opportunity for life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, which is our Jeffersonian ideal of democracy. You know that we have 2 young people here in the studio with us. One is a Frenchman and a young American. And we're going to have the young people talk with each other and with us. And Jean-Michel, I'm going to ask you, you know that de Tocqueville was here for 10 months when he wrote this book, which became such a famous classic. How long have you been in America?
Well, I've been here 5 years now.
Oh, we expect a great big long book out of you. As you listen to us and to the excerpts, do you feel that de Tocqueville was justified in his impassioned feeling about liberty for all men?
Well, I certainly think that America, and the United States, is quite a good example of democratic realization.
John?
I would say that he had a reason for being so enthused, but I believe that if he lived now at the present time, he would have even greater reasons, because since the time that de Tocqueville was here, we have had much greater advances, such as in civil rights legislation and other such legislation, where he could see that his total views of equality would be realized. He seems to think only of the working class, the increase in their powers, but I should think that the slaves being freed and other such changes would make him even more elated than he was at that time.
Jean-Michel, now, you're a Frenchman, you're living here. How do you compare life here, and how do you feel about the young people in this country, their liberties and their freedoms? Do you think that they're freer here than they are in France?
What do you mean, point of view from the parents or from the state? I mean...
Well, I mean, let's take from a social standpoint. Do you think that the young people here express themselves more freely, perhaps, than the young people do in France? We'll ask Monsieur Maurossier. He's smiling there across the table. Yes, as to say, go ahead, Jean.
Well, I don't know quite exactly, but I think that in here you have more extracurricular activities and... younger students write papers about more personal subjects and are trained to do this kind of work and to express themselves maybe more freely than in France. That is, they do express themselves, but I'm sure that French students don't bother to express themselves if they wish to.
Joan, are you familiar at all with foreign students? Do you find as free in their opinions and in their expressions as the American young people are?
Yes, I do, but I don't believe that they're as partisan as the American students would be towards such things as communism. I know in recent polls taken in France, there has been much different opinion on such issues, and I think that the American student more realizes the danger against his country of certain influences in the world than a student in another country. They seem to think more in terms of economic alleviation at the present time rather than changes, rather than...
Well, Jean-Michel, it seems to me that Joan has thrown a challenge out to you.
Yes, well...
very much so.
I do not quite agree.
You don't
because,
agree. Well, go ahead and tell us.
I think that, personally, that in France you have a wider choice in what you want to think. You can help it, but if you have more socialistic ideas, then it's generally the opinion here. Then you don't quite feel free to express yourself. I mean... But in France, since there are almost all kinds of parties, political parties, you're always free to join the one you want.
How many parties do you have in France?
Well,
how many?
Not too many now. Not too many now in the present parliament.
But still, you can either be, I don't know, a royalist even, or a communist.
Mr. Mercier, you spend a great deal of time with young people, I know. Do you agree with Jean-Michel or with Joanne?
Oh, that's a very, very complicated thing to answer, because I know very well university circles in France and in the United States. I think it's true that maybe the American students express himself more easily than the French ones. But the counterpart, I think that the French students maybe is more trained to get a critical mind. And I remember I was a professor a few years ago, and we were all used in France to say, well, you have to discuss and to take a decision by yourself. So if we speak of liberty as a critical mind, I think the French student can compete very easily with the American one.
Yes. Joanne, now it's your chance to defend yourself and the American student.
My point of view was that the American student takes more of an interest, say, against, as I said before, communism or other elements in our society which might be dangerous to us.
I'm interrupting a minute, Joan, but I want to ask you, would you say that the American student feels the same way towards the extreme right? You use the word communist. What about the fascist? Because is the answer perhaps that the center, like your center party, which has always been so strong in France, communist only, or is the American student also anti-fascist?
Well, I believe the average American student is sort of the middle of the road. However, the most domineering students at the present time, those who have the most interest, seem to be those interested in the conservatism and those who are trying to fight communism. Therefore, I should think, since they are the more dominant element in the student body, since they are more forceful, that it would be...
Is it liberty, freedom of expression that bothers you? You feel that the French students can talk about communism, and that doesn't mean that they are communist, does it?
No, absolutely not. No, there isn't this communist fear that there is here in France, because there is a communist party which is weaker now, and I don't know.
Monsieur Morosset, what would you say about that? Do you think that there isn't the fear of communism in France, would you say, that there is here?
Well, it's not exactly the same problem, you see.
Yes.
I would say that the fight against communism is not pursued the same way in France and in the United States because of very clear historical reasons.
Yes.
It's why I think it's very difficult to compare at that time and to say that maybe the French students or the American students have a stronger feeling for freedom. I think the feeling for freedom is as strong in this country as it is in France.
Well, and to these broadcasts, there was a book that was edited by George Probst of New York University, who worked on the programs too, called A Happy Republic. It's a reader in Tocqueville's America, and it's quite an extraordinary book. You have a copy of it,
yes,
I know.
I was very happy to get a copy, and I think it's an excellent book.
Well, I think, and this is related to the broadcasts, and I personally feel it should be read by all the young people everywhere, because the amount of research that went into it, and I never realized how many French writers there were that had written about America with a tremendous amount of interest. But there is one phrase here that I'm looking at now that I'd like to quote from and like to get an idea how Jean-Michel... he said, the first of the duties that are at this time imposed upon those who direct our affairs is to educate democracy, to reawaken, if possible, its religious beliefs, to purify its morals, to regulate its actions. Now, do you young people feel at all that democracy is taken for granted a great deal? Yes, John?
I believe that at the present, we see for granted. There are many, as I have mentioned before, and one of them is for equality under the law. We have it now in words. It is stated that we do have equality under the law. However, we know that in many areas, Negroes are being denied their rights, and other minority groups are being denied their rights. Therefore, it is the aim of students now to bring forth, to change this situation so that our democracy will be, in reality, a living democracy, will be practiced for every state.
Well, how do you feel about that, Jean?
Well, I think it's quite a noble purpose.
Well, but do you feel that democracy is under fire today?
But I think, as Tocqueville said, the main thing about democracy is education, to get people educated and able to choose and to act for themselves toward a better democracy.
And I'm going to come to you, Monsieur Morosset, on that question.
That again, I fully agree with the Tocqueville, because I think that it's true that democracy is a permanent fight, a personal and a collective fight, and we have to never to forget that we have to keep democracy. We have to be very cautious and to be real fighters, not in education and in politics.
Well, thank you very much indeed. I think this is a wonderful note on which to close our program. It was so good of you, Monsieur Morosset, to come. And you, Jean-Michel Giraud. I want to get your name right, and Joan Healy. I've been very excited and interested in this whole thing, and I'm sure that everyone else will be. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Miss Gordon. You have been listening to the first of two discussion programs previewing NBC's dramatic radio series, Democracy in America, based on the classic work of Alexis de Tocqueville.
This weekly series of 14 half-hour dramatizations of American democratic life will have its world premiere on the NBC radio network 1 week from tonight, Wednesday, January the 17th, at this same time, over most of these NBC stations. Our moderator was Dorothy Gordon, who had as her special guest Monsieur Edouard Morosir, the cultural counselor to the French embassy, and 2 students, Joan Healy and Jean-Michel Giraud. Preview 2, the second of these discussions, will be heard next Tuesday night at 8:30 Eastern Standard Time, at which time Dorothy Gordon will have as her guest Monsieur Hervé Alphand, French ambassador to the United States. For the exact listening time in your area, please consult your local newspaper. This has been an NBC Radio Network presentation. The launching of America's astronaut into orbit later this month on NBC Radio.
This is Chesterton Radio, your home for podcasts of works by G.K. Chesterton, plus drama, comedy, mystery, science fiction, big bands, and much more. The soundtrack to your Chesterton day at chestertonradio.com.
Preview 2, Alexis de Tocqueville. NBC invites you to listen to the second of 2 discussion programs previewing NBC's dramatic radio series, Democracy in America, based on the classic work of Alexis de Tocqueville, a young French nobleman who visited the United States in 1831-32 at the time of President Andrew Jackson. De Tocqueville was so impressed with our new young nation that he wrote Democracy in America, acclaimed all over the world as the definitive book on America. It's interesting to note that Tocqueville's precepts are almost as true today as when they were first written. This weekly series of 14 half-hour dramatizations of American democratic life, based on de Tocqueville's book, will have its world premiere on the NBC radio network tomorrow night, Wednesday, January the 17th, at the same time over most of these NBC stations. And now, Preview 2, Alexis de Tocqueville. Our special guest this evening is His Excellency Hervé Alphand, French ambassador to the United States. And here is Dorothy Gordon, known to you as the founder and moderator of Youth Forums, and author of the book You and Democracy, a book for children. Miss Gordon.
Ambassador Alphand, it's very good of you to be with us. And I understand you said that you had to dig back into your school days to speak about de Tocqueville's book on American democracy.
What I want to say is that I didn't read the entire book since my school days, but it's an immortal work, and we have to read and read it again, especially when you are a French ambassador to the United States.
Or just an American student, as it were, because many of our American students are going to listen to these broadcasts that are going to be sent over the country. But actually, we wish to take advantage of your presence here to cover a wider field, to discuss America today and its relation to France. But first, do let me introduce you to the listening audience. I want to tell you that our guest, Ambassador Hervé Alphand, was the permanent delegate of France to the United Nations and her representative in the Security Council until his appointment as ambassador of France to the United States in 1956. He's the son of Charles Hervé Alphand. So you see, he comes to an ambassadorship very naturally. Ambassador Alphand's name is a very familiar one in America, and he himself has been part of Franco-American relations since... well, am I right? Was it in 1940 that you first came here?
I must tell you, yes, I came in 1940, but I was head of the economy when I negotiated the trade agreement between France and America in 1938, so that was a long time ago.
Yes, further than that. But then I'm right in saying that your name is a familiar one here in the United States. Now, looking back at de Tocqueville's writings on American democracy, I found the following actual quote. He wrote, and this was 100 years ago, "The advent of democracy as a governing power in the world's affairs, universal and irresistible, was at hand. It may be said that this day it depends upon us whether the Republic shall be everywhere finally established or everywhere finally overthrown." Now, would you say, Mr. Ambassador, that those words could have been written today? Is that the great problem both France and America are facing, the maintaining of our democratic institutions?
It seems to me, Mrs. Gordon, that these words are, in fact, very true today. Not only France and America, but all Western democracies are facing the problems of defending their institutions. Democracy is very hard to get. Democracy is even harder to keep. And it is a constant struggle against the various forces from the extreme right or the extreme left so as to keep those precious institutions. Those enemies are coming, as I said, from the fascist elements as well as the communist elements, and I can speak here for my country, but I can speak also with hope, because the roots of democracy in France are very deep, because the will and the tradition of the French people is well known, and because the continuing progress of our economy, of our social welfare is such that we will certainly win in this constant struggle against the forces who are opposing democracy in my country.
Well, I think de Tocqueville was greatly impressed by the objectives of freedom. Question about the many new nations that are achieving independence. Would you tell us what a nation's purpose should be? What would you say are the basic needs of people everywhere?
Well, I think that we must make a difference between independence and freedom. I think you can be an independent country and ignore entirely freedom. And it takes a very long time to acquire this idea of freedom. The basic needs to acquire this freedom is, first of all, it seems to me, education and understanding of the problem. But also there are other prerequisites. You must have a civil service which is well organized and obedient of the state. You must have an army which is the servant of the state, and also I must say that democracy is always linked with a certain degree and wealth in the country. But time is probably the major element.
Mr. Ambassador, freedom is something which people just have, and until they lose it, they're not aware that they have it. Do you think that people are apt to take their freedom, democracy, just for granted?
Well, I think many people in our two countries think that there is no danger. That the danger are less than they are in fact. They ignore the warnings. The warnings has been given by the communists themselves. I remember when Khrushchev came in this country 2 or 3 years ago, he said on the TV that he was sure that your grandchildren would be communists. He said that. But,
did he use the word communist, or did he say socialist?
No, he said communist.
Communist.
And the great majority of his listeners ignore this threat. This threat exists, and maybe this ignorance of the threat is a danger in itself. So it's important that we dictatorial regimes, either from the right or from the left, is still a great danger on this very fragile thing called democracy.
Which brings me to, I think, a rather important question, and that is to accept aid when it's offered. It might be offered from the left, it might be offered from the right, and because of their great need, they are apt to accept it anywhere. Well, how important is it for them toward achieving a higher standard of living?
For the free nations to be aided toward achieving a higher standard of living. I think that hunger and poverty might lead to a totalitarian form of government. As far as France is concerned, especially vis-à-vis our former colonies who are now independent. We were very lucky to keep good relations with the great majority of these former colonies, and education in the economic field, in buying their crops, and I think it's a contribution of France to democracy in itself.
Well, isn't leadership important? And you used the word education before, that was very important to give of our technical skills and teachers and education. But isn't education very important to educate leaders in these new emerging countries?
I think leadership and education are linked. To have the leaders, it is also a thing that we did before giving them independence. They came in our universities, they studied with our own students, and we formed a great number of very good statesmen who are now the heads of these various independent countries of Africa.
Yes, but can democracy flourish in nations faced with hunger and poverty and lack of technical skills to develop their natural resources?
Well, I think we have example of countries which are very poor and which are democratic. If you take, for instance, it's an example that I can quote, the former colonies of France in Black Africa. Here you have 12 countries, including Madagascar, who are rather poor and are definitely democratic. But, of course, it's much more difficult for those countries to maintain a democratic system as the one we cherish in our own countries of the West with these enormous economic problems. It is why I think the duty of the Western democracies and the industrialized countries of the world is to help those new nations. Not only to help them with our money, with their budget, but to help them with our technicians, with our educators, with also something more, with our trade. I think it's very important that they should find in our markets the way to export their goods at a certain price so that they can build their economy and go on the way of progress.
Because this comes right into your own area. In the series of dramatizations of Tocqueville's American Democracy, de Tocqueville was greatly impressed by America's emphasis on trade. And, of course, we are now in a situation where we're moving away, in a way, from the sort of common market which America established. Would you say that our economic strength was made possible because we did have the freedom to compete and to move men and goods across borders?
I would say that definitely. I think Tocqueville's views are still very true on this field. I think the fact that America is so powerful today is due to the extraordinary extension of the market, of the economic market of America. And that is certainly a sort of fascination for the people of Europe to see the progress of your economy due to the free flow of goods, but also of men and capital inside a very great unity.
Well, Ambassador Alphonse, you played a major role in the economic development of Europe after the war, and you drew up the 16-nation report on the Marshall Plan, didn't you? You were
yes, I was a reporter,
father
yes.
of that plan. Isn't the same kind of economic abundance developing in Europe now through the common market?
I must say that the example of the United States was present in our minds when the first idea of the common market was invented after the war.
Was it Schuman that developed
it was Robert Schuman and Jean Monnet and some others who really had the idea of making a big economic unit
in a community of nations.
I must add this, that it is much more difficult for Europe to create such a market that it was for the 13 colonies when the United States was founded. Why? Because they have their own language. They have their own traditions, their own history. And they were all very protectionist. They had their own barrier around their frontiers, and to suddenly decide that they will ignore all this and make one unit and make something which will be a step towards the United States of Europe one day. We don't know when.
The 6 different countries.
Yeah, they are.
Yes.
And maybe there will be 7 if England joins.
Comes in, yes.
But the idea of having this big market certainly was the same as the one that you had. It's not only a question of trade, as you said, a question of exchange of men as well as capital, and also is a sort of problems of economy, agriculture, social, welfare, fiscal legislation, anti-cartel legislation, which makes not only a free trade area, but a real economic union between those countries.
If I remember correctly, years ago, I think you have always been very much interested in the United States of Europe. Is this a movement towards the United States of Europe?
It's definitely a movement towards the United States of Europe. And France, under General de Gaulle, as you know, wants to make it also political, because he is in favor of a unity of the various nations of Europe, and we propose to our partners a new plan which is a beginning towards unity. We don't know how and when it could be achieved, for the reasons I mentioned to you, and for these reasons it might be, instead of being as you are, a federation of states. But definitely we are moving toward this.
Towards greater unity.
Yeah.
Well, of course, a question which troubles some of our industrialists here is the question whether the common market will build a trade wall around itself and then shut us out, or will we cooperate with each other? Do France and America need each other today as we did in 1830 when de Tocqueville was here?
Well, I can answer very definitely to this question. I think we don't want at all to replace the former protectionism of the small nations of Europe by a new protectionism of the unity of Europe. What we want to do is a great new economic power which will be liberal in its trade with all the world, and including the United States, of course. And therefore, I think that we will hope that on your side you will understand that you will have to gain economically from the force, from the strength, from the resources of this new market, because if we can buy more from you if the duties are not too high. And we hope that it will be great progress in the exchange of goods between America and Europe.
Yes.
Even more than in 1830, because the threat is greater than it has been for centuries.
Oh, yes. Do you mind if I quote President Kennedy and ask you a question of a statement that he made? And he said that he requests, as you know he's been requesting, I'm going to quote, he said that there is a great potential if the two great markets, as the European Economic Community and the United States, were to be harnessed together into a team capable of pulling the full weight of our common military, economic, and political aspirations. Now, how much does a world peace depend upon the flow of trade between the free nations of the world?
Well, I think President Kennedy's remarks are absolutely shared by our government. We think, of course, we don't know the details of his program, and I don't want to, with the work of your Congress and your domestic affairs.
It's coming up very strongly right now.
In fact, it is a problem of common interest, and therefore I can say that if we go protectionist again, I think there will be a weakening of the Western world.
When you say we, are you referring to the United States?
I say both America and
yes.
the European market. If, on the other side, we are liberal in our trade, and if we understand that we must have a common policy made to underdeveloped countries of fiscal policies, etc., I think we will strengthen the West, and it will be good for you, it will be good for us. I have no doubt that it is a direction for the West and for democracy to win in this big struggle which is going on. I have no doubt. It is the only constructive step that we are taking, really, towards maintaining this sort of democracy which is yours and ours.
Well, we need markets we need imports as well as exports, don't we?
Certainly, certainly.
So that we would have to lower tariffs to increase our imports.
I think it must be a reciprocal move.
Do you think it's coming?
Well, that's your problem. As far as we are
trying to get something out of you.
As far as we are concerned, that the idea must be a reduction of all sorts of barriers between the common market and the United States, which is the great hope of a constructive program, policy of the West.
Well, of course, it's a mutual understanding between the two countries, which goes back pretty far. I say that our common interest dates back not only to the time of de Tocqueville and his friend Beaumont's visit here, but even further back than that, the name Lafayette is legion in this country, as you know. And talking about trade, wasn't the Panama Canal conceived first by a Frenchman?
Yes,
and,
the Panama Canal was conceived by the
a French company?
Yes, it was made first by a French company and then was abandoned and remade by another Frenchman.
And then an American company took it over.
Theodore Roosevelt.
Yes. So that actually
you're right to say that the links between France and the United States are older than Tocqueville, and that when I arrived here 5 years ago, really I thought that Lafayette was an old cliché and I would not use it again. I was very wrong. Every time one of your distinguished citizens was making a toast, he was referring to Lafayette.
Oh, yes.
So I learned the story of Lafayette, and it's a fascinating one. And
we have a Lafayette Society here, you know.
I know. And he was so disinterested, and he had, of the king, a sort of fascination for American democracy. And it was we helped you in the time of the revolution, your revolution, and after that, it was, in my view, thanks to your revolution that the idea of democracy and liberty came to France due to Lafayette and those who followed him in United States. And we continued this help, this reciprocal aid through centuries, through 2 wars, in spite of very superficial disagreements. We have an identity of moral and political principles since the very early days of your
cultural exchange, a great
deal.
Oh, yes. Because I'm on the Fédération des Alliances Françaises.
Yes,
and yes, which you know, of course, and we work so much with the universities and the students.
I think the French is the first language here, foreign language.
Oh yes.
Apart from English.
Apart from some English, some Americans think the students ought to study English more, but that's. By the way, going back to de Tocqueville, because we are introducing the de Tocqueville series, I'm going to quote, he said, "I have but one passion, the love of liberty and of the dignity of man. Now, the aims and purposes of our democracy, of your democracy, are to promote to the fullest the rights and the privileges and fulfillment of each individual, regardless of race, creed, or color. Would you say that these aims and purposes express the goals? They belong to all free, independent nations."
They belong to all free, independent nations. Also, they are not always implemented in the same way in all free, independent nations. But this is not a problem for France. There is no problem of races or religion in my country. The president of the French Senate is a Negro. We had... in the past, a prime minister who was a Jewish. We had a president who was a Protestant, although we are a country of 90% Catholics.
Yes.
So therefore, there is no problem of religion and race in my country. Cornerstone of our policy under any kind of government in France.
Well, don't you think that this is moving a great deal forward in this country, too?
Well, I think so. There's no doubt.
We see it all the time, that there is an improvement in the relations, and we certainly hope that it's going to be much more. What do you think of the idea of this broadcast of a series, Visit to America, and his impressions of the Republic in 1831?
I think it's a wonderful idea. I think you can find in de Tocqueville truths which are eternal, truths which are very actual, and that it's very important that in our troubled time.
Well, I think it's important to have it read here particularly because you say that when you were a student that you read de Tocqueville, and I think that I took at random a half a dozen young people and said, does the name de Tocqueville mean anything to you? And it didn't. Lafayette, yes, the name Lafayette does. And that's why this idea of putting the series on may be... Are you familiar with the book? I think that we had a copy sent to you, The Happy Republic, which is... Well, don't you think that that is a very valuable book?
I think, I repeat, that it is an extremely valuable book. I hope not only the name but the work of de Tocqueville should be more known in your country, that it should become a classic of America as it is a classic in France.
Well, it is really a classic, except that it has to be brought to the attention, and this is what we're hoping to do. Now, we open the program with a quote from de Tocqueville, and I want to close with another one. And this was written also more than 100 years ago, which could certainly apply today. The quote is, "The first of the duties that are at this time imposed upon those who direct our affairs is to educate democracy, to reawaken democracy, if possible, to reawaken its religious beliefs, to purify its morals, to regulate its actions." Wouldn't you say, Mr. Ambassador, that this is a task for all of us?
It is
in France, here too.
It is a task for all of us. I think the menace that we have together to face together are such that we have to understand the words of de Tocqueville, not only understand them, but apply them every day.
Well, is there anything else that you want to say? You could give us a closing statement. We'd love to hear it.
Well, I'm extremely glad to have this talk with you, Mrs. Gordon. I want to say that I know you for a long time, and I work with your son, who is now your ambassador in Brazil, and it was a very wonderful opportunity to have this talk with you on this very important topic. Thank you.
Well, he has a tremendous admiration for you, and I think that both of you seem to be working along the same idea, and that is the question of trade. Of course, I would like to ask you some more personal questions, but I won't, because it would be embarrassing to ask you what you think about when the President brings to them this whole question of lowering tariffs. There is a great feeling, though, in the country that there's something that may have to happen. Well, thank you very, Alphonse. It was a pleasure indeed to have you with us, and I'm hoping to have you with me again on one of our youth forums.
Thank you
very much indeed.
You have been listening to Preview 2, Alexis de Tocqueville, the second of two discussion programs previewing NBC's dramatic radio series, Democracy in America, based on the classic work of Alexis de Tocqueville. This weekly series of 14 half-hour dramatizations of American democratic life will have its world premiere on the NBC radio network tomorrow night, Wednesday, January the 17th, at the same time, over most of these NBC stations. See.
This is Chesterton Radio, the true, good, and beautiful at chestertonradio.com.
The National Broadcasting Company, in conjunction with the Fund for Adult Education, presents Democracy in America by Alexis de Tocqueville.
Well, Tocqueville, what are you thinking about as you stare at these picturesque shores?
About America? No. I do not see America. I see more than America. I am trying to make out the image of democracy, its prejudices, and its passions.
Where could I be better off? A study in Jacksonian America. Item 1 in the series Democracy in America. Prepared by the Division of General Education of New York University, American historian. The America of 1831, as recorded by Alexis de Tocqueville, and so to illuminate the image of democracy itself. A study in Jacksonian America. Where could I be better off?
The month of May, 18 Hickory, General Andrew Jackson. And this is New York City. Over 200,000 people live here. Across the clear, fresh water of the East River, we look at Brooklyn, New York's dairy, a countryside of breezy heights and pasture land and cows. And looking across the beach is a New York clam dealer in an orange check waistcoat, tight-fitting gray gaiters, and a plug hat as tall and stately as the noise of the bells out.
Clams, choice clams, fine sand clams.
But his mind is on the New York Consolidated Lottery.
To be had in the great at Arnold, 313 Broadway, opposite the Masonic Hall.
10 years ago, the state legislature had forbidden the famous old New York lotteries, but the proprietors are still finding loopholes to satisfy their customers who swarm through the bright May streets to produce the busiest community that any man could desire to live in. Hurry and bustle, the very carts, instead of being drawn by horses at a walking pace, are often met at a gallop and always in a brisk trot. Omnibuses are racketing and terry-hooting through the New York streets with as much hubbub, hullabaloo, and general unmitigated uproar expect in a city 7 times the size.
Get up there, team! Get up, team! Out of the way there, mister! One side, get up!
It is May the 11th, 1831, and on the deck of the fine steamboat President, just coming into New York Harbor, there stand 2 young men, both well-dressed, although both seem very tired. They have been without sleep for some time. They are surrounded by luggage, and they glance back and forth at the sights, as if they were strangers from another planet that had never seen the Earth before. They are strangers, come from France to see this curious new land that is supposed to be a democracy. This one, age 26, is Alexis Charles-Henri Clérel de Tocqueville, son of a French count.
As for the harbor and the city itself, well, picture to yourself an attractively varied shoreline. The slopes covered by lawns and trees, in bloom right down to the water. And more than all that, an unbelievable multitude of country houses, big as boxes of candy. I am much struck by how convenient these little houses must be, and by the attractive air they give the countryside. Such is our impression of the city of New
York. Stands his great friend, also a French nobleman, but 3 years older. This young man, wearing a cloak, is 29. His name is Gustave Auguste de la Boninière de Beaumont.
At each instant you glimpse great bays with picturesque sides. We were full of real admiration. What struck us particularly was the animation given this majestic tableau by the immense number of vessels lines which cross and recross in every direction.
Tocqueville and Beaumont plunge into the crowd as though into a bath. The carriages rattle through the streets, the carts dance as if they were running races with them, and the ladies trip along in all the colors of the rainbow.
Lord, Mabel, skip into that door right smart, or I declare that carriage is going to splash our skirts.
And as for the passers-by, they look as though they actually had something to do.
Now I tell you what it is. Pardon me. I'm going to let you in on the ground floor of this development. I'm going to let you, excuse me, take an option in the purchase, pardon me, Western Pennsylvania speculations. Basically, it's a granite quarry, which can
Watch where you're going.
Ma'am, I'm sorry.
So am I.
Now, basically, like I say, the investment is a granite quarry that's financing an India Rubber Company, joint stock, and all enterprise, all pure enterprise, if you want to make money...
Everybody is walking as if he were in a hurry.
Well, if you have to hurry, we firmly believe that if a man means business, he'd better look as if he meant business. We Americans are born in a hurry and educated at speed. We make a fortune with a wave of a wand and lose it just as fast, and then remake and relose the whole thing in a twinkling of an eye. Our body is a locomotive ripping along at 30 miles an hour. Our spirit resembles a shooting star, and death surprises us like an electric shock.
The governor of the state of New York, Mr. Throop, looks through his boarding house window at everybody in motion and observes,
"They all seem as if they were running away from an indictment."
And Governor Throop draws out a toothpick and continues to enjoy the May morning and watches the hogs happily rooting around in the gutters, indulging in hearty repasts of offal of every description. And this, too, in the midst of coaches, horses, and pedestrians.
Cholera. That's what you're going to get, cholera. That's what you're asking for right here in New York City.
I wouldn't give you more than a dog's chance.
Well, experience, sir, has proven that the most efficacious and powerful method of keeping the streets of a town in a state of perfect and refined cleanliness is plenty of hogs. And if the hogs aren't doing the trick, then you haven't got enough of them.
Or in 1831, New York City, with its 200,000 people and 11 daily newspapers, is very unequal in style and quality from one of Broadway is striking from its continuous and unbroken length of 3 miles in a straight line. But its breadth, about 80 feet, is not sufficiently ample for the due proportion to its length. It is, moreover, wretchedly paved. And as for 3rd Avenue and 8th Avenue, these leading respectively to the remote villages of Harlem and Manhattanville. But New York is now and always has been a port, a city of ships. Long flaring funnels like post boys' trumpets lie side by, whose long bowsprits hang over the passers-by like sabers at a wedding.
We must quickly find a boarding house and get some sleep.
Do these people never stay still? Look how they chase along the streets. Everyone seems to be afraid to let the next man get ahead of him.
And indeed, an American is always on the lookout lest any of his neighbors get the better of him. If 100 Americans were going to be shot, they would contend for the priority. So strong is our habit of competition.
Look, Beaumont, over there. It must be some kind of parade.
In the early 1830s, New York was a city of parades. Here's Major Downing. He calls himself a major from the state of Maine. He says he's from Maine, rode in one of those parades with the 7th president himself, Andrew Jackson, and none other. At least he says he did.
I'd like to meet the man that'd disbelieve me to my face with my glass. If you'd been out that day, you'd have seen me and the general figuring considerable large, I guess. There never was anything like it in New York afore.
I'll swear to that, Major.
There's many an accomplished whiskey in telling his stories, though certainly the great men are a great deal more accessible now in 1831 than they ever became later.
One thing struck people. Look at their general ease. Most of them seem well fed, most of them seem well dressed. This is a country where men live well by the work of their hands.
Irish labourers, straight off the boat, get as much as 75 cents a day. Together with lodging, 3 big meals a day, and 6 to 8 glasses of whiskey, depending on the state of the weather. Bread, meat, sugar, tea, fuel are cheaper than in the old country, and wages are triple.
The stores are full of things, some startling enough to horrify the casual visitor.
We observed the open sale of stiletto called the Arkansas toothpick. These are sold by druggists in whose shops or stores these deadly weapons are hung up for public inspection and sold by them as part of the legitimate wares of their calling, thus plainly indicating that weapons to kill as well as medicine to cure could be had at the same shop.
A city of green trees and fresh paint. A lively, new, sparkling city for all its roughness and vigor. Towards each other, the citizens are forthright and breezy, as when the clam dealer calls on the governor of the state.
Hello there. Brought some fresh clams for the governor.
Hey, sitting in the parlor, picking his teeth. Go right in.
Hello there, Mr. Garrett. Step right in.
Morning, Mr. Governor. Brought you some clams.
Well, that's just fine. Pull up a chair and bite yourself off a chew.
One man's as good as another, if not better, and people don't forget that elected officers are nothing but their servants. Towards women, however, the attitude is usually very different.
There are no women around here. The females are ladies, should be treated accordingly as the precious repositories and fair blossoms of virtue, beauty, and high morality. And anyone who suggests these dainty creatures should have their innocence sullied by too much education or the toil of commercial or political affairs deserves the active opprobrium of all decent men.
Equality and easy manners, then, and pride. Such pride. Boasting is a virtue, and a good boast...
Respectable and patriotic its 42nd anniversary tomorrow, May 12th. I shall propose the toast to democracy, the finest institution devised by the mind of man, especially suited for the greatest people on earth, the fortunate inhabitants of the greatest country on earth, under God's special protection, America.
Equality, boasting, and business. This is a city of merchants and men of affairs. Even in the streets full of hurrying people, business goes on as usual.
I'll go 30 cents a pound.
I can't cover the cost of shipping at that price. 32.
That takes up all my profit.
You do better than that now with your markup.
There's overhead charges. 30 and a half. If that's what I'll make it, 30 and a half.
And yet, amid the bustle, there are some who sit calm, like this old gentleman here with a white beard and whiskers and the clean-shaven top lip. He's reading the Mercantile Advertiser at the foot of Cortlandt Street and seems undisturbed by the bustle.
What bustle? This is the 11th of May. You've been here the 1st of May, you'd seen some bustle.
What's that?
Why, New York City, the 1st of May is moving time.
Well, how do you mean, moving time?
Time, universal flitting. Time when everybody moves. People here are very locomotive in their habits. They are anxious to better themselves, see. It's the day of all others in the year when the good people of the 1st of May, they're all at it with all their might. 2nd of May, everything will be quiet. It'll all be settled again.
Did you move the 1st of May?
I most certainly did. I moved every May Day for the last 40 years. Everybody does the same. People can't bear not to be like their neighbors. Or it takes a live fish to swim upstream. Well, good day to you. Nice fresh day.
And it is a nice fresh day. Here by the water, there's quite a wind. Look at that poor lady, tacking along with the wind behind her skirts and flounces.
A lady has a time of it when the wind blows and the dust is flying in clouds, as it does in New York almost all day long. I encountered a puff at the corner of one of the streets, and there I stood holding my hat with one hand and my cardinal cloak, which has 56 yards of various commodities in it, with the other. I thought I should have gone up like a balloon and stood stark still until I came near being run over by a great hog which was scampering away from some mischievous boys. At last, a sailor took compassion on me and set me down at the door of a store. As he went away, I heard him say to his companion,
"Damn my eyes, Bill. What a press of canvas the girls carry nowadays."
But this lady is not the only one to complain of the wind, for as we near the waterfront, we see the air full of plug hats and people chasing after them.
Catch it! Catch it!
But particularly notice this. See the pieces of paper sailing about, together with a variety of vegetables, pieces of linen, and other materials, entirely interrupting the view. Where does all this come from? Is it garbage?
No, sir, it is not. All those commodities come from hats. And no nation on earth uses a hat for so many purposes as a Yankee. It serves him at once for a head covering, a writing desk, a larder, and a portmanteau. In it, the merchant deposits patterns of various descriptions. The doctor uses it as an apothecary's shop. The married man, returning from market, converts it into a depository for potatoes and other vegetables. And to the traveler, it serves as a knapsack.
Room for rent.
A boarding house.
1831. Now, let me see. I was in New York City at the time. He used to work as a speculator, trading in commodities, you know. You can make a lot of money that way. He didn't, but he sure tried hard. A fine man. I guess that's what killed him. So I opened a refined boarding house for ladies and gentlemen of standing and position, number 66 Broadway, just down the street from the American Hotel. These two French gentlemen came off the steamship President, and I never saw two fellas look more tired. They just rolled into their beds in the middle of the afternoon until 8 o'clock next morning, when I told Kitty to ring for breakfast. All right, Kitty. All the cold meats are on, and the lobsters will be ready in a moment. Might as well let them have the gong soon as it's 8 o'clock.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Kitty, let them have it. Morning, Mr. Griggs.
Morning, ma'am.
Do any studying last night?
I reckon I did. I've just about proved that the Babylon of the apocalypse refers to the scarlets.
Mr. Griggs from Kentucky, though just a piece biased about proving England's downfall. Good morning, Marquis.
Good morning, madame.
I hope you passed a good night, Marquis.
The wrongs of my unhappy country.
Get the bagwig and the ruffles. That gentleman's a real French Marquis. That's the way they call it. I believe right now the Marquis is teaching dancing to young ladies of refinement and... Morning, Major General.
Morning, ma'am.
You look fit as a fiddle this fine morning, sir.
An old soldier usually comes out pretty fit, ma'am.
The Major General's from Vermont. A regular walk-in encyclopedia about the war, if you ask me. Morning, Mr. O'Brien.
Oh, morning, ma'am.
One moment, Mr. O'Brien. I wondered if we might have something on account on that little bill.
Well, I tell you, ma'am, I've got a job this morning at the Hudson River docks checking consignments. And whatever I get, you can have half of it. No, you can't say fairer than that.
I'd rather have the whole of it. But you can't say too much to the poor fella with his ribs all sticking out. He has to stand up. A lot of Irish gentlemen are over here to live cheap, even though it cost them a year's wages to get here. Morning, Mr. Beasley.
Morning, ma'am.
Any luck yesterday?
Yeah, the courthouse put to give me the slip.
Well, I hope and trust you have better luck. Beasley's from the Carolinas. Indigo planter. He's away. He's heard tell they're in New York City at present. I hope he can make those slaves realize that every time they run away, they deprive a gentleman of his lawful property. Morning, gentlemen.
Morning, madame.
Good morning.
Now, let me see. Which of you gentlemen is which?
I am Mr. de Tocqueville, and this is Mr. de Beaumont.
Mr. Tocqueville's the little one. Mr. Beaumont's the big one. Well, I hope I can remember that. And you gentlemen are from France?
That is perfectly correct.
Well, you will if you don't step lively. Why, it must be 8:05 if it's a minute. The gong here goes at 8 o'clock, you know, and I wouldn't answer for there being many victuals on the board by 1:15.
Then we had better hurry.
Sit wherever you like. If there's any left, there's fish, ham, beef, boiled fowls, eggs, pigeons, pumpkin pies, lobsters, vegetables, tea, coffee, cider, sangaree, and cherry brandy.
Oh, we can sit here.
Yes. Beef?
Thank you. Potatoes?
Thank you. Cabbage?
No, thanks. Coffee?
No, not at this time in the morning. I'll have brandy.
Beaumont, look at the ladies.
It is also too early in the morning to look at ladies.
No, I'm serious. You notice they are completely dressed for the day. Everything complete and finished. At this rate, a lady would be ready to receive visitors at 9 o'clock in the morning.
Things will be very different here in America. See how fast you must eat. This food is melting away before our eyes. More beef?
Thank you. More potatoes?
Thank you.
Oh, some of them are leaving already. Certainly there seems to be very little formality in a democracy.
Then you and I shall gobble our breakfast as though we were Americans and hurry out to see the marvels of New York. Let me see. Where are we?
This is the Bowery.
And this is Bayard Street. Now, look at that hotel.
The North American Hotel. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 floors. And an exchange table attached.
Never mind that. Look at the roof. What I want you to notice
is... I do mind it. I want to notice everything and make a note.
Look on the roof beside where the American flag is flying. There is a wooden statue of a poor boy with ragged knees and elbows.
Oh.
Now, why should the management put such a thing on their roof? Surely there must be some instructive story connected with it.
Yes, sir, there surely is. And you'll find it's a tale of American industry, American opportunity, and American courage.
Are those things abundant here?
Sir, those virtues and many others besides are always found in America and never found in other countries. Now, sir, 38 years ago, a poor boy came to this town, a poor Yankee boy, named David Reynolds. He's at the time without a crust of bread to feed him, without a copper in his pocket. Weary and hungry, he leaned against a fine elm tree, since cut down, made into lumber, and sold at a good price. That elm tree stood where the North American Hotel now stands. While young David Reynolds was leaning against it, luxuriating, you might say, in his beautiful shade, he racked his little brains to try and devise some means of procuring for the sustenance of his childish needs a livelihood that should be both honest and honorable. While he was thus reflecting how to get his dinner, a gentleman came up to him.
Name?
I beg your pardon, sir.
I wondered if you knew this gentleman's name.
This gentleman's name, sir, has not been handed down to posterity.
May I proceed?
Pray do.
Thank you, sir. The gentleman, whose name has not been transmitted to us, approached this poor friendless boy and asked if he were willing to carry the gentleman's trunk down to the wharf. The boy eagerly consented and received for his labors the sum of 25 cents. Now, what do you suppose he did with it?
Spent it on food.
Perhaps he reserved some to pay for his night's lodging. Or was he prepared to sleep in the street?
He was prepared to do anything, sir, providing it was honest. I'll tell you what he did. He did an American thing. With a little of the money, he bought food, and with the rest of it, he bought fruit, which he offered for sale beneath that same elm tree. American initiative, sir, grasping the opportunity. He soon disposed of his little stock to advantage and spent that night richer than he had ever been before. On the morrow, he repeated the transaction. Soon, he had a fruit stall under the tree, then a small shop, then several houses on either side. Finally, he acquired such an estate that he pulled it all down and built this magnificent hotel. Was to be erected, he has set out his own story, and you will perceive it concludes with these words. The tree was cut down, but from its beloved trunk he caused his image to be carved. That's it up there, as a memento of his own forlorn beginnings and his grateful recollections. From a penniless, ragged boy, David Reynolds rose to be one of the most prosperous citizens in his community. Finest hotel in New York City, and possibly the world. That, sir, is an American story, and I myself am David Reynolds at your service.
Sir, I am enchanted to make your acquaintance.
Tell me this. Do not your fellow citizens hold against you in some way these humble origins of yours?
They do not, sir. Most emphatically not. I am a man of property and position, and in New York that speaks for itself. Oh, I trust, by the way, gentlemen, that you are yourselves not in need of lodgings because...
We are already accommodated, and in any case we must very shortly leave the city. We hear New York is not America, and we want to see all the country.
You should see it all. The finest country in the world. And he'll tell you, where could I be better off? Goodbye, gentlemen, and remember that little American story.
I think he is right. That is an American story. A poor boy rising to be a large property owner, enjoying the respect of his community.
But chiefly because of his money.
Perhaps it is the symbol of position, as blood is with us.
This is indeed a new world.
And one to which we had better become accustomed. I am going to find out about this place, Beaumont, because I think in this country we can perceive something of the future of our own.
Democracy?
Yes. America is only my setting. Democracy is my subject. It appears to me that sooner or later we shall arrive, like the Americans, at an almost complete equality of condition. But first, we must collect the facts. We must dissect American society and search out. We must ask useful questions. The smallest conversations will be instructive. There is not a man, on whatever rung of society he finds himself, who cannot teach me something.
You have just heard Where Could I Be Better Off? A study in Jacksonian America. Item 1 in a series, Democracy in America. This series, presented by the National Broadcasting Company, was prepared by the Division of General Education of New York University under the direction. Produced in the studios of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation by Andrew Allen, script by Lister Sinclair, music by Lucio Agostini. This series, Democracy in America, is made possible by a grant from the Fund for Adult Education as part of a general course of study of the nature of American society. For information about the use of these de Tocqueville dramatizations for study or discussion, and how to secure these new materials about American democracy at a reasonable charge, write to the American Foundation for Continuing Education, Post Office Box 749, Chicago 90, Illinois. Now, this is Ben Grauer inviting you to join us next week for Item 2, The Governor in the Boarding House, on Democracy in America.
Wherever you travel in the USA, stay well informed. Tune to Radio NBC.
The National Broadcasting Company, in conjunction with the Fund for Adult Education, presents Democracy in...
What you say, Mr. Governor, surprises me very much. And there are two things I still want to know. Why do you in America not need soldiers on your streets? And why is the governor of the state of New York calmly living in an ordinary boarding house without a trace of...
The Governor in the Boarding House, a study in American equality. Item 2 in the series Democracy in America, prepared by the Division of General Education of New York University, under the direction of George Probst, American historian. A series designed to bring to life the America of 1831, as recorded by Alexis de Tocqueville, and so to illuminate the image of democracy itself. A study in American equality. The Governor in the Boarding House.
May 1831. Our first day in New York City. And to our surprise and delight, we were visited early in the morning by a gentleman we had come to know on the ship. An enthusiastic American gentleman named Mr.
Tocqueville, here is Mr. Chameron to see us.
What a pleasant surprise. How kind of you to think of us.
Well, you two seen an adventure? One of the morning papers?
No.
Well, have a look right here.
The Mercantile Adventurer of New York, May 12, 1831. Two magistrates, Messrs. de Beaumont and de Tocqueville, have arrived here, sent by the Ministry of the Interior to examine the various reports and their return to France. We have no doubt that every facility will be extended to these gentlemen.
Our first taste of democratic hospitality, if true.
Oh, it's true enough. Here's how things work out. This paragraph will be picked up by some of the other journals. It'll be passed on from one town to the next and from one state to the next. All kinds of people are going to read it, important people. Then they'll call on you and offer their services.
But where's done in a democracy?
That's certainly how things are done here, and the why is really pretty simple. I guess you know we're pretty proud of ourselves over here in America.
We observed on the voyage that praises certainly came easily to the lips of Americans.
Don't be too polite. It's a little stronger than that. Every book that comes out is exalted to the skies. The public orators flatter the people flatter the orators, clergymen praise their flocks, and the flocks stand amazed at the excellence of their clergymen.
Well, I want to inquire
Sunday
about
school
religion.
teachers admire their pupils, and the scholars magnify. Find out for yourselves. As far as guests from abroad are concerned, you'll find that you're going to need a dark corner to hide your faces in when everybody starts to praise you.
But who? We are merely two inquisitive young men from France. Why are we praiseworthy?
Well, that's what I was coming to. We're boasters, I admit it. We're proud of ourselves, I admit that. But we aren't all that proud. We haven't been in business long enough yet. We still aren't quite sure of ourselves. We have a lot of hard things to say about the old world, but even while we're saying them, we're sometimes casting a look out of the corner of our eye to see whether we've really impressed them or not. And you being sent here by your government means you people think we've got something to teach you.
Possibly.
The new world has got the jump on the old world, and the old world admits it. That's why you're going to be flattered and popular. That's why things are going to be easy for you. France is trying to learn something from America. You've heard the old proverb, imitation is the sincerest form of flattery, and we reckon your flattery right now is pretty sincere.
I begin to understand. This may make our task a little easier, eh, Tocqueville?
Now, look, in New York City, we get moving early. People will soon be calling on you. You'll get invitations from all over the place, so I want to get in ahead of them. I've arranged for you to see Enos Throop.
Oh, this is charming of you, but who is this Mr. Throop?
Enos Thompson Throop, sir, is the governor of the state of New York.
The governor? This is certainly an honor.
Normally, the governor resides in the city of Albany, but he's in New York City right now for the Tammany Society dinner.
What is the Tammany Society?
We will find out. No, I've made all the arrangements. Mr. Morse, who's a judge at Cherry Valley, I've written it down for you. Here's the address.
What a scene of hurry and bustle in these streets. I wonder if all this running is typical of a democracy. You notice everybody overtakes us. I thought myself a lively enough walker, but over here I seem only to dawdle. Why do the citizens of a democracy hurry?
How do we know, Tocqueville? These are typical citizens. Elsewhere, things may be very different. This New York is only one city in a vast country. Do not begin, I beg you, to build your theories until you have more facts.
Well, they all seem to wear the same clothes. Certainly, there seems to be a great deal of outward equality. All the classes seem to be intermingled. This sort of thing would be preposterous in Paris.
I wonder what this Governor Throop is going to be like.
I took a few notes. He is 47 years old, formerly a circuit judge. What is a circuit judge, I wonder? And he was only elected governor this year. Do you know what a circuit judge is, Beaumont? Beaumont?
Oh, forgive my inattention.
You are observing the crowds.
Yes, but it's not only the people who are here that interest me, so much as the ones that are missing.
Missing?
There are almost no children and no soldiers.
No children and no soldiers.
If we had walked this far in a French city, we should have seen hundreds of children and dozens of soldiers. Now, where are they?
It will give us something to ask Governor Throop. Here is the governor's residence.
How very peculiar. A boarding house, exactly like our own. Knock on the door.
When we say that the chief magistrate of the state of New York lives in an ordinary boarding house.
Possibly he and his entourage have taken over the premises. I'm sure we'll have a ceremony appropriate to his situation.
Good morning. Gustave de la Boninière de Beaumont and Alexis de Tocqueville for an audience with the governor of New York. Permit me to present our credentials from the government of France.
You're the two French fellas old Schermerhorn told me about. You're surely welcome. Step right on in and meet the governor. I'm Judge Morse, and I'm real pleased to meet you.
It is an honor. Forgive me, a person in your station.
Just call me Judge. Yeah, and shut the door behind you, will you? You just call any man here what you want to call him. But the fancier you call him, the more he'll be pleased.
I thought there were no aristocratic titles in a democracy.
We've managed to scrape up a few non-aristocrats. Toss a rock out into any street of New York City any hour of the day or night without bringing down at least a colonel. Why, just the other day, I heard tell of a delegation from one of the counties of Florida. There were 18 men in it. 4 generals, 6 colonels, 3 majors, 1 ex-governor, 1 doctor, and 1 esquire. That left only 2 fellas that were just people. Here we are. Governor, meet Mr. Tocqueville and Mr. Beaumont. Gentlemen, meet Governor Throop.
Delighted to see. Which of you fellas is which?
I am Alexis de Tocqueville, Excellency.
And I am Gustave de Beaumont, at your service.
Well, that's dandy. Pull up a chair and sit down. You boys seem to have got the American language pretty well licked.
We have applied ourselves conscientiously, Excellency.
Call the governor.
Forgive us, Mr. Governor.
Allow me to offer you some tobacco, gentlemen.
No, thank you, Judge.
No, thank you.
Oh, you gentlemen don't chew? No? Well, you're quite right. It's a filthy habit. Disgusting. Hand over the plug, Judge. I'll take a bite. I wish I'd never taken it up.
First, Mr. Governor, let me present my credentials.
I don't need credentials. Come to look over the prisons.
See.
Well, I'm sure we'll do everything in our power to help you. You've been having a little trouble over there in France, I guess. Government's going up and down, things like that. Oh, don't like to say anything. Well, that's smart and patriotic, too. We admire patriots over here. What do you make of us, Mr. Tocqueville?
How do you mean?
How do you like America?
We like it very much, what little we have seen of it.
I see you're in the tact and discernment business, too.
Well, everything is so different from France. Even on the streets, there are differences. Where are the children?
Children? Why, I guess they'd be in school, wouldn't you say, Judge?
Sure. That's where they are. Unless they're playing hooky.
All the children are educated?
Well, just about as many as we can lay our hands on. Public education and self-improvement. Did you think we didn't have any children?
Well, I thought they might be working in factories or something of the sort.
Oh, some of them, I guess, are, but most will be in school.
And also, there are no soldiers. Now, how do you keep up?
Well, we have soldiers. Every man you see is a soldier. The Constitution of our Union lays it down as a sacred right of every citizen to bear arms. If we ever had need of soldiers, you'd find them springing up all around you. It's happened before, and if it's needed, it'll happen again. Every man fit to bear arms is his own soldier.
This I understand, Mr. Governor, although it surprises me. But there is something else about it that surprises me even more. First, why is the governor of the state of New York living in a boarding house? And second, why do you not positively need at least some soldiers on your streets? How does your society hold together without the splendor of the civic arm and the might of the military arm?
Well, gentlemen, I'll tell you. It's because we in America have started on a great adventure.
I am afraid, Mr. Governor, that I do not understand you. Monsieur de Beaumont and myself, we are on an adventure. Everything we see is full of surprises.
Like finding the governor of the state of New York in a boarding house?
Exactly.
Well, it's convenient, that's what it is. If there's one thing that's hard to find nowadays around New York City, it's domestic help.
And don't you see, the governor doesn't have to worry about his prestige or anything like that. It doesn't come from himself, you see. It comes from the people. Don't forget this is a democracy.
Even if we wish to forget it...
Which I assure you we do not.
We find it thrust upon us at every point.
Well, I guess every country's proud of its native institutions. And I guess we Americans are a little prouder than the average because we figure we really have something to be proud about.
Is that?
I believe you have, Mr. Tocqueville. I wouldn't be surprised if you haven't been pumped up to the eyebrows with boasting from everyone you've met, myself included. Still, if you're on to a good thing, you want other people to know about it.
And you are convinced, Mr. Governor, that this democracy is a good thing?
Sure, I'm convinced. Oh, not that it hasn't its bad side, mind you. And we've sat on the bench and judged our fellow creatures in a pretty miserable bunch. Some of them turned out to be, too.
They surely did. But even there, I take issue with you, Mr. Governor.
Go ahead.
Well, I had a fella before me one day who was by way of being a burglar. This fella had broken into a good-looking house, but when he got in, he found there was more to the rap-in than there was to the package.
I beg your pardon.
The place looked good, but there was nothing worth stealing inside. He hunted around a spell, he finally left. But when he got outside, he found it had come on to rain. Back he goes into the house and steals a fine new cotton umbrella. It was just coming on daylight when he got back into the city, and this umbrella was getting to be an embarrassment to him. He didn't want to be caught with it. I asked him why he didn't get rid of it. Well, now, Judge, I tell you, he said, I calculated there'd be even more trouble if anyone had caught me heaving it away. So what he did, he gave it to a friend in the same line of business as himself. They caught the friend, got the umbrella from, and this other fella's in the penitentiary right now, thinking it all over.
Well, that's a good story, Judge, but I don't see where it fits in.
It fits in this way, Mr. Governor. We've got our bad eggs and our rotten apples, same as anyone else. But even when they're bad, they got a democratic flavor about them. That fella talked to me from the dock as though I were his equal. No, he did better than that.
If you will forgive me, sir, your story shows me something else. The way you tell it shows me a sort of fundamental sympathy with this wrongdoer.
I wouldn't exactly say that. A good judge ought to come at a criminal the way, then punish him severely.
But nonetheless, I detect a feeling that this man is, after all, a human being.
Well, isn't he?
Oh, quite so. But in our country, there are many people who find it very hard to realize that. Madame de Sévigné, for instance. She was a brilliant, sensitive woman, but a true aristocrat. It would be scarcely unfair to say that Madame de Sévigné, like many aristocrats, had no clear notion of suffering in anyone who was not a person of quality.
Yes, I see what you mean. That certainly isn't true here. We have our faults, but on the whole, I believe we're a humanitarian people. We like to think well, basic belief in fair play.
But, Mr. Governor, to return to the question of soldiers.
Oh, yes. Why aren't there any? Is that what you mean?
Exactly.
Or is this just peculiar to the city of New York? We've already been told several times that New York is not, after all, America.
Nor is it. But you won't find much in the way of soldiers wherever you go. As I said, we're on an adventure. Every man, Jack, has a stake in the country. It's to his own benefit to live in a peaceful, happy community. Everything, in short, is regulated as far as possible by enlightened self-interest, which is the basis of our democracy. Every man is every man's equal. Every man is every man's associate. Every man is every man's customer. Put your society on those terms, Mr. Tocqueville, and you'll not need the military because you will have extinguished the mob. That body of the poor, no interest in the stability which never steadies them, never relaxes them, a prosperity which never touches them. The bond of this mighty continental nation, gentlemen, for to tell you the truth, I don't know whether we're a nation or a continent yet, the bond, liberty, but positive freedom from all the slightest restraints. That is the birthright of this growing country.
Is freedom from all restraints wholly good, Mr. Governor?
Is anything wholly good, Mr. Tocqueville? I don't know. I'm sure it must have its dark side, and I'm equally sure that this country wants full as the air we breathe, whether it sweetens the hard toil of New England or inflates the hot pride of the South. It's always the same brave spirit pervading the same republic. And its influence is not the less powerful because it is everywhere propagated by an animating spirit of dispute.
Animating spirit?
You're taking notes, Mr. Tocqueville. I'm glad to see you do it. Take a note of this. The American people, dispersed over an immense territory, abounding in all the means of commercial greatness, who early found an opportunity of adapting their government to their circumstances.
Adapting their government to their circumstances.
They followed the manifest order of nature when they adopted a constitution which was based on a commercial federation.
But, Mr. Governor, was that desirable?
No, sir. I will not comment on its desirability, except to say this. As far as we are concerned, it is infinitely desirable because it was wholly inevitable. Will you forgive me if I speak for a moment of your own country and speak to you privately as a man? Sir, your country, too, has recently passed through a great revolution, but one which I cannot help feeling has had a very different influence on your destiny. You will forgive the strong language, but I cannot help but remark that the course, and indeed the catastrophe, of the French Revolution has cast a gloom over republicanism which perhaps it may never shake off, and which renders it, in Europe, at least for the present. But here, sir, is the difference between your revolution and ours. The American Republic is the natural fruit of the American soil. The spirit of freedom may be impassioned, it may be factious, but it is neither furious nor bloody. The strong bonds of union are here and will remain. There is a common language, there are common laws, there are common political attachments, and finally, and above all, there is the great reciprocal bond of common interest. Remember this always, gentlemen. We live on trade. We live by trade. Trade is our life. And I tell you frankly, we all regard the carrying on of trade as something to which a man may honorably devote his whole life. And indeed, while we are talking today, 100 ships are discharging their cargoes, and 1,000 emigrants are landing with big hearts and stout hopes to realize their dreams of a free and happy West.
Listen, Beaumont. Listen to the street criers. Everywhere we are pursued by the...
There are also street criers in France.
But these street criers are different. They have meaning. They belong to a pattern.
Sweep all up from the bottom to the top without ladder or rope. Sweep.
You're eyeing that chimney sweep as if he were a future millionaire of this new democracy.
Who knows? Perhaps he may be.
The governor's ideas have excited you.
What we are seeing building.
Whale oil, fill lamps, find whale oil.
Cattails.
Well, she's selling reeds and bulrushes.
I will not write down that Americans sometimes sleep on the tails of cats. Look across the street. In front of every shop, there are long boards nailed across two posts with appeals for trade on them. Visit the pleasure railway at Hoboken. Bars, warm, cold, shower and vapor, sulfur and other medicated bars in marble and tin tucks.
Tocqueville, stop looking at those silly signs and listen for a moment.
Certainly, I'm all ears. Dogs. That is the sound of dogs.
Quite so, but what are they doing to them? Look down there. There are men running after dogs and killing them with clubs. Let us go and see. But this is appalling. There's blood. 9 dead dogs beaten to death. This is a strange scene.
What one has read of the reign of terror. Pardon me, sir, but why are these men killing so many dogs?
Are you a foreigner?
Yes, sir.
From Germany, likely.
No, from France.
You over here on business?
You might say so, but why are these dogs?
Haberdashery? Hardware? Export and import?
Anything that strikes our fancy. These dogs...
General line, eh? Same as me.
Very possibly.
My name's Hawkins. I don't believe I caught your name.
Tocqueville.
It sounds foreign. Well, of course. You said you were a foreigner. Dutch name?
From France.
Blame me. That's what you said. I don't believe I caught your name, sir, either.
My name is Beaumont.
Oh, that sounds foreign. Oh, wait, you told me. Swedish name?
Also French.
Well, that's refreshing. And now, what can I do for you?
Why are all those men killing all those dogs?
Why, they're the city dog killers. What else would you expect them to do?
This, then, is their job?
Around here, there are too many dogs. They just run wild in the streets. You got to do something about them. Usually, we got to kill off 4,000 or 5,000 in a year. In the hot weather, they're knocking them down at the rate of 300 a day.
But it is so cruel. Look, sometimes the animals are only maimed.
What else would you suggest? I wouldn't want to do the job myself. I don't like getting blood all over me. But I'll tell you this. We Americans don't like anybody criticizing anything that we reckon we ought to do. Least of all, Italians and Portuguese and foreigners generally. So I think you'd find it wise to remember that. And not be so free with your unwarranted accusations. I give you a good day.
Well, evidently an American Democrat can be just as sensitive and touchy as a European aristocrat.
But the European boasts of what his country is. The American of what it does.
Let us leave this shambles. Already I can see it's not going to be very easy to understand this country.
More noise. There is a band now. Surely the streets of New York must be the noisiest and busiest in the world.
And yet, for all their bustle, and we are walking about in a city which is nothing but one gigantic suburb.
There they go, across the end of the street. Flags, banners, bands. What can all this be? Three cheers for the clockmakers! Hooray! Hooray!
House!
Beaumont! I can hardly believe my own eyes. This is a parade of tradesmen, of mechanics. Look at them, look at the banners. The butcher, the baker, the candlestick maker.
It is miraculous. Did you ever see such assurance, such confidence, such calm complacency with which these fellows hold up all the traffic? And listen to the cheers of the people.
Yes, the governor told us that these people think that the carrying on of trade is something to which a man may honorably devote his whole life.
And look at their clothes. Sleek coats, glossy hats, gay watch guards, and doeskin gloves.
Hey there! Look at the dandy mechanics! 3 cheers for the dandy mechanics!
The dandy mechanics. It is the right name for them.
There is an unbelievable outward equality in America.
The whole country into a middle class. A remarkable thing. A country blessed with nature's richest gifts and selected by Providence for the noblest experiment tried by man, which is not only the civilization of a new world, but the practical establishment of principles that till now have only had an ideal existence. A great people which has no army, a country full of activity and vigor, where the action of the government is hardly perceived. A world given up to trade and equality, and proud of both.
You have just heard The Governor in the Boarding House, a study in American equality, item 2, in a series based on Alexis de Tocqueville's Democracy in America. This series, presented by the National Broadcasting Company of New York University, under the direction of George Probst, American historian. Produced in the studios of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation by Andrew Allen. Script by Lister Sinclair, music by Lucio Agostini. This series, Democracy in America, is made possible by a grant from the Fund for Adult Education as part of a general course of study in the nature of American society. For information about the use of these de Tocqueville dramatizations for study or discussion, and how to secure these new materials about American democracy at a reasonable charge, write to the American Foundation for Continuing Education, Post Office Box 749, Chicago 90. This is Ben Grauer inviting you to join us next week for item 331 on Democracy in America.
An American in Orbit, now scheduled Saturday.
The National Broadcasting Company, in conjunction with the Fund for Adult Education, presents Democracy in America by Alexis de Tocqueville.
Albany, July the 4th, 18th Declaration of Independence in the Methodist Church was really a fine spectacle. There was, in the reading of these promises of independence so well kept, in this return of an entire people toward the memories of its birth, something deeply felt and truly great.
The 4th of July in Albany, 1831. A study in American independence. Item 3 in the series Democracy in America, prepared by the Division of General Education of New York University, under the direction of George Probst, American historian. A series designed to bring to life the America of 1831, as recorded by Alexis de Tocqueville, and so to illuminate the image of democracy itself. A study in American independence. The 4th of July in Albany, 1831.
Huh? What is it? What's the matter? Are they at the barricades?
Quiet, Beaumont. This is not France. We are in America. It is Independence Day, 1831. And the loyal citizens of Albany seem to be saluting the dawn with a fusillade of artillery.
The guns made me dream of the Reign of Terror.
The Reign of Terror was over years before you were born, Beaumont.
I know, but the revolution.
So has mine. My own father and mother, guillotine. My grandfather, my great-grandfather, an uncle and an aunt, all guillotined. And since then we have had Napoleon, the Restoration last year, Louis Philippe back again with his damned in 40 years. When we were living on the estate at Verneuil, there was an evening which I shall never forget, though I do not think I was very old. Napoleon still ruled Europe, and Waterloo was still only a village near the outskirts of Brussels. There was a family celebration. I don't know what it was, but I do remember that the chateau was full of people, most of them relatives. It was evening. The servants had been sent out, and the whole family had collected around the hearth. My mother was singing the royalist song from the opera Richard Coeur de Lion. It made them think of the misfortunes and the suffering of His Majesty King Louis XVI at his death at the guillotine. As my mother sang, each person in that room was weeping. Not over the private misfortunes, even over the many relatives every single one of them had lost in the civil wars and upon the scaffold. No, rather over the fate of this man who had died more than 15 years before. Many of those who are weeping over him had never seen him. But Beaumont, these were the ladies and gentlemen of France, and this man had been the King of France. No wonder the Count, my father, was somewhat taken aback when I proposed a visit to America to study he himself had closely studied already, and its supposed associations with liberty and fraternity.
And yet, equality in America led to no reign of terror.
Evidently not. It is strange how the very same principle can lead to such widely differing results.
Now, they're ringing the church bells, and it cannot be 6 o'clock yet. How these Americans are full of... They are to have a fine day in Albany for their celebrations. Oh, come to the window, Tocqueville, and enjoy the morning. Throw away your nightcap as I have done, and throw away your gloomy memories with it. Today, we are in America. And in America, the only revolution was a glorious one.
So glorious, in fact, that it was not even a revolution. It was a war of independence.
Look at all the flags. I wonder if it's going to be hot today. And a band. Well, let us get dressed quickly and go downstairs. How I long to hear that band. Come along, Tocqueville, a little more brandy. You'll never be able to stand the strain of an American celebration unless you're first 45 with an American breakfast.
No, thank you. I'm not hungry. I mean thirsty.
Oh, come, Tocqueville. You must bring your mind back from France. This is July the 4th, not July the 14th. Independence Day, not Bastille Day. We are about to witness the national celebration of a happy democracy.
And how much of this happiness and democracy can we teach to France? Now we have a constitutional monarch with an umbrella. Now we have the beginnings of a democracy. Will that make us a happy and contented people, Beaumont?
I don't know. What little I've seen of it among the Americans, whether it suits us, well, that is something else again. It depends what we do with it.
You may be right.
Well, I shall keep an open mind. Pass the cold beef.
Morning, gentlemen. Early breakfast.
What a pleasant surprise.
Nothing like a good breakfast to start a good day. Mr. Tocqueville, Mr. Beaumont, meet the Lieutenant Governor of the state of New York, Edward P. Livingston.
Delighted to make the acquaintance of the countrymen of Lafayette.
Delighted, sir, to make your acquaintance.
You must forgive our early intrusion, but Mr. Flagg felt, and I agree, that you must be spoken to at once before you'd made other arrangements.
Spoken to, sir?
Well, we're very anxious that you gentlemen will march with us and with various other dignitaries at the head of the procession.
Mr. Flagg felt fitting.
And a friendship between the nations, a very fine thing.
I agree.
So we should be most honored. But will not such a thing sadly disturb your table of precedence?
Table of precedence? Plague take such a thing. The nearest is that meeting we had last night in your house, Ned.
I agree.
And, you know, we just sat down with half a dozen of the leading citizens and thrashed it all out, where the wagons were to go, where was to march. I hope you're ready for some long speeches. And that just about forgot the militia.
You're right. We better get along and see that they're going to turn out on time.
Militia, what is that? To maintain order?
Maintain order? What for? It's just for show. The militia's the National Guard. Constitution gives every man the right to bear arms. Citizen army, that's the militia, citizen army.
Do you not have an army in France?
Oh, indeed, yes. We have an army and an armed police force, several police forces. An army. There have been occasions when the army has ruthlessly...
In the past?
In the past, yes. Come, Beaumont. You must excuse us, gentlemen. This Independence Day of yours is awakening in my breast feelings of patriotism and remorse. No doubt I shall feel better when the actual ceremonies begin.
Now then, where's the Lieutenant Governor?
Here I am, Azariah.
Oh, good for you. Now, we shall be in front, the Lieutenant Governor and you gentlemen and I, and the Chancellor and the Comptroller and all those people. Then we shall have the 9 companies.
What if there's a fire?
Oh, no American house dare burn on the 4th of July. Fire department has a new banner and a miniature engine, very fine. Then the Sons of St. Andrews. There they are, over there. What time do you have now?
5 and 20 of 10.
What time does the procession start?
10 o'clock sharp, Mr. Beaumont, with any luck. And if they can get all the wagons and floats ready in time.
Look, step over this way, gentlemen, and take a look at the printer float.
We should be very glad to. Come, Beaumont.
Now, here, gentlemen. Look. Look at all this.
How splendid. How superb. But what does it all mean?
Well, I know what some of it means, but the master printers can tell you what it all means. Hey, here now. Here's your chance. Distinguished visitors from France come to see America. Tell them what all this means.
Well, this, like, is the wagon of the Association of Printers and Albany Typographical Society. At the front end, we got a gilt bust of Benjamin Franklin. I guess you should know him all right.
He spent a great deal of time in France. But while recognizing that Franklin was a great man, why do you choose to carry his bust on the printer's wagon?
Because he was a printer himself, that's why. In this country, men can rise to greatness and still be proud of their old trades. Now, in the center of the wagon, you'll observe we have a flagstaff set up and the flags of various nations. The U.S. colors, of course.
And those are France.
And Belgium. And what is that other one?
Well, that will be the flag of Poland, sir. Gallant country, very brave. Keen interest here in Polish independence.
That's the truth. There's a keen interest here in countries that are like, well, fond of liberty themselves. Or fighting for liberty. Or anything of that kind.
No call for you to... France has overthrown her tyrants.
Has she? I do not think that the American Revolution and the French Revolution are truly comparable.
Now, I want you to come with me this way. See, this way.
Oh, but I want to make some notes.
Oh, this will give you something worth noting, Mr. Tocqueville. Now, look, near the head of the procession, we have a carriage with the veterans of the War of Independence. There are very few left now. After all, it's 55 years ago. But there's one old fellow that's very spry, considering... He's very well preserved. He's the man you should see before the procession starts. He'll be too tired when it ends and may have drunk a great many toasts into the bargain, if you take my meaning. Old soldiers, you know, military reunions. Let's catch him now.
Mr. Flagg hurried us past the other groups that were forming for the parade, the Mechanics Benefit Society, the Painters Association, the Apprentices Society. And I could not help reflecting, as we walked along, how unlike France this country has become. Produced a Washington, not a Napoleon. It had no reign, and was followed not by counter-revolutions and plots within plots, but by an orderly succession of constitutional presidents. Then we reached the place where an old gentleman was sunning himself beside his carriage, waiting for the procession to start.
And these gentlemen are from France to study whatever we have to offer.
It is an honor, sir, to meet a survivor of the armies of the...
Such thing.
I beg your pardon?
No such thing. It wasn't a revolution. That's what the British called it. We called it by its right name, the War of Independence.
I stand corrected. And only this morning I corrected my friend, Monsieur Beaumont, for the same error.
Did you see General Washington?
I surely did. I was a drummer boy in the retreat across New Jersey. That was a cold campaign, that was. December. We all thought the game was about up then. The general about thought so, too. I was writing dismal letters to his friend about it. You heard of Tom Paine?
Tom Paine? The infidel?
Well, I don't know whether he was an infidel. I never got to ask. It was all for an independent America. And I know General Washington thought a lot of him. Of course, he was a friend. In the middle of that New Jersey campaign, when we was all cold and sick and miserable, the general paraded us by regiments. Well, we hoped we were going to get an issue of brandy or rations or powder or something we could have used. But what we got was something written by this Tom Paine read out to us.
A very famous passage. These are the times that try men's souls.
We knew that without some scribbler telling us so.
Well, no doubt he was trying to put heart into you. You have heard of our great General Napoleon. He was always addressing his troops to put heart into them.
Indeed. But he knew that the armies did not run on speeches. An army, he once said, marches on its stomach.
Well, the general knew that, too. He was the greatest man the world has ever produced.
And he served only 2 terms as president. And then he went home to Mount Vernon and lived as a private gentleman.
Now, there they go with some more of those confounded firecrackers. I hate the things. I'd rather be back in a retreat across New Jersey than to listen to those infernal contraptions. Every 4th of July, this place is like a town under siege. One damn fool after another, firing off muskets from the front door and pistols from the window. Rockets come whizzing into you and grasshoppers jump at you on the sidewalk. I'm scared to death the horses are going to bolt and all us veterans will be killed at one go. When we fit the war, we never reckoned that for the rest of our lives, every living soul from the senator to the chimney sweep would let off his patriotism in gunpowder.
Yes, well, it's 5 minutes of 10. Time to be moving along, gentlemen. You'll be walking near the head of the procession with the lieutenant governor and myself. Just one thing before we go. Look at that.
An old flag, torn and scarred.
Yeah. Those holes were made by bullets.
Some of them certainly were. That's a flag that's come down from the War of Independence. You have no idea, gentlemen, what it's like to...
I could have told him that in France we had had too much experience. But why should I worry him with the dark thoughts that preyed upon my mind? In America, these old soldiers who fought with Washington are themselves looked on as precious relics, honor. And at 10 o'clock sharp, a band struck up, and the procession moved away, with Beaumont and myself marching proudly near the head.
So here we are, Tocqueville, marching in the 4th of July parade in Albany.
We swing a reed. Now look behind you in a moment. Gentlemen marching behind.
Oh, yes. The preoccupied-looking gentleman.
Yeah, that's the one. Mr. John B. Van Shake, leading lawyer in town. He's the Independence Day orator. I believe he has some telling remarks prepared on the independence of the Poles and also on this little revolution of yours last July.
Oh, yes. The July Revolution. The July Revolution. Do you remember, Beaumont, our talk after last July? We are resolved, then, Beaumont.
Absolutely resolved.
I've already explained to my father that my position as a magistrate of France has been rendered intolerable by the July Revolution.
To say nothing of their testing our loyalty by making us take the oath of allegiance twice. That was nothing but a deliberate insult.
It certainly didn't make us any more loyal. My friends are sufficiently outraged at my having taken the oath once.
Brother's hand is set against brother.
Our position in France has become intolerable. This trip to America will form a sort of voluntary exile.
To study the American prisons. Well, that is a legitimate...
I think we have more to learn from America than information about prisons.
What?
The principle of equality. It may be that in America we can get a glimpse of the destiny of France.
The exercises will begin with a prayer from one of the Protestant ministers.
Everything with a prayer.
Probably.
Let us pray. Almighty God, the fountainhead and origin of human liberties here on earth, the foundation and the buttress of all just governments, we humbly thank Thee for having preserved our nation for yet another year. We pray so dearly won by our forefathers will be maintained under Thy guidance and extended to Thy glory, not only within our own nation, but to the other nations of the earth, and especially we pray at this time for the people of Poland. In the name of Jesus Christ our Lord, amen.
Amen. Judge Waterton will be reading the Declaration of Independence.
When in the course of human events it becomes necessary for one people to dissolve the political bands which have connected them with another, and to assume among the powers of the earth the separate and equal station to which the laws of nature and of nature's God entitle them, a decent respect to the opinions of mankind requires that they should declare the causes which impel them to the separation. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain, that among these are, and the pursuit of happiness. That to
of all the events which occurred, I was most impressed, first, with the honor and respect accorded to the veterans of the war, and secondly, with the reading of the Declaration of Independence itself, which was done with warmth and dignity. It was really a fine spectacle. A profound silence reigned in the meeting. When, in its eloquent plea, Congress reviewed the injustices and the tyranny of England, we heard a murmur of indignation and anger circulate about us in the auditorium. When it appealed to the justice of its cause and expressed the generous resolution to succumb or free America, it seemed that an electric current made the hearts vibrate. This was not, I assure you, a theatrical performance. There was, in the reading of these promises, in this return of an entire people toward the memories of its birth, in this union of the present generation to that which is no longer, sharing for the moment all its generous passions, there was, in all that, something deeply felt and truly great.
And a right ought to be that they are absolved from all allegiance to the British Crown, and that all political connection between them and the state of Great Britain is and ought to be totally dissolved, and that as free and independent states They have full power to levy war, conclude peace, contract alliances, establish commerce, and to do all other acts and things which independent states may of right do. And for the support of this declaration, with a firm reliance on the protection of divine providence, we mutually pledge to each other our lives, our fortunes, and our sacred honor.
Amen. Fellow citizens of Albany, the 4th of July oration will now be delivered by our silver-tongued 4th of July orator, Sake of this city.
Hello, Americans! Consider, first of all, ancient Egypt. Oh, my fellow Americans, Egypt springs to the tongues, the hearts, and the eyes of every one of us here today. In this very
They should have stopped with the reading of that noble declaration, but no. No sooner was it concluded than a lawyer stepped up to make us a long rhetorical harangue in which he pompously passed the entire universe in review to get to the United States, which in all respects he made the center of the world. This had all the appearance of a farce, though of course we see such things in France at the funerals of our great men. I came out cursing the orator whose flow of words and stupid national pride had succeeded in destroying a part of the profound impression that the rest of the spectacle had made on me. But before we left, the proceedings ended with an ode called The Progress of Liberty, set to the tune of our Marseillaise, and accompanied by an orchestra which consisted, I assure you on my word of honor, of nothing whatever but one single flute.
The onward be thy way, the progress be, empires and thrones shall on thy sway, triumphant liberty.
What did you make of our day?
For me, a day of contrasts. I saw and heard America, but I thought of France. It was a strange irony that these two lines of thought should have intersected at last in that peculiar ode to American liberty that they sang to the tune of the Marseillaise.
And think of all those toasts, the symbolic 13 toasts, to Washington, to Lafayette.
And the 13th, the fair sex, always entitled to our protection.
So far, so good, were the most peculiar, when the most were solemnly proposed in perfect and rapid succession.
That was simply because, on Independence Day, all shades of political opinion unite in praising the Union. Well, there is more brilliance in our ceremonies, but in those of the United States, there is more truth. I'm trying to compose my thoughts after the stimulation I've received from the sacred day of the nation of equality. What are we to make of it all? The nations of our time cannot prevent the conditions of men from becoming equal, but it depends upon themselves whether it is to lead them to servitude or freedom, to knowledge or barbarism or wretchedness.
You have just heard The 4th of July in Albany, 1831, a study in American independence. Item 3 in a series based on Alexis de Tocqueville's Democracy in America. The Broadcasting Company was prepared by the Division of General Education of New York University under the direction of George Probst, American historian. Produced in the studios of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation by Andrew Allen. Script by Lister Sinclair, music by Lucio Agostini. Grant from the Fund for Adult Education as part of a general course of study of the nature of American society. For information about the use of these de Tocqueville dramatizations for study or discussion, and how to secure these new materials about American democracy at a reasonable charge, write to Continuing Education, Post Office Box 749, Chicago 90, Illinois. Now this is Ben Grauer inviting you to join us next week for Item 4, The Ark of Civilization, on Democracy in America. National Broadcasting Company, in conjunction with the Fund for Adult Education, presents Democracy in America by Alexis de Tocqueville.
July 1831, the territory of Michigan. What are these pioneers in the wilderness? A restless, reasoning, adventurous race which does coldly what only the ardor of passion can explain. A nation of conquerors who submit themselves to the savage life to be seduced by it, and who shut themselves in the American solitudes with an axe.
The Ark of Civilization, a study in American character. Item 4 in the series Democracy in America, prepared by the Division of General Education of New York University under the direction of George Probst, American historian. A series designed to bring to life the America of 1831, as recorded by Alexis de Tocqueville, image of democracy itself. A study in American character, the Ark of Civilization.
Listen, Tocqueville.
The voice of the wilderness. Almost the only sound we have heard in these silent Michigan forests. Beaumont, this wilderness began outside that little town of 2,000 souls, Detroit, the last city in the Northwest. And it was only a mile from Detroit this road entered the forest for good. It's a vast solitude. But in it, I think, I see the still empty cradle of a great nation.
You know, Tocqueville, this dense forest, this is the frontier. The frontier is here, all the time, ready for the taking. Anyone who wants to can pick up his family and move to the west, and every day they do it. On this boundless continent, nature herself favors the cause of the people. The great fact of America is the presence of the wilderness, the frontier.
You've forgotten another fact, and one that's just as important. You're in a pioneer's cottage. What was it like?
A log cabin, one window with a muslin curtain, a rough floor of trodden earth, the home of a frontiersman braving the miseries of a savage life, exposed to the forest fevers and the tomahawk of the Indian. That's what I mean.
And also what? Next to the chimney was stretched a map of the United States. The plank shelf was rough, but it held a Bible whose cover and edges are already worn by the piety of 2 generations. A book of prayers, and Milton, Shakespeare.
Yes, but the table was of green wood with the bark still on it.
But on that table, a teapot of British china, silver spoons, cracked teacups, and some recent new... In America, even on the frontier, Beaumont, there is only one society. It may be either rich or poor, humble or brilliant, trading or agricultural, but it is composed everywhere of the same elements. The plane of a uniform civilization has passed over it.
Civilization? That cabin had only one room. There was not even a partition. The wind blew through the cracks in the wall.
But the family that lived in it came from New England and brought with them democracy and equality. That cabin, Beaumont, was itself a little world, an ark of civilization, an ocean of leaves. in July 1831, Beaumont and I spent 2 weeks in the wilderness of the new territory of Michigan. We left Detroit on horseback, and for days we went through these great forests. For Beaumont and I did not simply listen to what people told us about the frontier. We did our best to see for ourselves. Our guides were Chippewa Indians, changing. It was only in the evening, after sundown, that we reached the tiny village of Pontiac. 20 very neat and pretty houses lost in the woods. We went to the best inn, called the Yellow Tavern, and Beaumont and I were introduced, as usual, into what is called the bar room.
I'm heading for Ohio. You can live cheaper there than anywhere else.
Give me Illinois. You can buy the most fertile lands in the Mississippi Valley. Pick them up dirt cheap.
Now, what about Indiana? Now, I hear that Indiana's quite a place.
Let's talk to the landlord. There he is. Look, the big fat man. He looks like a great peasant from Normandy.
He may look it, but I'm sure it's deceptive. There are no peasants in America.
All the same, he's got a face like a Normandy horse trader. That mild, candid expression. And underneath, as sharp as you like. Territory.
I'm sure he will, but how shall we ask him? Perhaps he will not like Frenchmen to be too inquisitive.
But let's pretend that we are thinking about buying land in Michigan.
Settling, you mean?
Certainly. If we pretend we are on our way to Saginaw on business, any amount of questions will seem perfectly reasonable to an American.
Excellent.
You calling me, gentlemen?
Yes, sir, we were. I wonder if you could give us a little advice.
Oh. What kind of advice?
This gentleman and myself are from France. We are interested, shall we say, in the question of settling in the territory of Michigan.
And we hoped you might be able to enlighten us.
Boys, you came to the right quarter. Judge Amasa Bagley, at your service.
Judge landlord.
That's right. I'm a judge here, as well as landlord of the Yellow Tavern.
I'm going to vote for Henry Clay. He's taking you into that tattered old coat he wears just for campaign. He's angling. He's just courting your vote.
All right, who are you for?
I'm for President Andrew Jackson. The White House has been a better place since Old Hickory is in it. He's just the man for the people and as immovable as a rock.
Let's go into another room where we can get a little peace and quiet. Now, if you'll just step this way, I'll take a candle with me, and we better have a map of the Michigan Territory.
You see, business opens all doors.
In here. That's the style. Now, there we are. Pray be seated.
Thank you.
Now then, let's get it straight. You're from France and you want to settle here?
Let us say we are interested.
Yeah, you're interested. Good. Well, let's begin with France. I'll just snuff that candle. With you, labor is cheap and land is dear, eh? Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, here things are very different. The cost of land is nothing. And the labor of man is beyond price.
Then to establish yourself in America, capital is hardly necessary.
Oh, no. You need capital. I shouldn't advise anyone to seek his fortune in the Michigan Territory unless he has about $200 handy. Around here, uncleared land costs $1 an acre. Now, that's about the price of a day's work. That means that a fella can earn enough in one day. But once he's bought it, then the fun starts. Why, it costs $4 to get an acre cleared of trees. So he does it himself. Alone, usually. Back-breaking labor, too.
You are speaking of uncleared land.
Sir, that's all there is for hundreds of miles, maybe thousands for all I know, where you have the trouble and expense. Now, first you put up a tent. Then you fell the trees and make a cabin. Meantime, you live off salt pork and a couple of barrels of meal. You let a few cattle run around. That doesn't cost you anything. Most settlers are young fellas with families. They put in an acre of potatoes and the rest corn. I tell you, corn is the providence of the wilderness. It's the corn that saves the family when poverty, sickness, or carelessness has prevented a large enough clearing. There's nothing harder than the first years after the clearing. And you must keep working. For left to itself, the ground is marshy and unhealthy.
It sounds very dangerous.
Yes.
Wild beasts? Indians?
Oh, occasionally. Fever, as much as anything. Often, when you travel in the fall, you'll find a whole family down with fever.
What do they do?
Put up with it.
No doctor?
60 miles to a doctor. They do like the Indians. They die. Or they get better, as God sees fit.
How is it in our wanderings in these forests we have not met any Europeans? I should have thought immigrants from Europe would have come to the frontier.
No, sir. The frontier's no place for such people. They stop in the East Coast cities, become servants or artisans. Why, from last May, when the ice melted, up to the 1st of July, they came to Michigan in 2 months, about 5,000 new settlers. But the Detroit land agent tells me there wasn't among them 200 immigrants from Europe. Only Americans have the courage to face the frontier. They know how to buy prosperity at the price of misery. The land belongs to the American.
It is quite true that the cost of land is almost nothing, and the labor of man beyond price. It would be difficult to describe the eagerness with which the American rushes forward to secure this immense booty that fortune offers. We had the idea that, as in Europe, the more remote parts of the country, these tiny places, often very poor, would have customs very different from the rest of the nation. So that, as in Europe, there might be, in effect, a difference of several centuries between different parts of the same nation. I thought that in America, I might find all the transitions of the social state at once, from the opulent city patrician to the savage in the wilderness. No, nothing could be further from the truth. Of all the countries in the world, America is the least fitted to show this particular side. In America, there is only one society. You penetrate paths scarcely cleared. You perceive, finally, a cleared field, a cabin composed of half-cleared logs with a tiny window. You think you've come at last to the home of an American peasant. But you're wrong. You step into this place, which seems the asylum of all the miseries, but the owner wears the same clothes as you. He speaks the language of the cities. On his rude table are books and newspapers. And what does he say to you?
French, eh? Well, now, that's country I've always been interested in. Home of Lafayette, you know. Oh, yeah, well, of course you'd know. Yeah. These, like European countries, interest me. See, you're going to draw up a system for the defense of Belgium. Always been interested in strategy. Politics, too, you know. You'll likely want to hear my views on what's wanted for the prosperity of France. Near as I can figure out, you Frenchmen could do with some good advice. Let me tell you what you ought to do.
You see, it is the same everywhere. You would think you were talking to a rich landed gentleman who has come to spend a few nights in his hunting lodge. And in fact, the log cabin is only temporary for the American. A house more spacious for his needs will replace the cabin and shelter his children, who will in their turn go out and once more send the ark of civilization into the great ocean of leaves.
Inevitably, this has had its effect on the American character. There is not a country in the world where man more confidently seizes the future, where he so proudly feels that his intelligence makes him master of the universe, that he can fashion it to his liking. Born, often under another sky, placed in the middle of an always moving scene, himself driven by the irresistible torrent which drives all about him, the American has no time to tie himself to anything. He grows accustomed only to change and ends by regarding it as the natural state of man. He feels the need of it. More, he loves it. For the instability, instead of meaning disaster to him, seems to give birth only to miracles all about him.
The frontier line at present in 1831 is moving westward about 17 miles a year. It runs from Detroit to Louisiana, but there are vast islands or wilderness east of that line. In July, we arrived in a strange little Indian-filled town in the northern part of New York State. The name of the town was Buffalo, and it was full of people passing through on their way to the west.
That's where they're going. New Englanders moving into the Michigan Peninsula.
Are the settlers often New Englanders?
Pretty near. Last settlers, anyway. They come through here, wagon, a feather bed, some knick-knack in the way of a machine for shelling corn, hatcheling flax, or, for what I know, manufacturing wooden nutmegs for family use. And all headed for Michigan.
Come, all ye Yankee farmer boys who would like to change your lot, who've spunk enough to travel beyond your native spot, and leave behind the village where Pan Mada stay. Come, go with me and settle in Michigan, aye, yay, yay, Michigan, aye.
Most interesting, madam. Both you and your husband have made this trip on the lake steamboat most interesting.
We have picked up many valuable ideas.
Well, we're from New England. We've got the valuable ideas, and likely they'll do you good. I guess you don't have too much in the way of information at home.
Oh, pay him no heed. He's just showing off.
You're, eh?
Yes, we are.
I'll tell you a story about a fella that bought land in Michigan.
Don't you believe a word of it?
Someone calls by one day and says, who's Moggs? What's the soil? Bogs. What's the climate? Fogs. What do you get to eat? Hogs. What do you build your house of? Logs. Have you any neighbors? Frogs. There you are, sir. That's the truth about the forest settlements. And you won't hear it from many.
Don't believe a word of it.
The movement to the west becomes a sort of game of chance, which people take sides as much as for the gains it gets them. Sometimes, indeed, the progress of man is so rapid that the wilderness reappears behind him. The forests stoop to give him passage and spring up again when he is past.
And what about the Indians? These frontier lands belong to them.
I think the Indians are in a hopeless situation.
I think so, too. If they stay savage, they're pushed back. If they try to civilize themselves, the pressure of the white man's society ruins them. They perish if they wander, and if they settle, they perish also.
And yet the Americans treat them with great attachment to all the formalities of law.
Remember, as we passed through Memphis, how we watched the expulsion of one of the most celebrated and ancient American peoples.
Oh.
I still cannot forget the sight of those poor Choctaw forced from their homes winter.
Yes, in weather that was 14 below zero, were set down in the solitudes of Arkansas.
And it did not cheer me, Tocqueville, to learn that these poems, with all due formality of law and treaty, and yet, I suppose, that it is better than the way the Spaniards treated the savages they found on their frontier.
Well, the Spaniards were unable to exterminate the Indians by unparalleled atrocities, nor did they succeed even in wholly depriving them of their rights. But the Americans of the United States have accomplished this twofold purpose with singularly, legally, philanthropically, and without violating a single great principle of morality in the eyes of the world. It is impossible to destroy men with more respect for the laws of humanity. The life of the frontier is made by the American character, and it makes that character. But of course, the American brought his character with him to the frontier. In Canada and in the whole of South America, there was a frontier that physically was much the same as the United States. But the life there was very different. For the men came to it with different historical beginnings, different customs and different laws. On the American frontier, Men buy and sell whole towns and settlements, cities.
Now, when the United States purchased this land lying between the Flint and the Chattahoochee, they made a lottery of it, and every white man of legal age in the state of Georgia had a right to draw for a fine lot of 202.5 acres precisely, if you follow me.
Go ahead, I'll follow you.
But this portion, Chattahoochee, a very beautiful situation.
Seems as though.
Well, then, this section of 5 miles square is the town. And I can offer you choice lots of half an acre or even larger.
Where's the center of town?
Oh, right that way, in that piney wood section. Right now, we're in an area devoted to professional men. Mind your footing between those stumps there. You'll find it kind of swampy, so... Too late.
Never mind. Soon dry off.
Yeah, that's too bad. Well, this is also a cause of man. You see the sign on that cabin over there? Not the frame one, the log one.
Bakehouse.
Bakehouse, right. As you see, we're coming along real quick, real progress.
You surely are. It's wonderful.
That's exactly what it is. Look at the board on the big tulip tree. T. Gordon, attorney at law.
Civilization's undoubtedly on the march.
Yeah. And, of course, we're having a railroad meeting this evening. High time. It's nearly 18 months since the first settler put up his cabin. High time for a railroad. Now, if you're interested in a lot in this thriving town, step along here where the auction's going on. But mind the stumps. Don't want to twist an ankle. A brilliant auctioneer we have. Very witty. Local man, of course. One of the founding fathers. Been here over a year. Much appreciated.
That swamp we were in?
Good land, real rich land.
It is
What am I bidding
kind of
for
well
this rich
watered.
land? Why, this land is so rich it produces 60 bushels of frogs to the acre. And you don't need to spend money on fencing, no need to incur expense in that regard. There's enough alligators right on the spot to form an excellent fence. All you have to do is catch them. And then, of course, you drive them alligators head downwards with their tails sticking up in the air. Now then, gentlemen, what am I bid for this fine parcel of land?
The life of the frontier is often spirited and gay. Often, but not always. I remember the innumerable pioneer families we visited in their lonely cabins in the forest clearing. This man was not born in the solitude where he dwells. His own desire has thrown him into the labors of the wilderness. To become well-to-do, he has braved exile, loneliness, and death with a perseverance and a scorn for life that one might call heroic. He made this effort one day. He has been renewing it for years. Is a man capable of such sacrifices a cold and insensible being? Ought not one, on the contrary, to recognize in him one of those mental passions so burning, so tenacious, so implacable?
Look across the hearth at the young wife who, while seeing to the preparation of the meal, rocks her youngest son on her knees. Her clothes even yet proclaim a taste for adornment ill extinguished. But time has weighed heavily on her. In her prematurely pale face and her shrunken limbs, it is easy to see that existence has been a heavy burden and that she has been exposed to unbelievable miseries. For the solitude of the forests, she has exchanged the charms of society and the joys of her youthful home. It's on the bare ground of the wilderness that her nuptial couch was placed. Around this woman crowd half-naked children, shining with health, careless of the morrow, veritable sons of the wilderness. But civilization is flowing into the woods and the whole westward and dominated by New Englanders.
The talent of a New Englander is universal. He's a good farmer, an excellent schoolmaster, a very respectable preacher, a capital lawyer, a sagacious physician, an able editor, a thriving merchant, a shrewd peddler, and a most industrious tradesman. Being thus able to fill all the important posts of society, only a very few emigrants from New England are able to imprint a lasting character on a new state. Even if our number is much inferior, I know of no better specimen of human character than a New Englander transferred to the Western States.
I see the destiny of America embodied, landed on these shores. The origins of the America, the prosperity of the United States. The early settlers imported equality of condition and intellect, bequeathing to their descendants the manners and opinions that contribute most to the success. With space and elbow room for liberty, the frontier is all for men who feel themselves ill at ease can move to the west. Brave, but brave by calculation. They esteem only the results of victory. They hold that glory is a vain noise, and that man is coming to the world to acquire ease and the comforts of life. The way of and this gradual and continuous progress of the European race towards the Rocky Mountains has the solemnity of a providential event. It is like a deluge of men rising unabatedly and daily driven onwards by the hand of God.
You have just Item 4 in a series based on Alexis de Tocqueville's Democracy in America. This series, presented by the National Broadcasting Company, was prepared by the Division of General Education of New York University under the direction of George Probst, American historian. Produced in the studios of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation by Andrew Allen. Script by Lister Sinclair, music by Lucio Agostini. This series, Democracy in America, is made possible by a grant from the Fund for Adult Education as part of a general course of study of the nature of American society. For information about the use of these de Tocqueville dramatizations for study or discussion, and how to secure these new materials about American democracy at a reasonable charge, write to the American Foundation for Continuing Education, Post Office Box 749, Chicago 90, Illinois. Now this is Ben Grauer inviting you to join us next week for Item 5, Any Woman is a Lady, on Democracy in America. The National Broadcasting Company, in conjunction with the Fund for Adult Education, presents Democracy in America by Alexis de Tocqueville.
Charge your glasses, gentlemen, for the 13th and final toast, whose sentiments are time-honored and traditional. I give you the fair sex, always entitled to our protection.
Albany, New York, July the 4th, 1831. How true that if you want to understand American manners and American society, you must first understand the situation of the American woman.
Any Woman is a Lady. A study in American manners. Item 5 in the series Democracy in America, prepared by the Division of General Education of New York University, under the direction of George Probst, American historian. A series designed to bring to life the America of 1831, as recorded by Alexis de Tocqueville, and so to illuminate the image of democracy itself. A study in American manners. Any Woman is a Lady.
Beaumont and I had not been in America long before we noticed that the first and most intense passion that is produced by equality is the love of that same equality. Indeed, everybody has remarked that now, in 1831, and especially in our native France, this passion for equality is every day gaining ground in the human heart. But the principle may be established in civil society without prevailing in the political world. In America, there is a good deal of both. And the signs of both are to be found everywhere in society.
One class, one price. But the best cars are, of course, reserved for ladies and folks with them. The roughest character understands that a lady, and I need hardly tell Frenchmen that any woman is a lady, has an absolute right to the front seat at the show, the head of the table, the best cabin, and so forth. Rich or poor, mistress or maid, those are her rights as an American female. And mark this, one lone female, old or young, pretty or ugly, may travel from one end of the United States to the other and find nothing but respect from every man she meets.
Well, it's true. Equality of conditions and greater mildness in customs are related to each other. So I certainly can't admit that there is nothing commendable in the manners of a democratic people. In a democratic age, men rarely sacrifice themselves for one another. But they do display general compassion for the human race.
Only because of equality, Tocqueville. The same man who's full of humanity towards his fellow creatures when they're his equals becomes insensible to afflictions as soon as that equality ceases.
Ah, but wait, Beaumont. There are servants in American society, and they are well treated. How do you explain that? They aren't even called servants. What do they call them?
They call them servants because they don't think of them as servants. Not as we think of servants in France. In a democracy, at any moment, a servant may become a master. The servant is therefore not a different man from the master. They talk familiarly to each other. They eat with each other. To give a man a tip would insult and humiliate him.
One evening, gentlemen, I was at the house of the president of Harvard University. We were waited on at tea by the butler, one of the president's help, who's also a major of the militia. Now, on cavalry days, when guests are invited to dine with the regiment, the major